It is 6.5 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. You're listening live. It's a Friday, which means golden ticket seats are headed this way. If you are one of those golden ticket seats members, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours from now. Boy, we got a lot to break down, so here we go. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Brothers.
Good.
Brothers.
Good.
Brothers.
Friday.
Looking forward to today, which means the wheel of canned meat will spin, and Rock and Roll City will be in there getting after it. Greg will be on the drums going nuts.
I'm retiring.
Speaking of Greg, he and I will be at Shops at Grand River tomorrow.
That's right.
That is right there at the Buc-ee's and Bass Pro Shop exit off of 20 in the Birmingham Metro. And so we look forward to seeing y'all. It's their Spring Palooza, and they've got food, fun, and sales.
Frolic.
It's going to be crazy. And we're going to be there from 1 to 3 tomorrow. They're in the Commons area. It's a nice shaded area, and so right around the food court and everything going on. So we look forward to seeing you there. 1 to 3 is when we are scheduled to be there. But it starts in the morning and goes to I think 7 o'clock tomorrow, and we're just part of it. There in the middle of the day. But it's going to be a lot of fun there. Shops at Grand River, so look forward to seeing y'all and be looking for that. At that exit, you've also got the Indy Grand Prix going on at Barber Motorsports. So it's going to be a busy weekend.
It is right there at that exit.
You need to be thinking
Leeds,
about that.
Alabama.
You need to be thinking about that.
You need to let yourself know.
Mm-hmm. A lot going on. You got Barbers. You got Bass Pro, you got Buc-ee's,
is always
and then
a party.
You got Shops at Grand River. Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't matter what time, but when you
and if
come
you don't
by,
like that, there's a Chevron right there too.
Right. I've asked you this before, but give me an update. When you come by the more time of morning you do, is there still people all over there?
It's not as bad. It's open, but no, it's not. But there's more than you would.
I've never passed a Buc-ee's when their parking lot's
regular
not full.
hours. You can forget it. That place is packed.
Good night.
And all of their 150 gas pumps are full.
Oh, yeah. I tried something new yesterday. You know the hill behind my house that I have to weed eat that's been my nemesis forever?
Steel-toe shoes?
I tied a tow rope to my lawnmower and got to the top and then kind of let it go and then played tug of war on the way back up. It worked.
Was it smooth? Or
yeah. I mean, it was, let me tell you this, it was a little bit more of a workout than I thought. Because, lawnmower's not light. So you're basically pulling the lawnmower back up. But I started at the bottom, and I kind of power pushed the lawnmower as best I could. And then got to the top, tied the tow rope to it, and then kind of let it down and then pulled up. And then I ended up going to pull it up, I'm going to turn around, throw it over my shoulder, and walk back up. And it sounds
like a lot of...
It is, but it's better than
I'd get them cleats back out.
It's better than putting baseball cleats on and weed eating. But about halfway through it, I was like, wow, so this is a little bit of more of a workout than I thought.
You had yourself
but I did get it cut. Y'all proud of me?
Yeah.
And my heel's not all flared up from standing looking straight up trying to weed eat. Good night.
Do you ever get in the back and just roll down it?
Yeah, I have. Well, I haven't wanted to roll down it, but I have slid down it.
Yeah.
Like I was sliding into home plate.
I get that.
I didn't mean to, though.
I'm telling you, I told you what you need to do. They make these hover. I need it be an expense.
Oh yeah, it would be. I've seen
but
these.
But they
things.
make these. They're hover mowers, and they use at golf courses around edges of ponds and lakes, and it'd be perfect for that.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much those cost.
Yeah. I think my tow rope will do.
Your tow rope's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, it is.
I can tell you that.
But it's actually one that we had back when we had that Jeep when Tyler was in high school, and it's one of those big old long yellow ones that's from here to the other side of the parking lot. It seems like, and he would get called all the time from his buddies going mudding that were stuck.
Yep.
And he would go and hook up, and then he could be far away, and then just pull them right on out.
That's the one you used. Somebody was probably videoing it.
Oh, I bet. It's funny
see how this is going to turn out.
Some of the neighbors have laughed before and said, "Hey," especially when I'm hanging on the side of it, trying to do something. They're like, "Hey, we've got 911 already dialed. We just hadn't hit send yet because we're watching you to see if what happens." So we'll see.
run your leg under it.
Yeah, that's not good.
That ain't good enough.
And then now headed to Huntsville today, do a little bit of yard work, and then JC and them have a series to this weekend, senior days tomorrow to celebrate all the seniors, and we're at shops. It's just a lot going on.
Busy weekend for you.
Yes, sir. I know you've got a little sneeze fest happening with you today.
Yeah,
what's up with you?
I didn't go outside yesterday.
He's asthmatic. You know that.
I declared that I was not going to Jacksonville yesterday. Gonna go today. Oh. I told Amanda, I said, listen, because I hadn't been there. There's so many things I've neglected. And I told her, I said, I'm taking the house back tomorrow.
Taking it back.
So what that means is we're going to declutter. I'm going to go through and I'm going to declutter and I'm going to move things where they're supposed to go and all this. And I spent, I don't know, 6-7 hours yesterday doing that. And I guess I just stirred up some dust inside the house because I was cleaning up some areas that hadn't been cleaned in a while. And I was getting after it. But I think that's where I'm paying for today. Now, I do have to get outside at some point over the weekend and kind of do the same thing. Yeah. And that's when it's going to really get ugly.
You're going to stir it up then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There is those little pollen things. I mean, you can't even see one corner of our driveway.
Everywhere.
And I started to blow them off yesterday, but I thought, you know what? Wait, get on the roof, get them out of the gutters first, and then get them all. So I didn't want to stir any more dust up. So that was kind of my. I was kind of in and out doing that, and I had a bunch of different things I needed to do in front of the computer. So I looked up, and it was draft time. Yeah. And I thought, do I even get into this mess? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I did for a little bit.
A lot of people showed up for
that. It was crazy how many people.
Over 200,000, is that what they said?
It was packed.
Terry looked at it and she said, my gracious alive, look at the people.
Detroit showed out.
They did. You talking about.
Well, now they fired up about their team.
You talking about the draft ND? That's what they call it.
Big D.
But I know you missed some of it because Little Man had a little game.
I did. Went and watched the little coach pitch ball.
Come on.
And
how's Coach Taylor Burgess doing?
He's doing. That age, it's like
I know
herding cats.
Sure.
They're so funny to watch.
Yeah.
And they did good. They won.
Okay.
It was a good game. They're funny. I'm getting a kick out of them.
Did you drive home then drive back over?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
About to say. Goodness gracious.
Hey, how about new?
That'd be new.
That'd be new.
But I'm enjoying it. I really am. I'm the official keep the book going. Mm-hmm. Of course.
Were you really?
Oh, yeah.
You're not the most detailed guy for that.
Well, at this age, you ain't got it.
Oh, okay.
See, that's the attitude right there, Greg, that I'm talking about.
Score mostly.
Right. So when you're there, they say keep the books.
Yeah. Okay. But I can. I mean, I'll do a little bit. I'll give a little bit.
Can anybody read it?
3-2. There's one out. You got a lot of 1 to 3.
They actually have those?
Got a lot of 1 to 3.
Oh, I bet they do.
Or one unassisted.
Right.
I didn't run over it.
Let me get it run there.
Yeah. But yeah, it's fun. I can keep up with the game. Of course, everybody's look. I get it. I parks. I understand volunteers are hard to come by, but you just ain't going to run the scoreboard.
Oh. So is it even on?
It's on.
It's just got
nothing.
It's not moving.
No.
Oh, come on.
And then everybody, hey, what's the score? And I got the pressure. Did I really count it right? Because I might have been.
Oh, you got to.
Because when they get on,
what I was saying.
When they get to going at that age, when they get to rounding the bases, it's hard to keep up because somebody may pass somebody.
Hey, Helmsy, who's got the official book? Do y'all know?
And another good.
I think that man over there does.
At that age, also.
See that guy with a scowl on his face?
Yeah.
I'm going, here comes the batting order, and I go, wait a minute, that's not the right kid. And they go, I know, the other one's in the bathroom. I'm like, okay, so we're just going to let him bat anyway.
Did you have your glasses on?
No. So I didn't tell what I wrote down.
There's no telling.
No, I did. Yes, I did. You
usually wear them outside of.
You're right.
Yeah.
I did have them.
Yeah.
I forgot.
You see the guy that looks like he's in a terrible mood over there?
No.
He's actually a pretty nice guy if you get to know him. Go ask him what the score is.
No. I was having fun.
How about I'm still wearing those glasses I found? And I got a
the female glasses?
Yeah. Well, I guess they're female.
Good thing you didn't find a bra.
No, hey. Yeah. That's so good.
He's been wearing it.
Yeah. And hey, there's no guessing if those are female glasses.
No. That's what I'm saying. You might as well be wearing
I know in your mind you're thinking, well, they might not be. No, they are.
I can see with them. I know that.
Everybody that he walks by goes, he's got women's glasses on.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now before an emergency strikes. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply are experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, and these kits last up to 25 years. Go to preparewithbubba.com, save $50 a kit. Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Sleep Quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So they give you a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save up to 30% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Working on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are live. It's the Good Time Gang. We're kind of sitting in here getting ready for another day as we are looking back at a very, very busy evening last night when it comes to the NFL draft and what all is going on. But last night, Detroit was showing out a little bit. Apparently, I didn't know this, but Roger Goodell was warned by his medical staff not to do too many bro hugs with these future NFL stars because of a back surgery he just had. So there was a few awkward moments where they weren't sure how to. It happened.
He
but
just
they
timed them.
We
He
couldn't
didn't do as many.
Yeah, we couldn't bear hug as much. But
Do y'all hate when they bring like people out to announce the pick?
yeah,
Well,
kind of.
Special guests.
Speedy, I thought about you when it first started because there was a moment where so they did this thing behind the scenes before Goodell even came out with Eminem and Roger Goodell.
Right.
And it was good, and they were back and forth. And at the end, Eminem said, you do realize they're still going to boo you. Like, it doesn't matter that I'm with you. It doesn't matter that, you're bringing out Barry Sanders and Jared Goff and all these guys behind us. They're still going to boo you.
Yeah.
And that was funny. And Goodell was kind of, you could tell that was going to be okay because he's used to it.
Oh, yeah. It's just a thing now. They don't even know why they're booing.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was really any plan. Goodell goes out and, welcomes everybody. The draft is officially started. Eminem says a few things, and it was okay. But then they brought out those players from Detroit, former players and current players. And they didn't really have a plan, and it was like, "Do you want to say something? Do you want?" It was awkward.
It wasn't.
And like Barry Sanders was standing up there.
Somebody's trying to say something, then back out. Somebody talks over.
Yes, and it was just strange. I don't know. It wasn't well put together just to start it off. And like Barry wasn't even saying anything. Calvin Johnson hadn't said anything, and the other players were like, "Do y'all want to say something?" And so then they came up. It was.
So no,
it was more
organization,
about no. I don't
They
think so.
contacted all these people, but nobody said, "Hey, here's what I want y'all to do."
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And it should have happened. But Caleb Williams was definitely the first pick, like we all thought.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
And so that was no surprise there.
Yeah.
I do not know much about him, but I felt like after watching his interviews, and I know he's been a superstar, okay? So he's been in the limelight. I just hadn't seen him.
Yeah.
But I felt like after that, I was like, I'd like to hang out with this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, you have pals.
Yeah.
Somebody's sneaking up on you.
Jaden
Scared me.
Daniels taken second. That was no surprise by the Commanders. The Patriots, they took Drake May. That wasn't a surprise.
Well, the quarterbacks were just flying off the board.
Yeah, they said that, and I didn't know this, 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first round. That's the most in any round of the common draft era since 1967.
Wow.
What Drake May was wearing. I want to like when I have to go to weddings and different events. That's what I want to wear.
That's what you want to wear.
He had just a plain gray suit on with a tie, and he had matching tennis shoes with his tie.
That's how he wants to dress.
That's how I want to dress.
That's how he wants to dress.
That's how I
Good
want to
look,
dress.
I think
Yeah.
about it.
That's how when I had to go to these special functions, like when I had to go to the red tie event.
Right.
yeah.
I wish I'd have had that.
With
The
the
only
red
thing
tie.
different,
Red
but red
shoes.
tie and red,
Right.
red. I guess they were Nikes, and they had a red swoosh on them.
You like that.
So that's
There's always
what do they
next
call it now? Drip. That's his drip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
That's
you were
his
to
kind of
chat,
style,
yeah.
style or thing. I liked his drip.
Whatever.
You listening to this?
I think that's
He
what
likes
it's
his
called.
drip. I hope he's using it wrong.
Probably said something so inappropriate.
Yeah, well,
I
Speedy's
think it's
normally
called
does.
drip.
No, it is. It is. I just hearing you say it.
Hearing a 46-year-old man say it's a lot different.
Father of
Check out
three.
my drip.
Yeah, sure.
What's wrong?
Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State, goes to the Arizona Cardinals. Then you go on down the list. You got the Chargers. They went offensive tackle from Notre Dame. The Giants, wide receiver, LSU. The Titans, offensive tackle from Alabama. Then you got the Falcons, and this is where everybody was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington. Right after signing a $180 million deal with Kirk Cousins to be their next quarterback. The GM for the Falcons had a press conference afterwards and said, hey, Kirk Cousins is still our starting quarterback, but we're planning for the future. But they did sign a 4-year deal with Kirk Cousins, but they're like, we're looking further than that. Kurt's our quarterback now, but there's a story that Kirk Cousins was somewhat stunned when everybody was. They got they're sitting here grading everybody. They got a C minus for this pick, but they're like, hey, we can't pass this talent up. He's available.
Well, you can see. I know Kirk Cousins has a contract. I know he's been named starter. But you know as well as I do, if he gets in there and starts struggling a little bit, the crowd's going to turn. And so let's put the rookie in.
It seems very similar to the Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love deal.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, because remember, a lot of people question that pick.
Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out. But that was the big surprise. The Bears, they went wide receiver out of Washington at 9. And then 10, the Vikings, they were trading around some picks and some slots. And then they realized when they saw Penix go, they were like, oh, we got to get back in this real quick. So they, from the Jets, they went back to the 10th pick, and they got J.J. McCarthy, which we had predicted from all the pre-draft, grades and who all was going to go where. That wasn't a surprise, but they did move back up and get him. So, and then Bo Nix went 12th to the Broncos. There's a really good story about Sean Payton and Bo and how Bo had impressed Sean Payton and kind of inside that pick. But congratulations to Bo Nix and his family for good night. And then Brock Bowers. It's going to look – he is, of course, the tight end from Georgia. The Raiders pick him.
Yeah, and again, I was listening then, and it's nothing to do with him, but they were just saying, what are the Raiders doing? They don't need a tight end. But they got so many other needs. They're going to whine the world. I mean, the so-called experts hated that pick. And all of them said, now, he's going to be a superstar. It ain't nothing to do with him. We're just saying the Raiders had way more other needs than they did a tight end.
Right.
Things that I don't know why I do this, but I notice things that kind of bother me, and I – last night, when Jaden Daniels was picked by Washington Commanders, they went to a watch party for the Washington. It was Washington. Do you know what their mascot is?
They're a commander.
But do you know what it is? It's a pig.
What?
Did y'all know that it's a pig?
Flickers of memory on this.
I can when we come back because I had to look it up because I thought, why in the world
a pig?
A pig. It's a pig.
We'll be right back.
So y'all are surprised that I am.
Well, did we discuss this?
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras that keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. And all kinds of emergency supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Very, very cool RBU this coming weekend with NASA's WB-57 Flight Crew Sensor Equipment Operator and Imaging Mission Specialist, Tony Casey. He was on one of the 2 WB-57s collecting data through the solar eclipse back on Monday, April the 8th, and we talked to him. He was in Houston, and we talked to him yesterday, so that one has been recorded and will publish Saturday morning. So make sure that you're getting those notifications. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast with Tony Casey, this coming weekend. Golden ticket seats are headed this way. Drive safely. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. That means the wheel of canned meat's going to spin. Greg's going to be on them drums with Rock and Roll City. We're going to have a good time today. Now, when we went to break, Helmsy had mentioned the mascot for the Washington Commanders because we were wrapping up a little NFL draft talk, round 1, round 2 coming today. But what you got? You said you were surprised, and so were we.
I was surprised that the Commander mascot's a pig with a wearing a combat helmet.
Does that not?
Yes.
Does that not offend anybody? Because you know how they are. Yeah, I mean, you never know. Let's think about how what can we do that.
So it was. He was at the Redskins Commanders watch party when Jaden Daniels got drafted, and they took the cameras and showed what was going on. They were celebrating, and there's this gigantic pig wearing a uniform and has a combat helmet on. And
That's
I thought,
just weird.
Is that their mascot? What in the world? Of course, I had to Google it, and it is. It's Major Tuddy.
Major Tuddy.
Major Tuddy.
Okay.
He's the mascot for the Commanders.
Major Tuddy.
And he wears a combat helmet and,
Why is he a
and a
pig?
team uniform. Well, that's where I'm going to get to, Greg. It makes sense, okay? But you have to look up these things to know. He was introduced during the team's rebrand in 2022. He is a homage to the Hogs.
I remember the Hogs.
Washington's famed offensive line in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah, but
There it
why would
is.
you?
That's just
but
weird.
why would you have that reference? I'm sorry.
I don't know, but
You
that's
just
it.
So we got our mascot based on some guys that played for us in the 70s. And I know the fans, some of the fans dress up as hogs.
Yeah.
And it goes
They
back to
do.
that.
Yeah.
They wear them hog noses.
Yeah.
But I still think that's a dumb reason to do it.
All right.
Well, Major Tuddy.
Yep.
Major
That is-
Tuddy.
that is
First of all, who
different.
named him?
I don't know, and I don't know
will
why
say
it's
this.
Tuddy.
If
but
I had a pig,
go that
I would consider Tuddy as a name. I would.
yeah.
If I had a pig.
Yep. So didn't know that. Got to the bottom of that. Let's see. These are the kind of things I learned during the draft. It has nothing to do with X's and O's and winning football games and general managers and Sonny Weaver Jr. making a big night.
Yeah.
It's none of that. It's this is the stuff I come up with.
Bo Callahan. him dropping in the draft.
Yeah.
It's a great
that's
movie.
interesting. That is very interesting, Helms. I did not.
Got a
I
couple of
didn't
corny
realize that.
parts, but yeah,
Greg, don't ruin the
Okay,
movie for
buddy.
me, okay?
just a couple.
Yeah, I know.
No, nothing. Mostly, it's pretty good. You know, his sister in the stand.
Here we go.
Just happened,
Greg, that's the part that you're
just
gonna,
happened to catch it on the camera, and then that wouldn't happen.
I'm just moving on. I'm gonna watch Major Tuddy.
Major Tuddy. Major Tuddy.
Y'all should see him. Look,
Let me see. what
that's
Tuddy-
him.
Hey, Tuddy.
Look at Tuddy.
Okay, look at those ears.
Okay.
Wow.
And we're going to pay homage to the offensive line playing
Yeah.
7.
Homage to the
I mean,
lineman.
Good night.
Okay. Really liked them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. A lot happened yesterday with the draft, and I saw Coach Saban. He was part of the college game
he's got a
day
good look
portion
going.
of the draft. I tell you this, that son of a gun was smiling and looked relaxed.
He did.
He did not look.
talking about fresh?
He did not look as stressed at all. He seemed to have a pretty laid
Yeah,
back.
he did. He had- He was smiling.
we were wondering.
Had his hair like he liked it.
We were wondering how he would do with, criticizing other coaches
Yeah.
or whatever, because he hadn't been in that role, but seemed to do well. Added a lot to it, so that's going to be kind of interesting to see
is.
him part of college game day. But that's part of the deal. And speaking of legends, I see where Bill Belichick. It's been revealed that he's going to be a weekly guest on Pat McAfee's ESPN show this season.
And he's wearing a tank top, they say.
Yeah, I don't know. 72 years old, getting on up there. But he's gonna start jumping on with the Pat McAfee show as a guest, a weekly guest. And they, Saban jumped on this past year, and Aaron Rodgers and some others.
He'll also be part of the Manning cast.
Okay. Have y'all
I
given
read
that?
that yesterday.
Do y'all ever flip over and go, okay, I'm not going to watch the main coverage. I'm going over there.
I haven't yet.
Okay.
And I appreciate what the Mannings
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, they're funny.
They are.
They're
But
funny dudes.
Something about it, I'll dabble, but I won't stay there.
Yeah.
May change my mind. I don't
Okay.
know.
But so you'll go for a little bit and go, okay, now I'm going
Yeah,
back.
I'm going back.
Yeah.
Tradition.
Right. I get it. I
You're
get it.
mad about it. I get it.
No, I get it.
I like the traditional telecast and just
I just hope
I
they
wanna
put
hear
Booger McFarland back on that thing they had him riding on that year. That was good. That worked out.
Oh yeah, he was on
He was riding up down the sidelines on that piece of machinery like he was paving roads. We're repaving the interstate.
Yeah.
Bring one of them down here. Let Booger ride on. That was weird.
It was weird.
I know they try to come up with different things, but your perspective from there, I don't know what that adds because
I know.
with the technology and the
Somebody
folks in the
pitched that
booth,
idea.
they got screens right there in front of them to show replays and different things. I don't know what that really adds.
I'm not sure.
I think everybody's trying to be sharp on that.
Oh,
one.
we got a little sharpness
yeah.
in play.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Oh, always. People can't help it.
Yeah. So you said, Greg, that there was a couple of that weren't taken in the first round that were like second round. You know, hey, look for second round guys. These are the best that are still available. And that wide receiver from Georgia, you said you saw play that was Mr. Everything.
Yeah, I saw him in high school. He played quarterback and defensive back. Played for, I think, North Murray High School in Georgia. And that's when Taylor was coaching over there. And, boy, he is fast.
And that was
84.
84 for Georgia, for those of you that don't know names.
But they got him listed as one of the second-day guys.
Okay.
So that shows you how time flies because, like we've talked about before, we used to do a local sports show, and we would do like high school highlights of the week, and we used to talk about Jameis Winston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now his NFL. I mean, he's had a whole career.
Sure.
I mean, that tells you how time has flown.
Oh yeah.
Remember we'd have to go in on Fridays and cut that little segment about the local players and all that, and now he's really on the backside of his career.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Which means we're just real old.
Yeah, it does. It does. But you're
it's
saying this
fun to watch when we see these kids you see in high school, and then they're.
And what's his the wide receiver? Is
McConkey.
it who?
Lad McConkey.
Okay. And was he as fast in person?
Oh yeah, and they that whole team was fast. But yeah, he was. You could tell he was the major. He was quarterback. Then you look, he's playing defensive back, and he probably returned punts. But he did everything.
Any names we know?
Nah, the running back from Michigan.
Okay.
I got his name. I had it pulled up.
Okay. And what's the quarterback trade? He went from Oklahoma to South Carolina.
Oh yeah, Spencer Rattler. That's another one.
Yeah.
And we remember him on QB1. I wish that still came on. You know, when they followed, because remember we had Jake Fromm when he was there, had Justin Fields, and it shows them in high school.
Think of all those names.
Then you see where
now.
they ended up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
so that's round two. That cranks up today.
Series.
Yeah,
they need to bring that back.
Come on.
I don't know if this was last night. I'm sure it was, or if it was leading up to it anyway. But Cam Newton was interviewing.
Oh, good.
I saw him when he had one of them stupid hats on.
Okay, so was this last night?
I just saw a picture. I don't know if it was.
I
think it was.
He was interviewing. I think it was too, because I think I remember seeing Caleb Williams in that suit.
He was the interviewer?
He was interviewing Caleb Williams, and somebody made this was like a reel or something I saw, but I guess it happened on draft day. And they were talking about weirdness, like how weird, because Caleb Williams like, I paint my fingernails and all that, and I'm like, you paint your fingernails? I mean, it's kind of, but Newton had a dressed, the way he dresses. He was interviewing, like it's almost like a red carpet type thing.
Yeah, he was like a reporter. He
was the top of his hat out, and
he had one of those looks.
He was on Shannon Sharp's podcast.
Yeah,
Cam was.
Yeah,
and Buddy, he had it. That weird hairdo and that hat and that, my goodness. That's when things started turning as far as career wise.
Yeah,
but I didn't realize he was doing these times like
I didn't
either.
He was getting into broadcast.
I didn't either.
And
he's hard to look at.
And Caleb was like, I'm, they were complimenting on each other's dress and drip, that kind of thing. But Caleb Williams threw something out about it. He paints his fingernails, which I thought was weird.
But I'm gonna go back to this.
Question.
But Cam is the interviewer.
He was the interviewer.
Yeah, he is the interviewer.
Holding a microphone.
Like, let's go to Cam Newton.
Yes, correct.
Wow.
Oh wow, look at his hat.
Okay.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Why Raking on the blubber.
It is 10 minutes, leaning on 9 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the show is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. When you switch to PatriotMobile.com/Bubba, you're sending the message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, our Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, first responder heroes. This means the money you're already spending anyway will now make a difference. So joining us and making your phone money matter, that starts by checking out PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. For 10 years now, they have been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. So you need to check them out. Again, the website is PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. PatriotMobile.com/Bubba. They'll help you find the best plan for your needs. So for more information, free activation, you can go to PatriotMobile.com/Bubba or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Bubba. Check them out. They're 100% U.S.-based customer service, and they make switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, upgrade if you want. But PatriotMobile.com/Bubba is their website. 972-PATRIOT is where you go to call and use promo code Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. So speaking of phones, they're already lit up. I think everybody is anticipating some unscreened phone calls here. I'm not sure.
Oh, buddy.
But I know this is your favorite little part
Yes,
here,
it's my favorite
where
part.
we all are anxious about what's out there.
Got a little iffy yesterday.
It did. And I'm a little worried about it. But you know what? We'll see if we can get through it. All right. So, okay.
What's wrong?
I just got a text. I wasn't sure what that was. Let's go out here. We got unscreened phone calls. You know, that's one thing about this. It's state of the art, but we didn't make any counter space between the board and where you sit.
I know.
You can't put anything here.
Was there anything there at the old spot? Like, I couldn't remember. I've always wondered that too.
This was the old spot here. So Rick sat there, and it was just
so there was
around.
a little bit of
It was,
space.
yeah,
Okay.
especially to the sides.
Yeah. Because I thought I remembered putting like laptop and stuff in front of me.
Yeah, kind of right here to the right. You remember all that area?
Yeah.
There was a little bit more, but here, again, not complaining. It's just, boy, it's tough.
You kind of are, but I get it.
Well, when you got a stapler, show
I
prep,
agree.
brought to you by a phone.
It's more of an observation and not a complaint.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Helms. Let's go to 205 checking in. Unscreened phone calls. What's happening? Go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering, when you guys do the golden ticket seats on Fridays, what time do you have to be there?
They open up at 8 a.m. Central. And so normally getting here about 15 minutes prior is around the best deal. We'll start signing you up a little bit before 8 a.m. Central, and then we let you in for those last 2 hours.
Okay. I was just wondering, because I've always wanted to sing with Rick on the live show.
You've wanted to sing with him?
Well, you know, we have a policy here. You have to test that out with us on the kickoff hour first as a tryout. And so if you want to just start singing now, just fire it up.
Yeah, tell me what you wanted to sing and go for it.
Oh, my God, that's embarrassing.
What? No one can see you. No one knows who you are at this point. This is perfect opportunity for you to get some nerves out. What song do you want to sing?
Thank you, Helm.
Are you a country fan?
Well, now I'm put on the spot. Now I don't know what I want to sing first thing.
Oh, boy.
Well, you said you wanted to sing with Rick.
Who is your favorite artist right now?
Oh, my gosh. I listen to everything. Let's see.
Where are you at on Morgan Wallen?
Hey, everything doesn't
I don't really
point
know
back
any
to
of his
him.
songs. That's bad, isn't it?
Well, that's not bad. Well, who do you listen
I don't
to?
listen to him, man.
I listen to a lot of like 106.9.
Oh, it's a little classic rock.
All right, so classic rock.
Yeah.
So you want to give us "Living on a Prayer" by Bon Jovi?
Oh, that's up in the high red.
It is. But that's why I'm testing.
Living
on a prayer. Take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer.
Okay.
All
not
right,
bad.
buddy.
Not
Wow,
bad.
you've got the gig.
Not bad at all.
That's very good of you. Thank you so much.
I think
but
she would be a good duet for Rick.
yeah, that helped make our day. Thank
I
you
would
so
like
much.
to point out a couple things. One,
Oh,
one,
flip.
these seats are reserved. ahead of time. You can't just show up at 8 o'clock in the morning on Friday and expect to get in. They are reserved seating.
Correct.
The other thing I was going to tell you is Morgan Wallen. Well, you got to let the masses know what's actually going on. Because she kind of had in her mind she could show up and sing with Rick, and so I wanted everybody to make sure that just couldn't happen. Can't eat breakfast with Bubba either.
No,
like that. Just, back to Morgan Wallen. I know when I left. I thought this was funny, and y'all may have discussed this. Okay, when I was gone.
He likes his drip,
and so he does this walkout before his concerts where they play a song and he walks out and all. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And he walks out with somebody, one of his buddies or somebody when he did it in Oxford, Mississippi. Do you know who walked out with him?
No.
Lane Kiffin.
I don't.
Of course he did.
It's funny too because you got to understand. This was that
concert he was making up that he canceled.
Yes,
right?
yes. And so it's kind of a hype video that it kind of leads. It shows him leaving his locker room or his area, whatever, and he walks out, and they have a camera on him the whole time as he's walking out, and then everything goes black and he's on stage. But from the moment he walks out, it's one of the songs that he doesn't really perform at his concerts. But it's a cool Broadway Girls is a song, and so it's kind of it's an upbeat song and all that. Kind of strutting around, he's getting ready for it, getting pumped up to go out there. But Lane Kiffin's the one walking with him.
Oh, that's funny.
I've seen Pat McAfee do it with him too, which is strange.
I'm sure. But no, I can see Kiffin doing it.
I'll show y'all on the break what I'm talking about.
Pretty cool.
All right, let's go to 256. I'm sorry, y'all. He had to talk about Morgan
Wallen. I just couldn't
Wallen.
imagine Nick Saban doing that.
Yeah. Probably not.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, let's
he
go.
might now though.
Unscreened phone calls. What's up? Hello.
Hey, I just wanted to take.
Hello.
Keep going.
What happened?
Hello.
Oh, we lost.
Good gracious.
Yeah, boy, I tell you that had potential.
It did.
It really did, Greg.
It did.
Yeah,
I did.
That's exactly what we're going for.
Let's
right
go to
there.
334. 334 checking in. What's up?
This is for that last girl that was on there. She just she needs to keep trying.
I agree.
Oh, okay.
Nice encouragement. I like it.
I thought you were going to say when he said this is for that girl.
Yeah, I did too.
I thought he was going to say this is how you do it. You know.
This is how you
do
it.
All right, sorry.
That's good, buddy.
Well, no
I like the guy giving her a little support and encouragement along the way.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing that. He was doing the complete opposite.
He was.
I thought he was being nice.
Well,
No,
I thought he was
he's
too,
being
but he was actually
facetious.
being like Greg. I think he was trying to impress Greg, and he did. Look.
Yeah.
Huh?
He just slipped that right in there.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm glad she did that.
No, it wasn't that bad.
That's a tough one to sing.
It's
too.
a very tough one, especially in the morning.
Been on a Bon Jovi kick lately.
Well, you got a big special on Hulu coming up this weekend.
I have been. I shouldn't say it like this. Y'all make fun, but he was that whole group band was a huge part of my childhood, teenage years.
I saw him.
And I got to tell you, some of those songs I get emotional listening to.
Oh, great.
I'll say this: that shows you how long his career, because he was when Runaway come out. I was in high school.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you got Living on a Prayer. Wanted Dead or Alive, Bad Met, all that world. And then in 2000, I don't know, 2003, 2, when It's My Life came out and all that was a little rebranding, a little different, but it hit me. I liked it. All that was good.
It kept them relevant during that time of grunge and all that. It really did. They survived it.
Greg, Bon Jovi was a big part. I mean, Speedy, Bon Jovi was a big part of my life.
Terry loves Bon Jovi. So, hey, we couldn't get to these phone calls. 866 We Be Big. We'll try again Monday. We love y'all.
Maybe.
Rick and Bubba.
And David Ortiz, they're going to be the next ones that we're talking about as they come up on the ballots next year or the next.
Waking on the blubber. Rick and Bubba.
Uh-oh.
Gonna be a big star.
Okay, I've really kicked over an ant bed over here.
Very far.
And you know that's not my nature.
How'd that happen?
Well, you know, okay, y'all do this, okay,
the
right
truth
now.
is the truth, isn't
But
it?
both of y'all say this to me right now because I need this. Rick, the reason why we did a treaty is because these things get out of hand.
They do.
You are still having
Rick,
fun.
you had 911 called at 1. Okay?
You are still having fun with people that are not in the treaty, and are you going to learn that these things get out of hand? Y'all need to start telling me that, and I just need to stop. I just need to stop doing it.
I don't think I can say that.
It's you kind of like it, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
All right, you want me to give you an update on how it's going?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Got a text from this person's wife. Please tell me you're not talking about my husband.
No.
To which I sent back, absolutely, I was. Oh, my goodness, I'm so embarrassed and so disappointed. And I put back, me too, it wasn't very Jesus-like.
Rick.
And I thought that would be the ha-ha moment.
Yeah.
I just left him a very long message telling him that I'm very disappointed. I think I may have.
Yeah, I think you pretty much that y'all can count that as a win. You know,
this one is.
I'm just staying out of it.
This one is only. This is not as good as the time that this friend of mine left his phone and I got a hold of it and started going through his contacts and sending out texts.
Okay, that's one of my favorites.
That's foul.
Gosh, it was good. It's over the line, but it was good.
You said Kate's does that to you.
Oh, he does to me all the time. Yeah. That's why it's iPhone. I did that face recognition thing.
Well, that's me too. I at one time
he'll text people and say, "Hey, man, I need to talk to you. I need help, stuff like that."
Yeah.
Call me right away.
Yeah. I think he did it to you one time from
He
my
did.
phone. We
He
were
sure
hunting
did.
somewhere. It was like in the middle of the night or something.
I was.
Y'all were out hunting in the middle of the night?
No, we were at the cabin at that
yeah.
point, but we were.
I didn't know what you meant.
Well, we may have been out spotlighting.
I was.
It was late too. Hey, I need you to call me. It's an emergency or
Yeah,
something
it was
like
after
that.
midnight.
It was from Greg, so I'm thinking, goodness gracious, I need to dial this
and
up.
Kate said your phone.
It's
No,
Kate.
Greg, I was the
Does it
same
all
way.
the time.
I found it to be a hassle to have to always do the password or have to do the face.
Yeah.
But once I did this, I knew I was now marked for revenge.
Yeah.
So I have it now. Because and I get it. I mean, if you're not in the treaty, it gets out of hand. This is why we have the treaty. Because at least, see, I work with y'all. We can't live under this at work.
No, well, you can't function.
No. And so it looks like that one's just out of the gate and the bull is running. So I've got quite a day ahead.
He's probably in some meeting right now getting terrible texts from his wife.
Yep, that'll come back around. Well, it was a funny story, I thought.
No, it was worth it.
And it takes on the topic we've talked about a lot, fandom.
Yeah.
Fandom.
Rick, did I was confused. Did he say that to that person's face or just to y'all?
No,
Just to us.
Yeah. Did I clarify that in my text?
Oh my goodness! Please look what Adler put up.
That's hilarious.
Gold.
That is hilarious.
I want to point out both of y'all go to church with him. No, that's funny.
That is gold.
God, that was good.
Both of y'all used to go to church with him.
Yeah, sure. Well, he'll
I'm
settle
uncomfortable there yesterday.
wherever he settles, he'll have a new beginning. That was I mean, I just thought it's okay to be happy for somebody in a moment, even in fandom.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can at least let your team win non-conference games, can't you?
Yeah, come on. You go all games?
Yeah, right.
Well, there's some situations where a team might hurt your team. But I really don't even think that's an example where they're not even checking up on that now.
Well, but they're rivals. I mean, there's a disdain there that goes way back.
Sure.
A rivalry is fun. It can be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Just don't let it get out of
At
hand.
one point, Rick, I, in my mind, had him actually cussing about it. I hope they lose every game. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. But his attitude, I inserted that in there.
Right.
It's like, my goodness.
Look, he's a true fan.
Yeah.
He's a true fan.
He is that.
So, all right. Another thing we're talking about too, and Adler made this point, and when I first saw it, I assumed I was wrong, which I normally do because I won't be informed sometimes on things I'm not all that interested in. Just like most of us are, I guess. I'm not that interested in. I'm probably not well informed. But because I know the whole political game, everything Biden does is right if you're a Biden person. Everything that the other team did is wrong. It's just like fandom.
Oh yeah.
So when Biden has this new commitment to how many people he wants to get vaccinated every day, and I'm assuming that people are writing this stuff for him now. And Adler made the point, and I thought the same thing, but I thought there's no way I'm right on that. I almost was giving credit when I guess it wasn't due. Didn't the number he threw out what we're already doing and have already done? Haven't we already given? So.
What are you talking about, Rick? You're going to have to clarify that.
I know he said he was going to do
100 million vaccinations his first 100 days.
A million a day.
Yeah.
For the first 100 days.
Yeah.
And then he also released the other day that they can't stop the curve.
So Speedy has sent me.
Well, he had there was a thing on social media about what he had said 8 months into the pandemic he was going to do, and now what he's saying now, it's totally opposite.
So, but he threw out
because he's saying you can't control this.
So he threw out the
someone
number.
else was in charge. It was their fault.
Wasn't the number he threw out? He wanted to do 1.5 million people a day, and I'm looking at the
well,
list.
he said 1 million to start with.
rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Six minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Hey, what's going on? Brand new hour starting right now. This baby starts with our national anthem. What are we doing, folks? Let's go. It is another hour on another day. Rick and Bubba, we are ready to get you fired up as you roll into the weekend. The golden ticket seats will be here today. We'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat today. We'll take your phone calls today. Got new items in the Rick and Bubba store today we'll tell you about. Various members of the show and folks connected to the show going out this weekend at various events going on all over Rick and Bubba land, and we're glad you're here. So we'll move through the day together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here and ready to go. Adler now enhances the YouTube experience. The rest of the guys gave you the kickoff hour. If you missed that, you can always catch it on the daily archives. Catch the show live on our radio network, the boldest affiliates in the country carrying the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you. Many of them have been here most of the 30 years. Also, don't forget the TuneIn app. If you don't have an affiliate, if you're searching for a live option, just go to TuneIn, download their free app, and then search Rick and Bubba show. You'll get the show live every day, and also you'll get full shows archived for you. The YouTube option, as I mentioned, is another live option. You can watch us on YouTube if you're doing that. Hello. But you also can catch a daily archive on our YouTube channel of the entire show, or a best of hour that's available on Blaze TV. So there's all the different ways you can get the show, either live or archived. We'll take you any way we can get you. So we're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Rick, I've dreamed of singing this song with you.
Have you really? Everybody say, whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. What was the listener's name? Do you remember?
I do not. It was. She didn't say her name.
She
She was
didn't say her
a non. It was an unscreened phone call. So
Okay.
we just went
I
to
hope,
her.
I hope she sang with us. Right
I
there.
hope so.
Hope she sang with us.
I hope so.
So, Bubba, we have a lot to unpack on the program. If you missed that on the kickoff hour, we had someone auditioning to sing with us, and she picked that one, "Living on a Prayer." That's a tough one. That's
pretty high there.
That's a tough
There's
one.
a lot better ones and easier ones to do.
I was afraid that Speedy was going to attempt it, and after he finally got his voice back, it would be gone again.
Yeah.
So I'm glad.
I mean, won't you do something easy like staying alive?
Yeah, staying alive would have been simple, something from Bob Seger.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
I'm joking. Of course.
we'll move into the show today. The NFL draft last night. Well, I know the kickoff hour may have dabbled in that. We'll look into that in greater detail. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast yesterday. Bubba and I had a very unique experience yesterday. Can I talk about that? That the podcast was actually monitored by NASA. Can I say that? Am I not supposed to say that?
No, that's fine.
Everybody knows
that was
they
part of the
monitor
deal.
everything.
I did find it interesting what they wanted edited. That was
Yes,
funny.
That is funny.
That was very funny.
Yeah.
So anyway, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we talked with NASA's Tony Casey about the WB-57 flight on the solar eclipse, how he got in that role, got that job, and all the different things that they get to do, and he's done. It's really interesting.
Yeah, he's quite a character and quite a story how he got there. It's encouraging, I think, to other people that want to maybe go into science and get into that, because he gave you the insight how to do it. Maybe if you're not the absolute best.
Well, and he also is so familiar with the show. It was so helpful. Because at moments, those of you out there that are the me's out there, he would literally say, "Rick, stay with me."
Yeah.
And he would explain it in a way that I completely enjoyed it.
Right.
So you're all fine.
He was so concerned about holding your attention.
He did. He was very, very entertaining. So and informative. I found it fascinating.
Yeah.
So catch that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcast, and then a lot of stuff going on this weekend. If you're going to be in the Birmingham, Alabama market area, 104.7 WZZK, Greg and Speedy tomorrow, 1 to 3. They will be at the shops of Grand River, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll be gripping and grinning, and there's a lot going on in that part of Alabama, so a lot of you will be there. Go by and see them, get a chance to get a picture made with them. And then, ladies, by the way, I know it's right, anything I posted, but apparently I've been telling all of y'all that Sherry is speaking in Prattville, Alabama tomorrow at a women's conference, and I keep saying tomorrow night when it's actually a lunch. So I'm sorry. It starts at like 11:30 in the morning. So it goes 11:30 to 1:30. But everything I've posted, it has that on it. So anyway, ladies, and if you check for details, you discovered that anyway. So it's not like I messed it up because you had to go get your details. Right. But anyway, that's tomorrow. That's a great opportunity, ladies, in and around that area to go hear Sherry and the others that'll be part of that women's event. And then today, we climb on a bird, Rich Wingo and I, and we will be flying to Omaha, Nebraska, where we will speak at a men's conference tomorrow. This church is doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and they're in the curriculum called Be Disciples, and this is the Be Disciples gathering. So this will be the high challenge part of it, and they'll go right back into the high equipping, which is the curriculum. And Bubba, I showed you this picture, and I'm thinking, do you use this to promote us going to Nebraska? Because it's actually a picture of Wingo when he played for Alabama, and it looks like he's about to destroy somebody from Nebraska. So I'm thinking to myself, should I be using that?
Rick, yeah, I thought that was pretty bold of you.
Honestly, I think the Nebraska fans will say we probably beat you guys during those days.
Maybe. I know that Wingo, of course, he's incredibly humble.
What year was that? I'll look that up.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
78. That's the 78 preview, so that would have been the 77 game.
77.
Because they would have had the photo from the year before, I guess. So 77. But anyway, Wingo, of course, in all humility, said, I probably missed the tackle. Now, we know better than that. But
Right.
he said
Well, he looked like he was coming right
it
at it.
didn't look like it.
No.
Matter of fact, I talked to someone, like a lot of us, Wingo's been transformed by Jesus. And I actually had to met with a guy that's actually writing a book about Jacksonville State football. And it's going to be the biggest wins in Jacksonville State football history. And he wanted to know if we had any pictures from Dad's era. And so he's very, 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 very informed about college football. And he's a little bit older than us. And so there it was. Nebraska won 31-24, Bubba.
Yep, I saw that.
Yeah.
And but there's actually some video of that game, and it looks like they're down on the goal line. I don't know if Rich is in that. Would be on the.
Oh,
I
he
can't
would be.
tell who's got the ball.
Yeah, he
I
would
can't
be.
tell. I'll look at this
Because he's on the goal line stand against Penn State.
Oh, I know, but you may have footage of him playing in that game.
Okay. But anyway, so this guy is talking to me, and I mentioned Rich Wingo because he started talking about Alabama.
Yeah.
And he talked about this era, about when they beat Ohio State and Sugar Bowl, and they beat Penn State, with the goal line stand and all that. And so I said, well, yeah, Rich Wingo's a dear friend of mine. He looked at me and said, Rich Wingo? And I said, yes, sir. And he goes, oh, he's vicious. He said he was a killer. And I said, yeah, he's been transformed by Jesus. He said, really? And I think the guy came to Christ in my office over Rich Wingo.
Over that?
No, I'm just kidding. It was, so that's Omaha at Westside Baptist Church. Starts tonight. Rich and I will be speaking tomorrow morning, Lord willing. So all that can be found either at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, themanchurch.com under upcoming events, or burgessministries.com under upcoming events. Big day today on the show. We'll start dipping our toe in that when we come back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Reporter said, well, why not 1.5? And that's when he said, come on, man.
Come on, man. Give me a break here.
But here's the problem. I'm looking right now. Man. On January the 1st, we did 1.65. On January, look over here. On one day, we did over 2 million. Yeah. 1.7 on the 24th, 2 million on the 14th, 1.8 on the 13th. I mean, we've already eclipsed that number on a daily basis. I mean,
we were eclipsing it before he made it into office.
Yeah, before he ever got into office.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we do?
In other words, he should have said, well, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing.
Right. So
when it comes to the vaccine.
This is that FedEx commercial.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, kid.
He's claiming that he wants to get this many people vaccinated today, but that was already done before he was.
It was happening in December.
Yeah. So
maybe that's why the reporter asked him and said, "Why don't you bump it up a little? Because that's already happening."
Yeah. I think it's probably the reporter trying to look after him. Don't you think?
Who knows?
He said, "Give me a break, man."
Yeah. The guy's got. You think he was doing that deal where you're like, "Hey, you need to."
Yeah, you need to bump it up.
You need to. Well, honestly, if I look at these daily numbers, he'd have to go over 2 million to do something. We did 2 million in something one day. He'd have to get up to 2.5 or something to really be doing something new.
Hey, Joey, they love each other. That's all that matters.
Hey, Joey, they love each other.
They love each other, Joey. Come on, Pop. Got hairy legs.
Yeah. So I also Biden. Remember when he said that he would never ban fracking. You remember that one?
Never. I ain't going to ban it.
I ain't going to ban fracking, trying to get that vote, I guess.
Joey, they need to frack.
He has issued a 60-day moratorium on federal land drilling, despite
Which
saying...
includes fracking.
That's in there, yes.
Now, that's after he's already killed thousands of jobs by canceling the Keystone Pipeline.
They got something. Watch the gas prices.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on them.
Great.
You know, the only problem, and I really haven't heard this addressed much in the national media, at least with his people, that 60% of each barrel of oil goes to making plastics, not gasoline.
Right.
So when you kill the pipeline, you're killing medical supplies, syringes, tubing, all that kind of stuff we need for. Look, when it comes to plastics, the medical community gets a huge part of it.
They love each other, Joey.
Joey, they love each other.
So
he was just saying the other day they wanted to up the number of syringes made. But you're going to cut out the oil that you're making it with. Joe, something's got to give there.
You get bad.
Is this thing where he keeps declaring moratoriums on things where you can think about it?
Yeah.
He stops them and says, "Let me think about it."
We got to look at it. We got to review it.
You know what I say to him? The folks that have these jobs love each other, Joe.
They do. They love each other.
They love their family, Joe. They love their income, Joe.
They like paying their bills.
They like paying their bills, Joe. They like paying $1.80 to $2 a gallon, Joe.
I'm in that camp.
Yep. Did your granddaddy ever talk to you about people needing their jobs and costs to be down?
You know, they love their job, Rick.
Right.
They just love their job.
I said they love their job, Joey.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Bob. Bob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, Bob.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, I got a question for Bubba.
All right.
You know, when you small going down the road, you know, you roll the window down, stick your hand out, act like it was an airplane flying in the wind. If the space shuttle travels around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour, when they step out to do a spacewalk, what keeps them from like adios, amigos?
Well, they're. You know, that's a great question.
I love how you ask it too.
Adios, amigos.
Where'd he go?
So
when you put your arm out the window of a moving car, you have air that you have the pressure of the air. In space, there's no air. There's nothing they're moving against. So that's why you don't see any resistance when they step out.
All right, I don't think that caused any problems. I think you said that straight. He didn't get overly deep with it, so you're
short.
fine.
It was short.
You're fine.
I love how
Rick didn't have time to look out the window. Nothing.
The sleeves can stay.
You know, they've even stepped out going faster than 17,000. They stepped out on the way to the moon before, and it was, 21. What does it take to get out of Earth's orbit? 21,000.
Here we go.
I think they were 24,000 coming back from the moon.
You should have just
enough.
stopped.
They were hauling,
Hey,
by the way.
that's enough.
You had that haircut.
That's
good.
hauling.
Hey,
you know,
easy
24,000
spikes.
miles an hour.
Easy spikes.
There's Bubba right there.
There he is.
How about when you shoot a bullet and you beat it? That's pretty good, isn't it?
Let's go to Andy in the great state of Mississippi. Andy, go ahead.
That's all real.
Sandy.
Hey, Sandy, go ahead.
Sandy.
Question for you. If we take
Thank you, Dr. Funkenstein. We're back. We have a big weekend ahead, as we mentioned. So we'll get into some of the other stories. I hate to go Debbie Downer on a Friday, but when you're looking at the things that our economy desperately needs, and you keep looking at the Biden administration, either, and we've always set up these scenarios, either they are just dumb as a rock, okay, or there's some sort of, I don't know, desire to destroy the economy.
Avowed communist is the word you're looking for. Rick.
It's one of those things because now when we say anything based on all the audio clips and videos we keep showing you, anytime we use the term Biden, what we mean is the Biden administration, because we know that Joe Biden, the man, has a tough time deciding, getting through lunch.
Not only
breakfast.
his administration, but the swamp behind it.
Right. Yeah. All those that are running the country right now, we know it's not this man. And actually, even though I don't like their ideology, I do take some comfort in the fact that this man is not running the country because he can't. But anyway, the Biden administration, Bubba, this is one of the things that you have lamented about on this show, and we've talked about on this show. One of the most destructive things you can do for the economy, but politicians use it as one of the most effective ways to get votes.
Rick, this the latest proposal here, and there's going to be a lot of stories about it in the next few days. He is proposing to hike the top capital gains rate in the country to the highest level in more than a century.
Oh, boy.
And is facing heavy criticism from experts who warn the action will damage significantly the U.S. economy.
Oh, it will be.
Well, we know it's running like a top now.
Oh, my gosh.
This is really staggering when you think about what he's trying to do and how he's trying to transfer wealth in this country.
Yep.
The top, and let me be clear here, I'm not an expert on it, but when you have income that's taxed, you have ordinary income like what you do from your job, your paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are other forms of income like investment income or long-term investment income. And it's not taxed the same way. Right. So if you say you buy something and you hold it for a certain amount of time, I think it's a year now, and then you sell it, it would fall under what they call capital gains. You wouldn't be taxed like you are at your job with your paycheck, right? Yeah. Well, currently, like your ordinary income is taxed anywhere from 10 to 37, 40%. Now, I don't know what the exact number is, okay? So that's ordinary income. If you have capital gains, it's taxed anywhere up to the top bracket is 20%.
Right.
So Biden is proposing changing that top bracket from 20% to 44.6%, a staggering over 100% increase. Unbelievable. The economics people are going nuts all over the country and really on both sides of the aisle. Investment is the real driver in the economy, and this is one economics expert. He says if you're going to tax something, you get less of it. Yep. And that's just true for investment as it is for anything else. Taxing capital gains means less investment. It means less economic growth, and it means the rise in people's standards of living is going to slow down dramatically. So, again...
Which is just logic.
For a guy that doesn't understand inflation...
Logic.
Which is 8th grade stuff.
Right.
Okay. He clearly here... I mean, you can't be this uninformed or ignorant. This has to be a ploy. Okay.
Well, I think you hit on it. This is that ridiculous notion, which, by the way, is communism, is the redistribution of wealth, and we sell the uninformed by saying, "Look at us, we're going to go get more of the wealthy people's money," which is not exactly that, but they'll say that, and yeah, we're going to get them, and then you're like, yeah, get them. But what you don't understand, that those who have these investments, to Bubba's point, all that does is squeeze down. If they now have less of it, we all are affected by that. We all end up with less. Well, and the economy struggles because money comes out of the economy.
Like you say, this is a good selling point, but trust me, the Elon Musk of the world, the Warren Buffetts of the world, they're not going to be affected by this.
No.
They have ways to get around it, just like on their paycheck. See, they don't get a paycheck like everybody else. They take out a loan. Mm-hmm. Their company, they play a loan game and pay back, and they never pay taxes on it. Jeff Bezos never pays taxes. Amazon doesn't pay any taxes. They take advantage of all these loopholes. See, that's what ought to be fixed. Yeah. Not this. Let me tell you who this is going to affect. This is going to affect middle-class people who have got ahead just a little bit, who have bought a second home.
They found some breathing room.
Who have bought a farm, who have bought a house to rent, who have bought a small business and bought the building that the business is in. Right. And or who tries to rent apartments and stuff like that. That's the people it's going to crush. And think about it. Those are the people who are really making the jobs in the country because there's so many of them in the middle that makes this go. We always talk about the great power of the middle class has been the success story of the U.S., and that's true. I don't know why Joe Biden's trying to destroy it.
Well, everybody's got to learn. It really is this analogy. Every time they start this, we're going after the wealthy garbage. It's almost like somebody saying, we're going to go punch this bully that is bothering you, and every time they come in, they punch you in the face.
Yeah.
And then they go, why are you punching me in the face? To get him? And you're like, well, you're punching me. You're not punching him. Yeah, but vicariously, we're punching him. But I keep feeling it.
Yeah.
You're punching me. And we got to stop buying that garbage. I mean,
this is
it's to your own demise.
Bizarre. I don't understand. In an election year when the economy is in the can already, and they're proposing this.
No. What? We hadn't recovered from the inflation problem.
Rick and Bubba.
The minimum wage people and move them to $15 an hour. Let's just, for simplicity, say it's a $7 increase. Mm-hmm. Now, I make more than that. I make let's say $25 an hour.
Right.
Are they going to give me the additional $7 an hour?
No.
And that's where the problem lies, because most people, when they do a good job, they come off that minimum wage pretty quick because, like I said earlier, the people want to keep them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I'm across the street and you've got a really good employee and you're saying I'm going to pay them $7.25, $7.15, what's the minimum?
Something like that.
Yeah, and it's just say $7, just round it off. And I say, I tell you what, you come over here, I'll give you $10 an hour. And then you're like, okay. So, but if you get to 15 and somebody's like, man, we're all the same. I mean, there's no motivation to get people to say, hey man, I'm going to do a good job so I can get somebody to pay me more than this. And then if you're making 20, you don't go to 27. No, the 7 is only $7.25 is the minimum now. And so we're going to double it.
I'm sure it'll be phased in over some period of time, but still. And again, I understand there's people that will look at it emotionally. Well, so-and-so is making this amount. Mm-hmm. How can they pay for rent? How can they pay for child support?
Been there.
How can they? And I understand that. But it's unrealistic to say that they're magically going to cure all their ills by giving them that amount because, as you pointed out, Rick, mysteriously now, we've seen that increase go through the whole job pool. And your gasoline's going to cost more. Your milk at the store is going to cost more. It all goes up. And you know, I'm amazed at the people who think this free education thing, you don't pay for it. And I've been on this 1,000 times. If my education is free, all right, it's free. I get out in the workforce. My taxes are higher because they're paying for somebody else's education.
Correct.
So I'm really paying for somebody else's instead of mine. I still bought an education.
Right.
It was just deferred.
Yeah. You might as well. And
you know what? If people wanted to sign up for that, a program like that, I'd be all for it. If they wanted to volunteer. I want a free education, but when I get a job and I get out, I'll pay X amount a year until I've paid for somebody else's. Problem is the cost of it's gone up, so you're going to pay more than what yours was. You just save money to bought yours.
Yeah, you'd been better off just to buy it straight up.
No free lunch.
It doesn't exist.
Somebody still got to cook the potatoes, Rick.
It doesn't exist. So you're better off to let the free market raise people's salaries and create jobs as government mandated stuff like the green movement when they just feel like something should be that way, but there's no market for it.
But and how would that happen? Like we've talked about, if you have 2 businesses, 3 that are doing the same thing, they're going to want the best people. So they're going, and they don't want to lose people. They don't have to spend money rehiring them. So they're going to offer people who are good more money. The people who are losing employees are going to go, hey, we got to offer these people more money because we're losing money retraining people so soon, and we're losing customers. So they'll put more money into their line item for salaries, and that's how you make a real substantial change. Not an artificial edict sent down from D.C.
Never works, and you're right. Because
just think doesn't. I've been in it. I've seen it.
Well, look, you can do it in your own business because of COVID. Sadly, it's happened a lot. In your own business, talked yesterday with some business owners that were pandemic sensitive, meaning a pandemic completely destroyed how they make a living. The things that happened with the pandemic affected them directly and devastating. Okay. So guess what you see at this place going up and down the hall? Empty offices.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why? Because their group of people has now been reduced by half and then reduced again. So how are they trying to make it? By reducing, say it with me, overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if there's not more coming in and costs are where they always are, then you have to make that number even out.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's happened in your own business now, this is going to cause that to happen another way. You go, wow, they just told me that my costs just went up. So then what do? So my coming in didn't go up, but my costs went up. So now I've got to get more coming in, which would be prices going up.
Right.
Or I've got to cut down overhead, meaning instead of 10 people making $7.25, I now have 5 people making $15.
Mm-hmm.
Rick and Bubba.
That's right. I mean, we're getting through it. We get it done in our own little way. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. So glad you're here. So glad to have them. They've been sponsoring with us for years now. And you know why? Pretty simple message. Would you like to sleep better? Yeah, well, one of the things that you could look at is, what are you sleeping on? You know, you go into the stores that sell these mattresses, and you pretty much go over and go, well, maybe that'll work. You might lie down on it a couple times in there in the showroom, but what if you had a mattress that was customized for you, and then it was shipped to your door? Then you were able to sleep on it for 100 nights, truly the way you sleep, and then deciding whether it really works or not. Well, that's what HelixSleep.com/Bubba is offering you right now. The sleep quiz, Greg did it. If Greg will do it, anybody will. There's nobody that gets more annoyed quicker than Greg Burgess. And
you talking about surveys?
Yeah, and so sleep quiz takes about 2 minutes, maybe less than that. And they've got 11 different styles of mattresses, and they even have mattresses for children. And so if you look big and tall, yeah, they got that. So answer how you sleep. Are you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach? Maybe you're a combo. They will then customize the mattress. Do you like a firm mattress? Do you like it somewhere in the middle? You like it really soft? They'll take all that into account. And then 100 nights you get to sleep on it to be sure you love it. It'll be customized for you. And if you don't like it, they'll pick it up. You can return it for a full refund. There won't be any questions asked about it. 10 to 15-year warranties also available. These are American-made. They own their own manufacturing facility. Okay, that's big too. Okay, so it's the leading choice of chiropractors, doctors of sleep medicine all over the country. Save 30%. 30% right now if you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba today. Sleep like little Gregory does every night. Buddy. I'll snug it up to his little wifey, Lisa.
Snug as a bug in a rug.
Get yours now right to your door. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep at 30% off right now. The link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, now, we've tried to, guide this country and around the world, for those who listen to us around the world, through this fake world that we're living in, where we pretend that things are that just aren't. And one of these is these ridiculous guilt trip plans that people should adapt to the wokeness of the day, only to the demise of their business. And some people, like Greg, and we were all talking in the break, people can get on board for something emotionally, or they can be guilted into something until it begins to squeeze and it begins to hurt. And suddenly they realize they can't make a living or they can't stay in business. Then suddenly being woke is not near as important as surviving.
You talking about the old wake-up call?
We're at the old wake-up call. So we have yet another example.
Well, we have a story today from the Business Insider. And, Rick, apparently a vegan restaurant is switching back to serving meat.
I bet they are.
Saying plant-based eating isn't enough to save the planet. And I will put in quotations under this, or keep your doors open.
That is correct.
Rick, this company, it's called Sage Vegan Bistro in Los Angeles.
The Bistro.
Los Angeles.
It is, get this, transitioning to serve meat, dairy, and eggs. The
I
chef
bet they are.
says she thought a vegan diet was best for the environment, but she has since changed her mind.
I bet she has.
It's not great for business.
First of all, I'm not sure it's that big a deal for the environment. It sure has been bad for our banking account.
Yes, we're about to shut the door.
Right.
And speaking of starving, we are.
Yes.
The
Somebody
restaurant.
fire the grill up.
The restaurant is instead supporting regenerative farming practices.
Oh, so I can stay just a little bit woke.
Not sure what that means,
Don't
but
know
it
what
sounds
it means.
good.
Listen, it says a move that has been condemned by PETA.
Ooh.
Now, are they condemning the move back to this, or do they not like regenerative farming?
They don't like the move to meat. It don't matter how you farm. They don't want you farming animals, period.
No meat.
So I know immediately, Greg, I thought the same thing you did. What is regenerative farming?
Not sure what that is. Is that one of these things where we're trying to make it sound real complicated and we're doing something we're really not?
So I've looked it up.
That's how you fix joints now.
I've looked it up, and here is the comparison to the way we do it now versus the way that the regenerative farmer does it. Now we compete with nature.
If you're a regenerative farmer, you partner with nature.
Oh,
okay.
And how do you do
the
that?
way we do it now is we disturb the soil.
Yeah.
If you're a regenerative farmer, you protect the soil. If you, the way we do it now, we're monoculturistic in what we plant.
Oh my gosh.
They promote diversity in what you plant.
What are we're talking about?
It says, now I'm just reading off their little chart here. They say that currently we are reductionist, which I don't even know what that means either.
They're throwing a bunch of words.
The regenerative farmer is holistic.
Guys, I guarantee.
So here's their catchwords. You know how they.
Yeah.
So partner with nature, protect soil, diversity, and holistic. See, those are the words they love. Those words.
And in the end, I promise you, if you lay those two methods side by side, the old traditional farming is going to outperform it. Hands down.
Well, I will go further. I would love to walk
bet
up
on that.
to someone at this restaurant. Okay, I say y'all have gone back to dairy products and meat. Well, it's regenerative farming. I would love to say, tell me how that works.
Yeah, walk that way.
And you can don't use these words. Now tell me what that word means.
And is the food better?
We partner with nature. How?
Yeah, how?
We take a holistic approach. How?
Yeah.
And
What does that mean?
Now
these
real,
are some
real
big words.
We like these words. We're not quite sure what they mean, but we like them.
Yeah.
Does that mean that I just run my cow out in some random field and tell him to eat? I don't go out there and try to make sure he's got the right thing to eat, or she does?
Well, people are trying to find ways to get around these crazy rules and all this. So you're gonna see more of this.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
regenerative.
Yeah,
farming.
they're gonna have a woodsy left version of farming.
Yes.
So they can justify staying open and keeping the doors open.
Yeah.
But I
It won't make Peter happy though.
There's
No,
always innovation. And like we saw and I don't know how well it works, but I thought it was interesting. The video Adler had for us of the big combine that uses lasers to kill weeds as opposed to chemicals. Things like that could possibly be a move in the right direction. With the way they guide these tractors now with GPS on these they're almost just robots.
They really are.
And it's just amazing how they can do that. Look, I've always thought there's two groups of people we have to protect far and above everybody else, okay? And that is soldiers and farmers. Without them, we ain't got no life.
We're in trouble.
No life.
No, you're right, 100%. So you know what that is just so irritating about this is how disingenuous this is.
Mm-hmm.
They just won't look us in the eye
And go,
and say
wrong.
we got emotionally caught up in some woke movement and it's destroyed our business and we're trying to save it. Okay,
Now, how about a double cheeseburger? How you feeling?
Just say it.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Yeah, we tried to be sharp.
Right.
Yeah. And guess what? It killed the bottom line.
There are people that are completely vegan. There's just not enough of them to run a restaurant on.
that's the point. You better know your crowd.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you realize how many people you have to be interested in your restaurant for it to even make it?
Let's say, in your life, how many people do you personally know that are vegan?
That really are vegan.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So your point
I don't know any.
is great. You don't have a great crowd to
I don't
choose
eat
from.
with them.
I don't know any because probably
Not enough to support a
I
business.
think there's been one I had lunch with one time. I think
bet that was a terrible lunch.
Well, I ordered chicken livers. Probably never ate again.
Oh my
together.
God.
Well, you know what
Maybe
part?
the most anti-vegan thing you
Well,
can eat.
I want y'all to think about this.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know it was a deal.
Well, think about us. That would be difficult because it would almost be like for them trying to be friends with an alcoholic.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, because they see us eating all this stuff that they think is ridiculous and horrible, and they don't want to do it. I bet we wouldn't be a big candidate to be their friend.
No.
We'd kind of get on their nerves. You know what they'd say? Oh gosh, I got
probably why we
to
don't
eat
know
with
him.
them again. I got to watch them eat all that flesh again.
If he picks the bone up, starts gnawing
He's
on
going
it.
to eat them chicken livers again. So yeah, I mean, why would they win? And honestly, I think we probably find them annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
Now they can. I mean, I don't mean.
But again-
I'm talking about in a close relationship. I'm not talking about something.
There's not
You can
enough
have an
of 'em to
acquaintance
support
that's a
a business.
vegan, and you'll probably live through it as long as they're not loud about it. You know, if they don't talk about it a lot,
They just keep it down.
right? Yeah.
Well, listen, when I made the decision
It's
to
like being a soccer fan. Okay, but just don't talk
well,
about
just don't
it.
bring
to
it
your
up a lot.
point,
Yeah.
listen, and I was a BIP, okay? But when I decided to do the gluten-free thing,
Oh, that's fine.
I was annoying to the people in my house, the other people in my house.
Sure.
Right.
So you can't eat that. No, I can't. Sorry. Well, that's stupid. How many times I hear that?
Oh wow.
Oh, sure.
You know, and now it's they just I was a BIP to them.
Yeah.
Now I just don't say, and I would say it too much. Like,
oh, did you?
Yeah, I would say like I can't eat that.
Looking
like,
back,
I can't eat that.
Instead, just looking back.
Even on the air, I would say things that I was like, nobody cares, Ham. Just shut up.
Well,
just shut up about it.
Eat what you
Do
wanna
you
eat.
gluten free? Whatever. Nobody has to know. They don't need to know you're doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, what? It doesn't impact their life.
Yeah.
Shut up about it.
I mean, what are you, a CrossFit or something?
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly that's what
Did
I
you
felt
see
like.
the one in that Babylon?
So
Did
to
you
my
see the latest
point,
one?
to my point, I can't if that's just. If I'm being annoying with this, I can't imagine what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
Because I have a ton of options.
See what I mean? Yeah. Now more than ever.
Yes.
Babylon B's latest one is man finds an unreached people group to tell them he's doing CrossFit.
Oh, that's funny.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We have a lot to cover. We got the NFL draft to look at. Take a little look-see there. Get your phone calls in. The wonderful wheel of canned meat still to come today. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. And here, excited and ready for another journey. As we unpack the stories of the day, chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We start the hour with the national anthem.
Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Have a seat. There it is. Ain't no good for you. You ain't no good for me. I had a Rick and Bubba listener say, "What was that? What was that album cut, Rick? The kind of a deep cut Tesla song y'all played the other day. I got to hear it again.
It's a good one.
So there it is. We're no good together.
Speaking of Tesla, they're in the news today.
Tesla is in the news today.
Different version, but
really.
By the way, the
really underrated.
Gosh, Rick, you were supposed to remember that for Bubba. Come on, Rick.
Come on,
Rick Burgess. All right, think on it a minute now. Rick, just think on it a minute. All right, I need to research something.
Okay,
because I heard a point the other day that I thought to myself, I got to tell Bill Bubba Bussy that. If I could tell him right now, I would. But I was in the middle of listening to a sermon, and I thought it's not appropriate for me to pick up my phone and call right here listening because there was a story that was told and it tied back, and I'm trying to remember what it was. And doggone it, Rick. All right, I'm gonna go as far as to text the person who said it and say, now be sure, hit me with the fact of that again so I can tell Bubba. I'm gonna do that for you today.
Okay. So I'll be standing by.
Okay, because you're gonna like it. But
I'll be standing.
It ties to what you just said. It ties to Tesla and all that stuff.
Yeah, we got a lot of good news today. A lot of stuff going on. Boy, Biden's been busy.
Boy, he has.
Got some NFL news today. Got a story I wasn't able to fully unpack. In the latter days of the Trump administration, he declassified a bunch of documents and said, "I'm going to give y'all something to dig through here." And one of them, or many of them, were dealing with UFOs. And I don't know if you've heard the story about the UFO patent. Have you heard about this?
No, I haven't. I know that there's the last thing I heard that was intriguing me was the story we did that Oklahoma has someone in the legislative branch that wants to have a Bigfoot hunting season.
Right.
That one, I remember that story.
Right, that was a good one.
But what is
and
this
that one's still out there too.
Right. Well, I've contacted our group here in Alabama for the same thing.
We'll try to unpack it more, but it appears that there was a engineer who was working. He was an aerospace engineer, had worked for the Navy, and he was working on something called the high energy electromagnetic field generator, which would be used to produce a space-time modification weapon. and said that if they could get this to work, it would make a hydrogen bomb look like a firecracker. And apparently, the patent of this came from a UFO or UFO data. So that's how deep it is today. Okay, that's a deep UFO story. And we, frankly, will need it to get away from some of the things going on in our government that is just very disturbing to everybody.
All right, so, but again, this is one of those things, and I can almost hear, Greg, your gears turning. Mm-hmm. So we've already split the atom, okay? So we can take, really, if we got everybody together, the entire world and completely blow it up, right? And I mean, so...
Rick, it's been said that we have enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over, which I think they would be, talking about the land mass itself.
Right, yeah. Of course, then...
Because we do have thousands of warheads, and so does Russia.
Right, and nobody worry about that because, as Bubba and I and all of us have talked about, if you have a biblical worldview, you see that Peter makes it clear that God's actually saving that for himself. So we probably won't get the authority to do that, but he's definitely going to.
Yeah.
But the so why would we need anything more powerful than what we've already have?
Rick, I think this is always where you just look to technology.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And I don't.
Let's go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. And looking forward to chatting with you and taking time together. Let's go! A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. NASA's Tony Casey. We chat with him. What did he see when he flew with the WB-57 and looked at the latest solar eclipse back on April 8th? We'll talk about that and much more with him this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, the NFL draft last night, looking at, I know, did you even take time to see what the Vikings might do?
Oh, yeah. Oh, had a big night.
Wow, what a crowd. They estimate over 200,000 people there in Detroit. Wow.
I told you, they're fired up about football.
What a gathering. What a gathering. Bubba, good news.
Look at them lines.
Look at them.
It looks like you picked up J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, as predicted. I don't know. Hopefully that'll be a good pick for the Vikings since you got rid of your veteran quarterback. I know the NFL can be a tough place to learn on the job.
But I did like the move up to get Dallas Turner, though.
Oh, yeah. He's a great pick.
Yeah.
He's a killer.
You almost were positive.
For just a second.
They got aggressive.
There was just a little bit of optimism that crept in. It didn't stay long. And I wouldn't call it. I don't think it planted. I don't think it has roots. But
no, Turner is solid. He, these edge rusher guys.
Oh yeah, man.
They can make a difference and an impact quick in the NFL. We've seen that.
You worried about his weight? Anybody? Want him to get a little bigger, thicker?
Nah, he's good.
Really? No, he'll play good on that turf. The quarterback is more of a question mark. You hope they turn out. You hope that works.
Well, you know how we all are. It's somebody, whether they want to admit it or not, in the back of their minds, they're ting, Tom Brady played at Michigan. I mean,
like that has anything to do.
I know, Greg, but you know how people are.
In the back of everybody's mind, everybody wants this to be the second coming of Tom Brady.
They do.
That's the bottom line.
Guys, just because they played the same college means absolutely nothing.
Greg, I know that. I didn't say
and guys, if you got to follow that route, he went too high in the draft. Tom went in the 6th round.
I know, Greg. We don't need all this.
The Tom Brady comparisons are for Drake May, who went to the Patriots. Unfairly, they're saying. Yes. I think they drafted their next Tom Brady, and that's just unfair to the guys being drafted right now.
Yeah. Yell about it, but I get it.
I heard the same thing about, was it Jaden Daniels talking about Lamar? Was it Lamar Jackson they were comparing him to, maybe? I'm like, wow. Caleb Williams is being compared to Mahomes. Right. And it's like, really, guys, calm down.
Is that who did he go first? Like everybody thought Caleb?
Yeah.
And the
Jaden Daniels from LSU went second. Drake May, North Carolina, third. Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals is the fourth pick. Joe Alt from Notre Dame to the Chargers. Malik Neighbors from LSU went to the Giants. J.C. Latham from Alabama went to the Titans. Penix went to the Washington Commanders, or whatever they are now.
No, they didn't.
Hold on.
He went to the Falcons.
Penix went to the Falcons, which caught everybody off guard.
Yeah, he played for Washington.
You should have
Played
that
for.
in front.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm
It's
sorry.
And that-
I looked at the wrong column.
That is the draft that pick that everybody was
I'm looking
talking about
forward to-
because they just signed Kirk Cousins to a $180 million four-year deal. But the GM for the Falcons said, "Hey, look,
I think that's smart.
He's still our quarterback. Kurt is, but we're planning for the future."
That's smart.
Well, it almost
it-
seems like the
it's
Aaron
better
Rodgers,
for
Jordan
Penix.
Love thing that we had a few years ago.
Yeah.
Well, you can't expect a team to let everything ride on one quarterback. Look at the Jets last year.
Well,
you know,
right.
you can't. I mean, in the NFL, your backup's going to get
Cousins-
some playing
especially
time.
with
Cousins coming back from the same injury.
history
Right.
of injuries.
So I think it's a good pick. You've got to protect that, and he did go to the Falcons. Let me be clear. We had another Washington player. Is he the wide receiver?
Yeah.
How do you say his last name?
Yeah. I tried it earlier, Bubba, and it was awful.
I'm not going there. J.J. McCartney from Michigan to the Vikings as the 10th pick. Bo Nix, who we've had his dad here on the show a couple of times, goes to the Denver Broncos via Oregon.
I know she skipped the 11th pick from the Jets. That name, wow.
Oh yeah, well I just how about
that one?
I can't do it.
Whoa!
Hey, Rick,
I like that you didn't even acknowledge it.
Hey, let's just call it no hope.
Let me tell you
Absolutely.
something. That guy's name, the offensive tackle from Penn State, it looks like somebody spilled a bucket of letters. And people just picked him up and just threw him down. But anyway, the Jets did pick him up at 11, a great offensive line.
Well, I just did the top 10, and I was going to mention Bo.
I got you.
And a couple other people of interest. Brock Bowers from Georgia goes as the 13th overall pick to the Raiders.
There's a player.
The way he plays, he fits the Raiders moniker.
Now, why did everybody hate? They've already got enough tight ends.
They need defensive players and edge people and all. The guy made the statement. You remember we've heard this before. I don't know who he was. I was listening on the radio. He said they were going to break. He said, when we come back, I'm going to tell you why the Raiders shouldn't even be allowed to come to the draft. He said nothing against Brock Bauer. He said he'll be a superstar.
No, that has nothing to do with
it. He
it.
said, but that was a bad pick for them.
For them.
He may be right.
For their needs. And that was what was the one? Was it the Jets that time when the guy said, apparently the Jets have no idea what the draft is supposed to be used for. What you're supposed to do is go get things you need.
Yeah, good players to help your team out. Right. Oh, that's funny.
That is funny. Don't you think, though, because the Chargers, in all the pre-draft picks, and they were going to probably get him. And do you think it was just the Raiders was like, man, he's available?
Maybe it's just it comes down to best guy on the board right now.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let's think about this too. I don't know their needs. I don't know who's on the roster now, but the Raiders historically with Dave Casper was such a great tight end during their heyday. I think somewhere deep down inside there's somebody at the Raiders longing for that again, and go, if we could just have a tight end. And the tight end position, let's face it, has been redefined in the NFL in the past 5-6 years.
And he fits.
I think they're more important than a running back now.
Yeah, they are. They are. He fits the current mode of what everybody's looking for now. I think it's one of those things. Did the Raiders need another fishing rod? They had plenty, but this is a really good fishing rod.
And it's available.
It's available, and he is very shiny. Yeah, I can't pass him up. He's too shiny.
You could use those Zebco 33s and get you something else. You know what I mean? So,
I'm sorry. I mean, if he's on the board, it's hard to pass him up. I don't care if you need tight ends or not.
Yeah.
How many rounds did we end up last night? Because, of course, I didn't make it halfway through the first round.
Just the first round.
I didn't see any of it, but
Rick, I walk in. I stayed over here last night because Ellis had a game. Mom's watching the draft.
Oh, she loves that kind of stuff. Mom's on top of football.
Rick, she's a Stallions fan.
I know. She loves
up there undefeated.
She loves the Stallions.
I'm gonna tell you, the popularity of the draft show has.
Did you see that?
It's unbelievable how it's exploded over the years.
Oh yeah,
and they've made it a good show. It is a good show.
Top of the hour, we'll be back
on the clock.
The clock. Rick and Bubba are now on the clock.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I want everybody stop what you're doing if you don't have what you're going to do for Mom for Mother's Day, because I got it. I mean, this is going to be incredible. We have already gotten this done. Paint Your Life is a brand new sponsor here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and this is a game changer. Now, what do? They have these incredible artists, and what you can do now. Picture this for mom. You go and find a family photo that maybe has something that will make mom cry. Okay, something she just absolutely loves. Maybe it's a picture of the family. Maybe it's a picture, of her when she was younger. Maybe it's a picture of her and your dad, or it's a picture of just whatever it is. Take this picture, send it to Paint Your Life. Those artists will make a painting of it that is an incredible keepsake. It looks great in the home. What we did, Sherry and I, when Paint Your Life started saying, hey, we'd love to do something for y'all since y'all are going to be talking about it. And what we did, we had the weddings this past fall, 2 of our sons. So we took one of the wedding pictures that was just beautiful and sent it in. And we were just could not believe. And they can get these back to you in like 2 weeks. So you can still make Mother's Day. The beauty and the craftsmanship is just incredible. And the price extremely reasonable. So if you're looking for a great Mother's Day, and look, Father's Day is coming in June. Either one works. Paint Your Life is a great, great offer. You can give the most meaningful gift you've ever given at paintyourlife.com. There is no risk. If you don't love the final painting, and they were very good making sure we loved it, your money's refunded, guaranteed. And now for a limited time, get 20% off your painting. That's right, 20% off and free shipping. To get this special offer, listen, this is going to be a text. Okay, we're doing a little different. Take the word Bubba, B-U-B-B-A, and you need to text it for 20% off, 87204. Now, do that again, 87204. Text Bubba, okay? Paint Your Life will then get you 20% off, and then you'll give them the portrait that you want done, and you can take these moments that matter the most and turn them into beautiful paintings. We absolutely love ours. So right now, text Bubba to 87204, 87204, and get 20% off. And, of course, don't forget, by texting 87204, you agree to receive reoccurring automatic marketing messages from paintyourlife.com. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at paintyourlife.com/term.
That this would just simply be used as a destructive weapon.
Right.
I really know nothing about this technology.
Well, you know why you don't? Because it came from a UFO.
Yeah, you're not an alien.
Right, you're not advanced in that.
The invention worked on a Palace effect, P-A-I-S, a theoretical physics concept based on control motion of electrically charged particles. And how about the U.S. government spent almost $500,000 working on it between 2017 and 2019?
Wow.
This is relatively new stuff.
We'll be back.
Rick, one word, force field.
Yeah. 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Bubba, so what are we supposed to do?
Rick, Apple has come out with a 3-bell alarm to update your operating system to 14.4 on your iPhone, saying they have a issue that is known and it could already be exploited. So they are telling everybody that this is one you need to go ahead and try to do as soon as you can. Might not want to wait on the update, automatic update.
Bubba, at your recommendation, I'm currently taking the mark of the beast right now.
Yeah, we were joking about that last night. This is just so they can track Patriots.
Guys, we really got it. We're going to have to. We need to all become real educated on the mark of the beast.
I know.
It is.
People say stuff like that, though.
I know.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we were looking at some of that yesterday.
Unless you're putting something on your wrist and your forehead that without it you cannot buy or sell goods. That's the big. First of all, if it's not on your wrist or your forehead, then
you're out. See, it has to meet all the criteria.
It has not met the standard, and it must be involved in buying and selling.
And see, this thing of it's the mark
That's not
of the beast
going to be pretty.
has
A lot
been.
of people didn't hear you.
It's been going on for hundreds of years. When Social Security came out,
I know.
Every vaccination that's ever come out. Of course, we don't have people limping around from polio anymore. So, it's not. Look, it's real. It will be real, but I don't think this is it.
We're not
guys.
there yet.
It just doesn't meet the criteria. I'm sorry. I know some of you are getting a lot of views from getting up and preaching on this, but I don't see it, guys. I'm sorry.
Right.
I disagree.
So
I may be wrong, but I disagree.
But remember, and I'm not saying this, but guys, I could sit here today, but we don't have a segment long enough, and run down the number of people who have told us point blank that they had been shown by God that certain things were going to happen, or they think it might have been from God, and they've all been wrong. Correct. And once a quote around it, prophet is wrong, then they go in the false prophet conference.
Yes.
So
okay,
I would
right. So just
they're demoted.
Hey, true prophets of God are never wrong.
Right.
They're never wrong.
If it's your first time out, I may give you a 50-50 on it.
Right. Yeah.
But after you've been wrong, you drop down to about 5%.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to really show me something to get back to 50-50.
Right. Here we go. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Hey, guys. Coming to you from the old Big Boy studio right now. Let's go. Getting you ready for the weekend. Golden ticket seats coming up, and we'll have those with us. Coming up this weekend, tomorrow, Greg and Speedy, they're in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK, our affiliate there. The flagship, they'll be there at the Shops of Grand River, gripping and grinning 1 to 3, local time. Sherry Burgess, tomorrow in the land of I-92 at Camellia Baptist Church. The women's event starts at 11:30 tomorrow morning. Sherry will be speaking at that event tomorrow in the land of I-92. So go by and see Sherry tomorrow. Get details at burgessministries.com under events if you don't have the details, ladies. And then, of course, I climb on a plane with Rich Wingo, and we head to Omaha, Nebraska, where you hear us on the TuneIn app, watch us on the YouTube channel, or you catch the podcast archives, Westside Baptist Church. It starts tonight, the Be Disciples Conference, but Rich and I will speak tomorrow there in Omaha, Nebraska. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little Rick and Bubba experience now for 3 decades
Three decades. All right, we're going phones probably toward the end of this segment, if not next segment for sure. So why don't you make the move now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, the real Greg Burgess, on the phones, and we'll chat with you about whatever's on your mind. We've covered a lot of topics. So while you're calling, and we're about to chat with you, Bubba, these tea glasses that we have for the 30th anniversary and the final year of the show have been so popular. I love a collectible. Do you love a collectible?
Oh, yeah, why not?
Bubba, here's installment number 3. Installment number 3 in these collectibles. A lot of you have been asking, when's the next one coming out? Well, it's now. This one is hilarious. It has Bubba and I riding on his pontoon boat. And then we in tow is Speedy, Greg, Adler, and Greg on inner tubes, and we're pulling them behind the pontoon boat for celebrating the summer season that's coming up. So this one, if you're collecting, the latest one is available today. Now, also, when you call this show and start making requests, what you do matters. We actually had somebody call the show and said, hey, I know you guys are winding down. This is the 30th anniversary. That logo that is behind Rick, I wish y'all bring that shirt back. I wish y'all take that logo. It's the old classic logo, and I'd like to have it just on a shirt for the final year. Done. It's done. So that's available today. We put it on the kind of the royal blue look, which I like. So there. If you want to go back and because we got some stuff that's celebrating the 30th year, and we also have some. Some of the vintage stuff. So there it is. A caller called and asked for that shirt, and we literally had it made for you and those that might want that. So there's the classic old Rick and Bubba logo shirt. That's available today. So those 2 items are brand new to rickandbubba.com today under the store. Because it's the last year, all this stuff is limited. We're not ordering as much as we would, if we knew we were still going on beyond this. So these things, once they sell out, we usually move on to the next thing. Now, I don't want to work the audience into a frenzy.
Uh-oh.
But something has taken place that we'll be telling you about here pretty soon, I think, maybe. Mm-hmm. A new item coming back that we thought was gone forever.
Yep.
It's not there yet.
And it's not a marketing ploy to have it gone and bring it back. We really have been trying to
Oh no,
to get it going.
I thought it was
for
over.
a long period of time.
We were told it was over,
and it just became available. So we're somewhat shocked but happy.
Okay, so but that's not there yet. Today
Right.
it's the next collectible tea glass and a vintage Rick and Bubba logo shirt by request. Bubba, we have Jordan standing by.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind today?
Hey, Rick, this is Jordan that didn't come see you in Rainsville that night.
Your brother got you on the phone with me? Is that right?
Yeah, I was going to say I follow Speedy on Instagram.
Well, who doesn't?
And the videos of him and his grandson playing golf and running on the treadmill and all that's just the sweetest thing.
It is. And by the way, watching the various things that River does, very funny.
He's funny.
Very
He's a funny little kid.
Let me tell you, he hits that golf ball pretty good. It throws really,
He does.
catches good. The kicking, is coming.
Yeah.
He's
a nut.
Right. So he's really, he's finding his place.
Yeah.
And of course, that's when he called.
Right.
Bubba
Had to throw that in there.
Yeah.
Some folks wanted that one.
Yeah.
But him rattling up a buck, I've taught him how to do that.
That's funny.
So use some horns.
Yeah.
And he wanted to do some shoulders last night.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's already working on those 3 workouts. Remember when he did to his kids?
Yeah.
Speedy. Oh my gosh! Now Speedy's going to be making his.
This
grandkids.
one here, you probably want audio for that. But this one here, he got one. He's so proud of himself.
Right.
He's going to get 2, and then I'm like, no, one more. He's like, so you want to do some running? Go after it. Go. Speedy, he's wanting to do this. He's just goofy.
You feel good about this?
Well, I think you're going fast enough, man.
Should you be doing this with a kid his age?
He's just 3.
Right.
What
workouts is he doing? 1, 2, or 3?
He's doing 3. But no, he wanted to do all this. He was running around going, okay, now let's do this. Okay, now let's do this.
You know what?
Now let's do this.
Hey, 3 years old, it burned that energy.
Ooh, let me tell you something. When I went to bed last night, I was worn out.
I bet you.
It's great having all them
This can't
over.
be another Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Greg's in there. Is he just putting everybody as their name
He's
Jordan?
just saying Jordan.
Is your name Jordan?
My name is Jordan.
Okay. All right. 2 Jordans in a row. Go ahead.
Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call.
It's the Jordan
sir.
segment.
We're number 1 with Jordans. Go ahead.
Check one.
Hey, I have yet to get a picture of a Black Panther here in Alabama, but last night I did get 2 pictures on 2 different cameras about 2 miles apart of the black bears, so we do have them.
Uh-oh.
So what part of Alabama are you calling from?
St. Clair County. I'm from Springville.
Yeah. We got bears. There's no doubt we got bears. Yeah, that's one of those things that I think even Moultrie's acknowledged we got bears.
We got bears.
Did you knock my mic out of one of the buses? I'm getting emails.
Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of emails too.
There we go. That's it. Yeah, that was during the commercial at the top of the hour. Let's go to Zach. Zach, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Good morning, y'all. I just wanted to blaze through this real quick. About the regenerative farming thing. I'm a little bit more like Bubba. I am intelligent and just wanted to say that so I think here in the South we've kind of missed the mark, such as like the rainbow. Technically, like you see a rainbow now and you think queer, and that's sad because that's a Christian symbol. So same way with like nature and being good stewards of the land and whatnot. I think we've kind of missed the mark on that. And what y'all was reading on air, talking about partnering, with the soil and using cover crops instead of heavy tilling and monoculture. And you're like, well, give me that evidence. So there's a documentary that's the most, other than the Passion of Christ, is the most Christian thing you can watch. Is living.
Yeah, Zach, let me tell you, we said, what does that mean? We didn't say, give me the evidence.
Sir.
Yeah, that's 2 different things. We were saying when you say that, what do you mean? We didn't say give us.
Well, somebody may have said give us proof.
What's the name of that documentary? I really want to know it.
Okay, all right, what is it? What's the documentary that you said is second only to the Passion of the Christ? All right, go ahead.
Okay, that's a little bit of an exaggeration.
Well, you live in the world of embellishment and hyperbole, so you're fitting in nicely. Go ahead.
Living Soul film.
Okay.
And it's absolutely amazing.
What's the name of it?
And
Living Soul.
Living
film. Yep.
Okay. I'd like to see
soul is hard to say by itself.
Yeah, I'd like to see a raise of a hand Anybody on this show, anybody that's going to go watch that.
Count me in. What is it? Living soul?
Living soil. S-O-I-L.
Like oil.
Like dirt.
Soil.
Living dirt.
Living soul.
We get deep into the summer, and I'm looking for things to watch. It's too hot to go outside. Possibly.
I might
if I
look
come
at
across
it. I might look at it.
But that's a big stretch.
Well, the thing
you're
is,
gonna be on Tennis Channel, buddy. You ain't got time for that.
Look, there's always room for innovation.
Absolutely.
Doesn't hurt to look, and if it holds up to the test, then it's good.
No,
if
no,
not, it won't.
Yeah,
So,
and I will tell you,
it's like vegan restaurants. Not going to last probably in most areas.
Well, it goes into this, but being guilted into something is different than something actually having merit and showing why we should, and that includes, like we said, anything that we attach faith to. You know, if God's in it, it probably has merit. So let's go from that approach as opposed to guilting people if they're not doing it a certain way. And then because then people, you don't really get people's attention that way. So we'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls next at 866 We Be Big. If you want to join us, the real Greg Burgess still on the phones. We'll continue those phone calls when we come back. What did it say? I bet you. Can you even remember the name of it?
Living Soil Film.
Living Soul.
Y'all remember that?
I did. I don't know how I did, but I did.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back in the circle.
Yeah, it's
you're outside the circle of trust.
And I hate to say it, in a partial right doesn't work either. I'm afraid I've moved the fireman out of the profit zone.
Yeah,
he was only partially right.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me the fireman went legit?
No,
I can't believe it.
The Trump second term didn't happen, Greg.
Oh.
So
Not
anyway,
yet, Rick.
So anyway, I was looking at other things. So to make that update because I think there's some bug or something, I guess.
Yeah, there's several things you can read more about it. It gets kind of technical, but it goes to the very core of their operating system. So they're very, very much concerned about it. You don't see this level of concern much coming from them. Mm-hmm. So I would probably look into doing that for all your iPhones and iPad type devices.
Speaking of prophecy, remind me to say something to y'all in the break concerning Daniel chapter 11. All right, so
Rick, and also while we're in the tech world here, why don't we go ahead and hit this too? Tesla announced its first ever annual profit with earnings of more than $721 million in 2020. While that is good, it's still a little bit under what the market was looking for.
Right.
But when you take a company that hadn't been making a profit and they make one, I'm gonna have to put that in the positive category.
Okay, and no doubt, and that's proving that you have gone after a market, you have created a market, and using the free market and capitalism, there's a demand for the product you're making to the level that you now turn to profit. The government trying to make that happen never works.
Yeah, the profit in the fourth quarter was Tesla's sixth straight quarterly net profit after years of losses, and it made for their first year that they actually made money.
So, Bubba, a couple things, too. I know it seems like we did the first time this story came out, but, Babylon Bee is one of my favorite satire social media platforms out there.
And they are funny. They do a great job.
And they have the not Babylon Bee now, which means they'll give you a real headline that sounds like it could be a Babylon Bee headline. Well, this is different. Today, I saw one that they have now done kind of a combination. They have it on the satire site, but it's an actual quote, and I will read to you what the editors of Babylon Bee put underneath, and a lot of you out there have already seen this today. I think, didn't we do the story when PETA said that that words can create a more exclusive world, or they can perpetuate oppression, and they don't want us using animals in a negative way anymore, like calling somebody a chicken, calling somebody a rat. Yeah. So they've pulled that story, and I remember when we did this. So calling someone an animal as an insult reinforces this. I love this: the myth that humans are superior to other animals. The myth. Can I tell the person at PETA, it's not a myth. It's a fact. Right. It's an absolute fact. Yeah. And I've had this conversation with some of the weird animal people before. The most advanced animal, the skip from that animal to a human being, that chasm is gigantic. Yeah. Okay? So anyway, so it says, and then this justifies us treating them poorly when we think we're superior to them. This is the whole PETA thing. Stand up for justice by rejecting supremacist language. Meaning we now we're going to be human supremacist. You know, we have the white supremacy. Now there's this
speciesism. They call it.
Speciesism. PETA wants to stop human supremacy. Okay, so and they have their examples.
What about domination over plants?
All right, so which Greg and you mentioned they have the chicken means say coward instead of rat say snitch.
Yeah.
All right, so
my goodness.
I remember us doing this story. Here's what Babylon B writes. You know how you put underneath whatever you post on Instagram, you put something about it underneath.
Right.
Here's what they have posted. Okay. I want to hire the person who wrote this and publish everything they say on the Babylon Bee with no editing or oversight, and then let go of everyone else. They captured that tweet from PETA and says, whoever wrote this, we want you to start working for Babylon Bee. Just write whatever. We won't edit it or whatever and put it out.
Good night.
Do we really
some
let
of these people? They really have no problems to speak of.
Oh yeah,
Like
we fixed everything.
Our whole country, I think, is falling into that to some degree.
I have to try this again. I have to say, there's really, and this is not about animal abuse. This is something that we shouldn't allow to happen. But they don't want animals to ever be consumed. They don't want animals to ever be made into clothing.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, they don't want animals to any of this. But some of you out there, honestly, you really don't believe that animals are equal to humans, right? I mean, you really don't believe that.
No.
No. Are there people that really believe that?
I think there are.
Probably some.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Now they tell me.
Continuing with phone calls because we had some things we needed to cover last segment. So you really only got about half a segment on that one because we were talking about the new merch that just came out today. So we continue your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Will's in Alabama. Hey, Will, thanks for your patience and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
I'm doing well. I was wanting to talk about the vegan restaurant you guys were discussing earlier.
Sure.
And when Bubba started talking about the people that were mad at him for switching back to meat, he was really close to getting into another PETA eater situation, and I just got really nervous about it.
He walked that line correctly, though, didn't he? Oh, way to go, Bubs. That was one of my favorite moments of all time. Bubba and I really, honestly,
never got off the
That
ground.
was like year one. I thought we were done.
Yeah,
I thought we were done. Let's go to Charles in Gadsden, Z93. Charles, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, listened to you a long time.
Thank you.
Y'all work. Your old station was very close, very, very close to my work. And for about a week-long period, you and Bubba and I were on the same lunch schedule. This is back in the days when we were bigots.
Yeah,
are you talking about in Gadsden?
Are you talking about? Did you ever hit Applebee's with us and go after the fudge nut fantasy?
Well, we were on the same schedule. Every restaurant for about a 7-day period or a 5-day period. I'd go in a restaurant, and there would be Rick and Bub.
Well, and the way we were eating then, if you went to the restroom, there we were too. So we would, let's see, Bubba, we would hit Applebee's.
Oh, yeah.
We hit Pruitt's.
Oh.
Well, I was going to say
we had a rotation.
Wendy's. We had Wendy's.
Yeah, we just bounced around.
Yep.
We at one time had the Chinese buffet till the incident.
Right. That probably made it twice a week on there. But my favorite was to go to Pruitt's when it was just a little chilly outside. And get a bowl of chili and a grilled cheese sandwich and dip it in the chili.
Yeah.
Oh man,
number one.
Yes. What you talking about, Willis?
We continue. Let's go to Keith in Tennessee. Keith, go ahead.
Hey guys, for all the word police and everything, all farming is regenerative. You have a seed, you plant the seed, it produces a crop. Therefore, it is producing another crop on top of that. Cattle are the same way. You know, you breed cattle, they produce offspring, and it's a regenerative cycle. So the word police have it wrong, and it's just like organic or anything else.
Yeah.
You know, you just got to have a word that everybody goes off of that means nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So all farming is regenerative, and these people are idiots.
Thank you. And Keith, I had a sense that was coming, but I wanted a farmer to actually say it. It kind of goes back to a slogan that Bubba and I worked on, and it just would not be embraced, and certainly not now. If you love an animal, eat it. That means anytime something becomes valuable, then you end up with people keep wanting to reproduce it and have more of it. So
you do remember Ted Turner's. He
the Buffalo.
started the Buffalo. What was the name of the restaurant? Was it called
Buffalo? No, it wasn't Buffalo.
It was called.
Let me see here.
Something.
Doggone it!
I cannot remember the name of it, but that's what they served was buffalo.
Yeah.
And Ted Turner probably
saved buffaloes
as an individual. Did more to bring back the population of the buffalo herd than anybody's ever
right.
done.
Montana Grill.
Montana Grill. Thank you.
They're out of hand now, and we have so many of them now. They're constantly running over Asian people trying to take their picture, but still. But they are back. Let's go to Arnold out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Arnold, go ahead.
I'm going to cut straight to the chase, guys. I'm in search for one John Bird. I can't find him anywhere, okay? I've tried emailing him, calling him, leaving him messages. He won't return my calls, anything like that. I have a friend who's written a parody for you guys. Would you like to hear it?
I guess. Sure.
Yeah,
sure. Go
sure.
ahead, Arnold. Yeah, okay.
Speedy, don't worry. Don't get nervous. I have a wonderful voice. It will make your hair grow back.
Yeah, who cares? Speedy probably read the lyrics on the air. Don't worry about that. Go ahead.
Hey.
Okay, you ready?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
No more voice.
Two fat men on the radio. This is my favorite show. They've got class and they've got style. Turn the volume up and don't you touch that dial. They're here for you. They're here for me. One thing's for sure, it's guaranteed. You're gonna laugh. You'll have a ball. Comedy, common sense, they've got it all. Come on, let's hear Rick and Bubba. Come on, won't you listen to them talk? Come on, don't you know they're funny? Come on, let's hear Rick and Bubba talk.
That's pretty good.
All right. I'll tell you, to stay with the accent, too, is amazing, by the way.
Arnold, that's not bad.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Was that actually John Bird?
No. I could tell.
Get on.
I think that's
You
possible.
could tell.
Yeah, I know John's voice.
He was Arnold.
Hey, there was one time you hear him. He goes, "All right, he kind of went into his normal voice."
I don't think it was.
No.
I don't think it
No,
was.
I don't think it
But
was.
a good question.
But he might be. You never know.
Keith in Alabama. Keith, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good, man. Hope you're all right.
I'm doing great. Listen, Lord, let the sun come up another day. Let me see it, and that's a good day. Wanted to talk to Bubba for a minute.
Yes,
Bubba,
sir.
I'm a little confused. Maybe you could explain something to me.
Okay.
On Skinwalker Ranch, that last episode of season 4 where they shot that big rocket right up through the center and it never came down, they never seen it go anywhere. You know, they never touched on that I seen before. Reckon where in the world that rocket did it come out in Birmingham somewhere? I don't know where the rocket went. Do you have any idea?
You know, we didn't ask Travis about that. He was here last Friday. But you're right. I think they lost a rocket shooting it up. Of course, it could have gone, it was kind of desertly out there. It could have gone somewhere.
Desertly?
Well, you know what I
I
mean.
know. I like that word.
It's,
That's good.
I wish
lot of-
Arnold said it.
Let me say this.
That is a
There's
good word.
there's a lot of desert out
Yeah.
there.
Desertly.
But that's a year ago. That's a good question.
That is a
I
good question.
remember that, but
Yeah.
I don't remember the outcome of it. But at one point they thought it had gone through a wormhole or something.
Yeah, I remember that now. Speedy, how'd you do during that?
Desertly.
Andy Blank sent, this is the 3 text from him.
Okay.
Core temperature rising, had to bail, too much, I'm out.
Yeah.
Did you struggle? I thought the guy did pretty good, but you were just worried how it was going to go.
I was about halfway through it. He
that's
really
good.
kind of started getting the beat.
Yeah, he got
and
it.
I turned okay, but at first I wanted to bail.
Look, he's got a great accent.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
he's
does.
got the impersonation down, and to do it while you're singing, that's tough.
And I think nice selection of song as well.
I just want him to say, "Get down."
Get down. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
all animals, or they're just talking about domesticated animals?
They're talking no. PETA. I mean, they use the example, Bubba. They don't want you to use the word rat
or snake.
Yeah, rat, snake, chicken, pig.
Bubba, they.
Well, you know what? PETA can chomp on it because
I agree.
I'm not gonna take my language cues from PETA.
No,
or my meal cues.
Yeah.
What can they do?
Chomp on it.
Yeah.
That's what they can do.
I was trying to think of a better way to
That's
say
what they
that.
can do.
Speaking of changing your words,
But here's the thing. I think most of us, and I think we may be now one of the few shows that have ever pointed this out, and it goes back to the famous life truth. If you want to know what people really believe, just watch what they actually do.
Right.
Because that's the true belief system.
Right.
Because it's impossible to fake that.
It's like people talking about global warming who are flying around on private jets.
100%.
A lot of those.
When Copenhagen, Denmark was not a conference call, that was the end of it for me.
Yeah.
And how about this? This is the bad thing about those of us of faith that claim we believe something but live something different. You know what the people in the man-made global warming community have done to me? And maybe I'm wrong. They've convinced me they don't believe it.
Right.
So that means I don't believe it. And what if it was true? They didn't do a good job of being consistent. So now here I am not knowing it's true. So anyway, so back to this. So that all of this, the people even, and I know this is going to be heartbreaking for some of you that have a good heart and you support PETA just because you think that's something you should do.
Yeah, because you don't like puppy farms.
Right, and who does? And who does?
Yeah,
And
nobody
who does?
does.
And who does?
Nobody does.
Puppy farms are not good things. However, and I hate to break this to you, by their own actions, I think they're duping you. I think they're just making a lot of money off manipulating your love of animals.
You think so?
And we have to keep coming up with these bizarre
Right.
things.
They don't believe this stuff.
You know, because if everything's good, then you don't
Well,
need
Rick,
them.
what did we discover, a few years ago? They were actually euthanizing a bunch of
Correct.
animals.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly
So-
what I'm talking about. That we have caught them so many times. And it's almost like some of these far leftist organizations, you can catch them lying to people and nobody does anything. All of a sudden, their logo's still out there. They're still rolling right along. They still have their fundraiser. We still have PSAs with Sarah McLachlan singing a sad song. And I just want to scream, you remember we caught them doing that thing where they dumped all those dogs in the dumpster? Does everybody remember that? You know, well, no, you can't. You cannot say anything against PETA. I think I can. If PETA does something that seems to be inconsistent with their message, I think I can call them on it.
Yeah.
And it ought to matter.
So
Just like it should matter on anybody that we catch.
check out the quote that Adler's going to put up from the PETA president.
When it comes to love, pain, fear, and joy, a rat is a pig, is a dog, is a boy. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
Ingrid Newkirk.
Mm-hmm. And that's
I don't
the
even know
story.
what that means.
That's
I mean, what does that even mean?
In the kickoff hour,
What we
we
just
kind of
said.
brushed by it a little bit. There's a story out today on what you're talking about, Rick, where basically they're saying animals are at the human level.
This is important.
This
Okay.
causes people,
Yeah.
using these slang terms causes you to look down on them as less.
Speciesism. Yeah.
Speciesism.
Was trying to keep it light.
Right.
But I want you to know, when you start thinking about prophecy and you start looking at the things that are signals, this is one. With us, all right, let's do a little business. Yesterday, the latest Bible study is out, session 6 of Knowing God. That's available on all of our social media platforms, our podcast and YouTube channel archive. Coming up this weekend in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, Gene Chizik. Looking forward to hanging out with Coach Chizik. I haven't got to hang out with him in a long time. My oldest son was fortunate enough to play for him and got to know Gene and his family. Just great man. And looking forward to hearing him. Now, some of you obviously live all over this country, and you're like, well, I understand you're doing one of these man church services at Shays Mountain Baptist Church, just a few minutes here from the studio, and it's where we created the discipleship strategy for men's ministry you find at themanchurch.com. It was created there at my local church as me and some other guys began to work on that over several years, and so that process is going there and has been going for several years, and so this is one of the gatherings of the men coming together before we go into the small groups. That discipleship strategy features high challenge, but followed by high equipping, and working through a whole process that lasts over an entire year. So Coach Chizik is coming to speak to the men in the Birmingham area that want to attend. They're in person, and you can do that, and there's no charge or anything like that, no ticket needed. Or you will be able to watch it online. So it'll go out live stream as well. If you want to know how to get that link and be ready to go, you just simply go to rickandbubba.com under events and look for this Sunday night, and you'll see all the information there. Starts at 6 o'clock Central Time 7 o'clock Eastern. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service. Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Some of you, as we are speaking right now, you're listening to this on buyraycon.com everyday earbuds. I've seen you. I get your emails, and I'm glad you're here. Now, Mother's Day is approaching, and a lot of times, if you go to Mama and say, Mama, what could we do for you on Mother's Day? A lot of times, mamas would say, how about peace and quiet would be great. Don't get a lot of that. Well, they could do that with these everyday earbuds because of the isolation mode. They have two modes, awareness and isolation. Isolation means I just need to, whatever book I'm listening to, whatever show I'm listening to, whatever, Bible study I'm listening to, whatever music I'm listening to, I just need to kind of go into my own world and just kind of chill. Well, they can do that. Now, the big audio brands that are, trying to be at the same level of buyraycon.com/Bubba as far as quality, they're going to charge you about double what the Raycon everyday earbuds will cost. Plus, we're going to get you 20% off and free shipping. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews, by the way. You can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. There's where you get the 20% off and free shipping. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. What a great idea for Mom this Mother's Day. Raycon everyday earbuds so she can enjoy the Rick and Bubba show and the archives in the isolation mode and take a little peace and quiet. All right, so let's talk about Your America Here. These are rarely pleasant. The insanity continues. The country that we once knew and loved vanishing by the day. Hopefully, we as Americans will try to do something about that come November. But here's a USC graduate. Now, I want you to imagine this when you think about the overstep and the insanity of how we're living right now. She's going to talk to us. It's a girl. She's going to talk to us about the fact that she has missed her high school graduation and apparently now will miss her college graduation. And she's going to tell us why. So here we go.
So USC just canceled our graduation. I have no words. This is so, it's actually comical at this point. If you don't know, the seniors that are graduating college right now are the seniors that graduated in 2020, where we didn't have a high school graduation, and a lot of us had drive-through fake graduations or no graduation at all. And now we are seniors about to graduate, getting ready for our first real graduation, and it just got canceled.
Mm-hmm. So she stumbles a little bit.
Yep.
But it's because of the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine demonstrations. USC has canceled them.
Yep.
Interesting.
So I want you to imagine how it feels, and she looks pretty distraught. So the COVID shutdown stuff that we now know, most of it was not even necessary, and that cost you your senior year of high school. Mm-hmm. And you think, all right, we finally have come out of most of the insanity of the pandemic, even though some people are still clinging to it. And now I don't get to graduate because we can't just simply deal with protesters and not allow them to disrupt the graduation. And now I can't graduate from college. I want you to imagine that.
Oh, I know. And think about this. In an attempt to publicize your position politically, have you made these people sympathetic, or now they're going to be hostile to your cause?
I say hostile. The next one, Bubba, remember we had the Columbia student that came down to NYU for the protest but didn't know what we were protesting. Well, we have Speedy, you might want to leave the room. Andy Blanks, just come back in a little bit, or don't watch on YouTube, just listen. We have an interpretive dance.
Oh, boy. No, sir.
And this interpretive dance, Greg, Bubba, Helmsy, Adler, Speedy, strings for decolonization.
Whoa.
So this is going to be interpretive dance against colonization.
As if interpretive dance isn't bad enough.
While wearing a mask, back to the people that are still clinging to the pandemic. Don't know
So
why,
many masks.
Don't know why.
Now, where is this?
This is Colombia, Greg. Costs a lot of money to go there, $50,000 a year.
Strings of decolonization, Greg. Don't make fun of it.
Strings of
decolonization.
Now, this is a bunch of people dancing with yarn.
Yeah.
And representing the strings.
I thought when they said strings, it meant the instruments that they were going to be.
I don't like that.
Just yarn.
Somebody tell me these.
This is yarn of decolonization.
So I'm supposed to look at this and go, decolonization.
You're supposed to be anti. In this particular case, it looks like the Israelis.
Yes.
By watching this and what they are doing to the Palestinians, right?
Yes.
And this
right.
yarn is somehow driving the point home.
Now, don't forget.
Oh, yeah, they got the headpiece on.
Don't forget.
Yasser Arafat.
But don't forget Yasser Arafat's headpiece. Do not forget this. If they truly were living under Hamas rule, not here at Columbia University, everything they have on, they would not be allowed to wear. They would not be allowed to wear jeans. One person, even though they have their legs covered, still have shorts on. That would not be allowed, even though she has leggings on in the shorts.
I don't get the message.
And tell me these masks of all these students, is this for pollen? Please tell me it's for pollen.
No. It's not for
Let me ask you this. How many times did they meet in somebody's garage to work on this?
I don't know. It's
Apparently not enough.
And what does it mean? I don't understand their message.
It's during their little. It's in their little tent.
That's because you're not
city.
deep enough, Greg.
They're you know how
It's
they've
an
all set
interpretive
up.
dance about decolonization.
I'll
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead and say this. Any
I'm turning
interpretive
Swedish.
dance needs to be done away with.
Would you ban all interpretive dance?
Yes, if I was in charge, that would be day one.
But doesn't the word interpretive mean I need to be able to see what?
You know what?
You know what it
interpret-
usually
was
means? Weird. It's
It
a
does.
weird
Rick, I
dance.
have an idea. More pipelines, less interpretive dance.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bubba. I'm with you. Day one. Day one. we do
I
it.
wonder if somebody.
I'll take that bumper sticker, sir.
I wonder if somebody researched the composer to the song they were dancing to. I'm sure
If
they'd
you
find
said
something
it
wrong
was
with
an
him.
interpretive dance and you came out and did the robot or something cool,
Yeah.
it would help. But to put a bunch of yarn on you,
Some
and
popping,
they always,
locking or something.
every one of those dances always has some of this in it.
Yes.
Oh, you got to
move
have that.
slow.
The swaying of the arms.
Why,
yeah.
why do we have to sway like a tree in the wind?
And tie yarn on it.
It's like one of those little remote things. That
yeah.
go out.
I'm with you. If you're going to do an interpretive dance that I might pay attention to, let's pop and lock.
It's always got a lot of this in it, right?
Give me
here.
a good beat.
Yeah,
You can do
Was
that.
it-
Same face.
Yes,
everything.
It's got a lot of that.
But how does a yarn tied to a ring
I don't know.
and me moving like this while wearing Yasser Arafat's bandana and a mask over my face? What do we?
Is the mask to
Well,
hide,
I interpret
hide
Did
their
they
identity?
just not learn to line dance?
yeah, they're good line dance. I love to see people that can pull off a good line dance.
You guys just aren't deep enough for this. Is
How
what it
about
is.
clogging?
I'm not.
How about clogging?
Ooh.
Interpretive clogging.
Speedy, you bring up a good point. Is the mask because they don't want people to know who they are? They're going to claim. I think they claim it's because of COVID.
Yeah.
But they truly don't want to put their name, their
No.
identity to any of this
No,
stuff
no.
because they're cowards.
Yep. And I promise you, just like the girl we looked at yesterday, you pull that crowd standing around, ask them why they're there. They don't have any idea.
Pool them?
Pull them.
Yeah.
Pull them.
Pull them. I call them pool and put them in one big pool.
Well, when you're because I do see
Pool
people,
them and then pole them.
Yeah,
That's
but
right. Then you get your answer.
There you go.
I look and standing
Not the
around.
wall.
Hold
very
them
far.
while they're in the pool.
Yeah, I look around and I see people standing there watching with mask on outside. They're not even involved in it.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
They're making.
And they got their headpiece on, right?
So, do they think that COVID can get them outside in the quad?
You know what I think? I think the lack of oxygen with a mask is affecting their brain.
There's no.
Well, I know this made me. I wasn't concerned until I saw this.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, they must be on to something.
Well, look, they're bored to tears. You see all the tents around them. They're just they're bored to tears in between all the waiting around, and been sitting in their tent all day. So you got to get out.
All right, so back to the original interpretive dance. Okay, can anybody say in the history of movements? Okay, because there's been so many during our history that there was one person that said, "I noticed you changed your view on that." I did. What was the turning point? The interpretive dance.
Yeah, that got me.
I was so far against,
Flip the switch with me.
Yeah,
Open my eyes.
I was so far against this movement until they got to me through this interpretive dance.
Yeah, I'm good. When they pulled that yarn out, ooh, suddenly I fell for the Palestine.
Today, I will sit down and I will rethink my position in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It was the interpretive dance.
Guilty as charged.
That was the turning point.
That did it, Rick.
Yeah.
When they brought the yarn and they had them moves.
That was the one. I was
wearing them dish rags.
I was a fence rider right up to that point.
Yep. Come on in.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. So there's the Your America. Imagine if your student could not graduate from high school because of the shutdown and COVID.
Wow.
And now you can't go watch their college graduation at USC because of protesters. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day. All right, so yeah, I didn't get to unpack completely the whole John Kerry thing, but this is the thing that we have to pay attention to. And you were just talking about the electric cars and all that. I just wish that we could get back to, and I know it's gone. Do you think we'll ever get back to the point that there'll be? I know there's some people claiming they're doing that now. You know, Shepard Smith claims that he does that now, and then you have some others that say, look, we're just going to go back to journalism. We just give you the news, and you just let the headlines and the stories fall where they may. And I've seen a few Shepard Smith newscasts, not an entire newscast, and it seems like that's what they're doing. But do you think we'll ever get to the point where a reporter, no matter what party a person represents, can I just enjoy this? I know the answer, but can I just for a minute, can I dream?
You must be one of the few people watching Shepard Smith.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure there's not many.
I've watched him, and now he does a good job. But a lot of the people that he brings in, the reporters that you're talking about, that's when they'll go that. And not all of them do it, but for the most part, it's a left leaning.
Yeah, I just find it hard to believe that anybody, no matter who they are, can go to CNBC and produce a non-biased newscast.
Yeah, and that's the financial side of things. So it's not bad like MSNBC. A lot of times, a lot of people confuse that or think that they're going down the same vein, and they're not. But and Shepard is one of the few that. I mean, I do. I enjoy watching him simply because I feel like he just throws. Plus, he does this little corny thing called Around the Nation, and I kind of like it.
Okay.
That's kind of like a Speedy thing.
And you love those kind of things.
I do.
But anyway, but what I'm saying is the way this was designed, the First Amendment was saying, all right, we want a freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And the government cannot interfere with the press, and they cannot interfere with the church. All right, so anyway, so the press, the reason why they wanted that is because the king would decide what you could and could not hear. And all his little minions, they did whatever he said, and they would manipulate the people, do whatever. And he said, man, we need a press to keep the government accountable. So the way the Founding Fathers would have designed the John Kerry press conference yesterday, when he claimed that, don't worry, our goal is to shut down the combustion engine because of all the pollution it causes. And he said that when we do that, he said, we used to call it pollution. Mm-hmm. When we do that, all these kids that are dying of all these asthmatic problems that are caused by pollution that we'll save, and I think he threw out 50-something million lives by going to electric cars, okay? I think as a reporter, I could have made a note there. Well, let me follow up on that.
Yeah.
And then he said, but don't worry, because this is how the left plays, because, unions sometimes will blindly vote for the left. Don't worry, union car makers, because still keep voting for us, even though we just said, just like the Keystone Pipeline people, we're going to put you out of work. We're going to transfer you over to making electric cars. You ain't going to lose a job. We're going to transfer you over. You just magically are going to have the skill set to make electric cars. And not only, Bubba, will you just move to making electric cars, and I love how they talk to you like you're an idiot if you question this.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody don't figure that out? And then he says, not only will you not lose your job, and this is the classic left statement, we'll create more jobs. Now, a journalist, I wish, would have just said.
Yeah. But, Rick, we tried this already once.
Yeah, I know.
Solyndra.
I know.
Wasn't that the name of it?
Whatever it was.
Something like that.
You're talking about the
it's either that or the sweetener.
The millions that we invested. Once again, the
$240 million taxpayers lost.
$240 million.
Solar power plant.
Trying to create a green job market that did not have demand, okay, and could not replace what they can be. They can be a supplement, but they can't replace what we already have. And so far, the electric car may get there, but they're very expensive.
Yeah.
And, of course, as Bubba has pointed out, once again, the left, because it's emotional, terribly short-sighted about batteries. And they talk about the grid, but yet they want to plug every single car in the whole country.
And,
got to charge them.
Your electrical demand is going to go up through the roof.
And still, we generate most of our electricity by burning fossil fuels.
But I would have loved to have heard a journalist, if they were allowed to say, Mr. Kerry, or whatever title we are supposed to call Kerry now, okay?
Yeah. What is he, by the way?
I'm not sure.
I can't remember what he is.
He's something to do.
I mean,
with,
we've recycled all these old retreads that's been around forever.
Are there no new people, by the way? So,
no.
and I say that to Republicans and Democrats. So all of a sudden, and then I would say, hey, I heard you say that the electric cars would just be made by the people that are making automobiles now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me how that would work? And then I heard you say that we will create even more jobs. Can you explain to me, and maybe you know, and I'll admit I don't know, can you And here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Golden ticket seat guest will visit us starting next hour. They're lining up outside now. The Wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat still to come today. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. So we were trying to watch this yesterday, the various Trump trials. Two of them overlapped yesterday.
Wow, a lot of trials.
Yeah, a lot of trials with Trump. Now, I will prepare you. I don't know why there's been an influx of people that talk in this strange thing that RFK Jr. has. I had never heard anybody talk this way till him. Now I'm hearing multiple people talk this way.
I think his name's Sawyer. John Sawyer.
Yeah.
He is Trump's attorney that is arguing before the Supreme Court right now on the presidential immunity case. You know, you bring up a good point with overlapping trials. Think about how many trials and how many things are going on right now for somebody who didn't kill anybody.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's you
thinking, man, he must have killed a bunch
you
of
could have
people.
mowed somebody down at the mall, not had this many trials.
So Trump update. Trump. So here is Justice Jackson. In the interaction with Trump lawyer, we believe John Sawyer. I think.
Yeah, this is one of the highlight pieces from yesterday that's making the round.
All right, so here we go.
Benjamin Franklin said, "As we view the prosecution of a chief executive as something that."
Greg, just let it happen. My goodness, all right.
He's got so many people talking this way now.
He's got a bad voice.
That's
We
crazy.
warned you.
He's making a good point, Greg.
I will never hear it.
Benjamin Franklin said, "As we view the prosecution of a chief executive as something that everybody cried out against as unconstitutional." And what George Washington said is, "We're worried about factional strife, which will."
No, let me put this worry on the table. If the potential for criminal liability is taken off the table, wouldn't there be a significant risk that future presidents would be emboldened to commit crimes with abandon while they're in office? It's right now the fact that we're having this debate because OLC has said that presidents might be prosecuted. Presidents from the beginning of time have understood that that's a possibility. That might be what has kept this office from turning into the kind of crime center that I'm envisioning. But once we say no criminal liability, Mr. President, you can do whatever you want, I'm worried that we would have a worse problem than the problem of the president feeling constrained to follow the law while he's in office.
I respectfully disagree with that because the regime you've described is the regime we've operated under for 234 years. There has not been an expectation based on 234 years of unbroken political.
All right, let me ask you another question.
He tries to change the subject.
Yeah. He said, I could hear nothing.
You can be upset all you want to, but we've operated this way for 234 years. I'm now afraid that this thing RFK Jr. has, since this is now the third person in a really short period of time that I've heard of it, are we all susceptible to this? Can this happen to all of us?
Has he been talking so
Rick,
much
if you talk
that he
too
lost
much
his
every
voice?
day, it could happen.
Should I be gravely concerned?
Yeah.
The
do you
most
think that's what it
common
is?
cause is abnormality in your vocal cords.
Mm-hmm.
But you can have like an injury. Spasmodic dysphonia can come on from an injury. And it can also come from like a problem in your brain.
It almost feels like RFK Jr. is now giving it to people.
It can be inherited. It can start after a cold or a flu or an injury to the voice box or a long period of voice use or stress.
Okay. All right. Well, bottom line is he said you're getting upset with a regime in the way we've done this for 234 years. That's the point I'm making. You can be upset, but it seems like we've gotten through it this way for 234 years. Why now do you think this is something to be concerned about? Yeah. That all of a sudden presidents will just be a bunch of lawbreakers and be running wild?
Well, there's two complicated issues here. Okay, one, it is how can a president who no one should be above the law?
No,
I think we all agree on that, right?
Of course not.
The other part of this is where you see in the arguments being made that charges will be made against presidents as political enemies. Factions is what he was referring to, as opposed to legitimate law breaking. And that's what they're saying you're seeing now. The other argument in this, and it is a bigger argument, is how much power does the Supreme Court actually have over the president to make a ruling?
Right.
Because they are equal branches of government,
right,
with checks and balances. So some people are even arguing that the Supreme Court really has very little authority what they can do with the president.
Right.
Now, they can have a lot to do with the citizens, but as far as the president himself being a separate and equal branch of government, are they even in a position to dictate these terms to it? But somebody has to set the bar, right? So, but and another issue coming out of this, and you're hearing some of this, but I don't think they're talking about it enough, is interference of an election. You're keeping the leading candidate of one of the two major parties, who, by the way, is the leading candidate in 7 out of 8 polls, from being on the campaign trail, which is election interference. So how do you balance all of these out?
Well, Sawyer says correctly, the Founding Fathers have already answered this question for us. And for 234 years, we all agreed. It is more likely that political parties will use criminal allegations against candidates they don't like to tie them up. That's more likely to be a problem than rogue presidents that are a bunch of lawbreakers and just break laws left and right because they think we can't touch them.
Yeah, and
the Founding said that I think the first one is a bigger problem than the second one. The second one not near as likely.
See, even on a broader scale, the justices and some of these are very anti-Trump people. They've made comments to that effect, which probably means they shouldn't be ruling on it. But I won't go into that.
Right.
That they're seeing this as Trump. We're talking about Trump. The picture you need to see is we're talking about every former president, and Biden, Obama, Clinton, whoever. I mean, and our future presidents when they are former presidents. How do we go about this? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for it.
And presidents are generally impeached, not jailed. And they're trying to do the opposite with Trump here. And also these charges are completely bogus. So
right. And people can just vote them out, and they no longer have any power.
That's it.
Chris Christie, interesting comment from Chris Christie. You know how the Chris Christie-Donald Trump war has gone.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Christie wants somebody else to make this observation, but here we go.
A criminal trial is a really awful thing to go through. And if you look at Trump physically right now, he looks terrible.
What in the world?
And believe me.
So good. Thank you, Kettle.
I say that when
when your belt is up to your chest.
Thank you, Humpty.
You know what?
Governor Kettle is weighing in.
There's the box. Fair point, but as you said, probably not the guy to present it.
Yeah, if you're going to point it out, don't let him be the one to do it. I'd rather that guy with the scratchy voice do it.
Sure.
Can we hear it again?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. A criminal trial is a really awful thing to go through. And if you look at Trump physically right now, he looks terrible.
I'm fine. Now, if he wanted to go on and say, I should know this, because look at me. If he wanted to say that, but he did.
I'm a tub of goo.
Yeah.
Trump does look stressed in a lot of pictures. I agree, but that's probably not. He's just not the guy that ought to present.
Plus, he's not able to be active. He's having to sit there all day.
Yeah.
He can't. I mean, he's in court all day.
Right. Well, and Bill Clinton, he weighed in too and said, well, his problem is he don't know how to act around women.
Yeah, he just respects women.
I will say that Trump's eyes still look alive, and the photos of Biden, if you get up close, there's nobody home, guys.
There's nobody
the
there.
lights are off, and nobody's home.
He's the oldest president in the history of the country at 81 now, running for re-election.
Wow. If you leave us, have a good weekend. Catch the Rick and Bubba archives today. If you got more, we'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To me, since you're saying these things to the American people, how would making the manufacturing of electric cars create more jobs than the creation of cars now with the combustion engine? So tell me, I heard you say that. I'm sure.
Special envoy for climate change. That's even better.
Special. Hey, special envoy for climate change, Kerry. Could you please answer that question? Because it's kind of our job as the press to look after the American people, and they just heard you say that.
Yeah.
And man, you know what? Really make them feel good by walking out how that actually happens. Yeah.
Rick,
can we not get that question?
The jump from the combustion to the battery car is not. It's not light years ahead, okay? But what is a problem? 60% of every barrel of oil makes plastics. You have to have plastics to build electric cars.
Yes.
So how are you going to do that? And lithium, it's not an infinite supply of that. Be here, and man, I'm glad that we have the one and only. You know him, you love him, James Spann with us today. Huh?
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty.
Mentioned it in phone trolls, and just being full disclosure, I didn't really know what you were talking about. And this involves, Bubba, the giant of giants, Amazon. So you remember, you weren't allowed to say that mail-in voting opened itself up to fraud in the last election. That was canceled. If you said it, my goodness, before you know it, you're behind insurrection. I mean, you're just not allowed to say any of this, and you'll be canceled, and you'll be canceled immediately. So I remember people mentioning this, and so there's a number of articles out there. You know what, Speedy? I think this one was in National Review. Okay. But there's a number of articles out there. Here's one from Breitbart too. That again, for some reason, every time we say that, we think we're not comfortable with.
I'm uncomfortable with that.
But anyway, there's been a couple of articles. The National Review, Victor Davis Hanson wrote one, and then here in Breitbart we have another journalist, and we'll writing this.
I've got one too. They're all over the place. Yeah.
But it appears, and it involves our home state of Alabama, that the very same group that will cancel you, you're not allowed. You're not. I'm a far wealthy leftist. I have the biggest company in the world. I'm the e-commerce giant. That they were seeking to postpone a vote to unionize at one of their warehouses in Alabama because the decision to allow mail-in voting, Amazon claims, created an atmosphere for voter fraud.
Yeah.
Am I reading this right? I mean,
okay. So Rick, here's the bigger picture on it. Okay, Amazon has built this fulfillment center, which all of us call warehouses, in Bessemer, Alabama, suburb of Birmingham, as you mentioned, and the workers are looking to unionize before they ever open. Now, Amazon, if I understand this story right, they don't have unionized warehouses anywhere. This would be the first one. And as you said, there's going to be 6,000 warehouse workers there. And and all of this has had to go through the National Labor Relations Board. And they're wanting to vote to unionize. But Amazon has made an appeal to the National Labor Relations Board saying that the mail-in ballots they don't feel will be accurate. That it's too ripe.
Did you hear that? You know what that was? That was
tampering.
Me. That was me being rendered speechless.
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
Now,
For just a minute. Now I've recovered. Now back on my feet.
Who was fine with mail-in balloting for president now thinks to do it for a union is too shady.
You are not allowed to even remotely suggest.
Are we missing something in this story?
But now they say it, of course, in a much more advanced way, because they're smarter than we are, and they make sure we understand that. Listen to how they worded it in this article, okay? Decision to allow mail-in voting, Amazon claims, it has created a safe, confidential, and convenient proposal for associates to vote on site as opposed to mail-in, which is the best interest of all parties. Associate convenience, vote, you ready for it? Now, they're going to say it fancier than we did. Vote fidelity, which we would say fraud, fake, manipulated.
Rick,
okay?
get this, in their filing.
Timeliness of vote count. Do not do mail-in. We'd rather you go to our site that we've set up, Helms, and we're going to let you vote online, no mail-in, because we don't want anything to maybe offer an environment for there to be infidelity in the vote.
Now, the people who wanted to do the mail-in voting, Rick, did it because they are worried about COVID-19 infections.
Well, that sounds
and they're
familiar.
saying that the National Labor Relations Board looked at the wrong COVID-19 infection data when determining how to hold the vote, using the positivity rate in Jefferson County, where the warehouse is located, rather than the positivity rate at the warehouse itself. So they're claiming you looked at the whole county, not just at our warehouse where people are coming in. And Amazon just wants the people they've hired to vote.
So here's a.
I know that's kind of crazy. That's like being the citizen of a country.
Right, it is.
It's a lot like that.
So anyway, on the article I mentioned, the other one out of National Review, I love what he just does as he's listing the whole era of the left taking over. That's right, baby. Here we go. From the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology. We're from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Thank you for being here with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We talk with NASA's own Tony Casey, and yes, I do participate. I thought I was pretty engaged. We talk about the WB-57 and the flight, the solar eclipse, what they saw, some other really cool things as we roll through that this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Also, going out and about, Greg and Speedy tomorrow in Birmingham. The shops at Grand River, 104.7 WZZK. The host is they bring you Greg and Speedy for a grip and grin. You can come by and see them while you're out this weekend, 1 to 3. They're in Birmingham. Ladies, if you want to see Sherry, my wife is speaking at a women's event tomorrow in Prattville, Alabama. Starts at 11:30 a.m., goes to 1:30. That'll be at Camellia Baptist Church. If you want to find those details, burgessministries.com under events. And then I head out today. I'm leaving on a jet plane. Rich Wingo and I are headed to Omaha, Nebraska. They have the Be Disciples Men's Conference starting tonight, and we both will be speaking there tomorrow. Find that at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So, Bubba, our golden ticket seats are here. I was welcome to all of them here. There we go. Little mix. We've got some first-timers. Never been to any studio, the first-timers. We have some that have been to the other studio, but never to this one. So that's kind of our mix today.
So we'll get a review how they like the different ones.
Well, they've already said they like this setup better. They said they're closer to the action.
Mm-hmm.
They could.
And that can be bad.
Yeah, they of course we could as they brought one. Some didn't bring anything, but the one that brought the peanut M&Ms, because they want you to have a somewhat healthy snack.
Yeah, yep.
And sausage balls, and sausage balls always win. They are fabulous. They said these seats feel like a crumb could hit them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They've yet to have to go to the bathroom.
I could hit somebody with a sausage ball.
That's the only thing.
Now I will tell you this.
Check with them after that.
Yeah, you can fall in love to this studio as long as your body never calls you to the restroom.
Yeah.
Now when it calls you to the restroom, you will develop a disdain for this setup that is not as good as the other one. Since we had not one, not two, but 3 restrooms right outside the door.
Yeah. We will issue you a shepherd staff and let you begin your quest.
Yes, right. I hope you have some walking shoes on.
And as we've warned you, don't be terrified if you have to step over someone's skeleton who didn't make it. So it's a long way there and back. So if you can hold it, please do. So there you go. As you stay with us the next few hours. So welcome. We're glad that you're here, and we'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat before we're done today, so you can check that off your bucket list. All right, so Bubba, we didn't finish all of the Trump update that we had. We got hit with the top of the hour break, and of course the unbelievable words. Trump doesn't look good right now. From Chris Christie. Let me tell you, when Chris Christie is concerned about your physical appearance, you have got to do something.
Yeah.
So anyway,
it's a 3-bell alarm.
This ongoing thing, and we're always afraid to say it. It seems to me we go up, right? Mar-a-Lago. Is that how it's it? Mar-a-Lago. That's one of those words when it creeps up. Mar-a-Lago. And Adler, what is this? This is how Trump ended up with Mar-a-Lago. What you said it was interesting, but why is it
This
interesting?
is the art of the deal here, guys.
Oh, is this where he's gonna tell us where he got the greatest deal the world's ever known and he beat somebody out of something?
This is a robot voice. I don't know why it's a robot voice narrator, but it is. But it's got some interesting facts about how Mar-a-Lago came to be and how Trump got it, if you guys want to check it out.
Okay.
Love him or hate him, Trump's Mar-a-Lago acquisition was a great real estate deal, and his tactics will make you love or hate him more. In 1927, Marjorie Merriweather Post, heiress to the Postrum cereal company, built Mar-a-Lago, meaning from sea to lake, when she decided her other Florida home was too small for parties. The 58-bed, 33-bath complex in Palm Beach cost $7 million, which is about $120 million in today's money.
Wait a second.
What? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I thought it goes against the lawsuit that Trump said he overstated the value.
I thought it was only worth $18 million.
Wait a minute. Robot voice disagrees.
Wow.
Thank you for
And she threw some epic parties there, hosting celebrities and diplomats alike. Upon her death in 1973, she willed it to the U.S. government, wishing it to become a winter White House. However, it was too costly to maintain, and the government gave it back to the estate, which put it up for sale in 1983 with a minimum asking price of $20 million plus $8 million for the furniture. Donald Trump had been hunting for a Palm Beach home at that time and put in an offer for $15 million. It was rejected, so he bought the property between Mar-a-Lago and the ocean for $2 million, and publicly stated his intention to build a house blocking Mar-a-Lago's view. Other buyers backed out, and Trump's second offer for $5 million was accepted. He paid an additional $3 million for the furniture. Eventually, he did turn it into a winter White House.
I get it.
I get it.
He did something similar in New York City to get Trump Tower.
That's what I've heard too.
Well,
I don't know if that story's true or not, but I'd always heard that.
Well, no, the one about Trump Tower, I think he actually confirmed that. I thought, but maybe I'm wrong about that. But this one, I don't.
And what the story was? There was a.
I can't remember now.
Wasn't it a department store that owned it? Or the property next to it or something?
So I'm going to do that thing that I shouldn't do when you're hosting a radio show that has millions of people, but I do it anyway, where I begin to try to remember something. I put fragments together and I don't have it right. It's like Dickie Betts writing Layla. But anyway, the riff.
Close.
I was close. It was Dwayne Allman. But see, that's
at least they were from
but let me
same
tell you this.
band.
That's my problem. I don't miss big. I just miss, but it's always reasonable.
Yeah.
But it's still
Adler,
a miss.
See if you can find the same clip for Trump Tower. I think there's one out there about it.
Really?
All right, let me try.
Is that same robot voice?
Bubba, I thought it was something
with a
to
British
do.
accent.
I thought it was something to do. The same thing. Some historic building that everybody beloved, and he was going to take it and tear it down and build it right there if they didn't give him what he wanted. And to protect this historic building, that's what got him. I don't remember.
It was something
Rick,
that
just
he
why are
had
you
the
doing
property next to it and was going to build over the top of there. Some weird something. I forgot what it was.
I don't know why.
Here's what I
there's
found, but after
meeting on it.
Antonio Brown, I'm not just going to read it. If you want to look into it,
I'll give it a shot.
Oh my goodness.
I just Googled how did Trump get Trump Tower.
Just looking at Trump, you can see why he has his hair the way it is. Why? I'm just kidding. It says.
I see now you know why.
No, there's too many words that I don't feel comfortable with.
Tiffany's was next door, their flagship building. I knew it had something to do with it.
That's what it is.
Right.
Zoning. He had to. Trump had to convince the New York City Department. Blah, 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 blah,
Y'all
blah,
researching this on there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm reading.
Okay, we'll just tell you something.
That would clear it up, guys.
He's pretty smart on real estate deals, and Trump Tower was one too. Let's just say that.
It was.
Nailed it.
I don't think we should
Don't
try
wade
anything
into
else.
the details.
No. There were so many companies and words in that Speedy gave me. I wanted no part of it.
I scared.
Yeah, it was terrifying. But if that's the way that went down, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was some kind of long story.
But I think, like y'all said, probably the most provocative statement in that was that it was $7 million when she built it, but by today's money, that's $120 million.
And remember, that was part, as Adler pointed out, of the court case in New York that he had overstated his assets because was it $18 million? They said Mar-a-Lago.
They said 18 to 27 is what it was worth.
Mm-hmm.
So he needs to pay the state like $500 million. Then is what we think,
right?
Because there's so many victims of this crime. Oh wait, there aren't any.
Not one.
Don't get upset, Albert. I mean, I know. Did you ever think we would look at that man right there, and he'd be standing up for Trump?
I just care about truth.
I know you do.
Not with the man
Well,
bun.
if
And
anybody
man
that
buns.
says the swamp doesn't exist, this is absolute proof. They've come out of the cave to show themselves.
By the way, I talked to someone yesterday that told me they've left the left, and you won't believe who it was. I'll tell you in the break. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he's talking about all the things you can expect, and he uses this as an example. And this is Victor Davis Hanson. Listen to what he says. Speaking of Amazon, because he's doing this whole list of things that are going to happen now with the left, he says, and he mentioned something about the vaccines with Amazon, it is opposing mail-in ballots for its own employees voting on whether to unionize a warehouse in Alabama. Listen to this. Amazon says it's worried about fraud. Yes, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos also owns the Washington Post, which ridiculed those who were concerned about massive mail-in voting in the 2020 election.
You know, I would like to ask Jeff Bezos straight up: is mail-in balloting safe or not?
Right.
That's all we want to know. Now, why is this important in Bessemer, Alabama? Because they're afraid it'll spread everywhere.
That's right,
and that's why they would not like for it to happen. The workers there are going to have to make some tough choices because if you do unionize, it can have problems too. If you don't, you might not be represented the way you want to. But those people are going to have to make those decisions.
Yeah, this is not a union pro or con.
No.
This is about the hypocrisy of Amazon's CEO, Jeff Bezos.
Right.
Who owns the Washington Post, which said anybody who says there were fraud and mail-in voting and that a pandemic was used to allow things that would not have been allowed and that may have had something to do with the election, you're not allowed to say that. But now he's going to say the same thing, that he's concerned about not voter fraud, but the fidelity.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rick, let me ask you this.
Of the vote, which means cheating.
Do you think it's easier? Do you think it's easier to maintain the fidelity of a vote if you have 6,000 people voting or 300 million?
Yeah.
Speedy had a little hiccup problem during the kickoff hour a few days ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't to this level.
No.
And those of you that haven't seen or heard it, we have it if Speedy can survive playing it for us. Bubba and Bubba, I mean, we're just reporting the news. I mean, this is.
I know.
What's
I know.
Bubba's?
It's
Bubba's
just,
don't want to touch us with a 10-foot pole.
It's a difficult situation
I'm
on
gonna try to
multiple
hear.
levels.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish I wouldn't play it. Cue it up,
Bubba,
Go ahead, Speedy.
But Greg, Bubba's trying to get back on the good side of things after going against Trump.
That's right. He's trying to rebuild it.
All right.
Here it is.
Again, serious press conference. We're not
Hey,
going to
buddy,
focus.
we got
okay. that. Question was asked.
We're getting a. They are. We're getting a. We're getting a. Excuse me. Excuse me. We're getting a. Excuse me. A slight. They are. We're getting a.
Bubba wants help. Look, he's
Stop a minute. Stop.
Who did
We're
that?
getting a.
And the reason why this is not something else happening, I mean, she says, excuse me, and the one I saw.
How about that?
The one I saw, she says, excuse me, and then keeps moving. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. There's an issue here. I think that's the 1920 mark,
Golly, buddy.
and at the 1911 mark, I think we had a small one. And we've all been there. And you go, I got a bigger one developing.
I think Rick's.
Hang on just a minute. I think
yeah.
what I did is try to grab it while you were while you were doing that. So let me
you're good.
Let me see if I have it.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
There it is.
That's so
there
it.
it is.
It's so it. Excuse me.
All right, so let me hear it.
They are. we're getting a.
Bubba's down. Bubba's down. Bubba, we've lost Bubba.
Yeah, he's out.
Bubba, if you're choked on something, just let us know.
Yeah, let's see if we
Okay.
can get this.
No, it's
There
right.
it is.
They are. We're getting a.
Rick, try to take her away, and then I need you to.
Okay.
Just
I've got
substitute
it now. You
Okay.
just total substitute?
Just total substitute.
Okay, all right.
They are. We're getting a.
I got the face that go with it.
What's wrong with us?
I was maybe a half a second off.
So
but
you'd
I'm
like
go-
to work on it?
Can I try it again?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all
Let's
right.
see here if we get this right here.
They are. We're getting a.
That was it. His hand.
What kind of people are trying to do this?
That was perfect.
Oh, I'm down.
That was good.
All right, let's.
Back 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. New to the Rick and Bubba store today, the collectible series of Rick and Bubba tea glasses celebrating 30 years of Rick and Bubba. The third one is now available. And I'm getting all kinds of emails and comments on social media, people saying, I'm collecting them all, and I just grabbed number 3. Number 3 is a summer theme. Bubba on his pontoon boat. I'm riding up there with him, and we're dragging Greg and Speedy and Adler on inner tubes behind it. Celebrate the summer with a brand new installment in those collectible tea glasses. Also, a vintage Rick and Bubba shirt back by request from the audience. This logo that you see behind me, not the one up on the TV, but the one behind me, that classic Rick and Bubba logo, now on a royal blue t-shirt. You can grab that now at rickandbubba.com. And coming soon, the return of an item that we thought we'd never see again. Also, we do have some awkwardness going on with Adler and the Golden Ticket seats today. We know this is the final year of the show, which has caused an onslaught of people wanting to be in the Golden Ticket seats. Not just out there, those of you that are, just trying to do that, but anyone connected to us in any way, shape, or form, or people who are trying to be connected to us in order to get a Golden Ticket seat. We're overwhelmed would be an understatement. I had someone text me yesterday, and I said, look for a Friday sometime in October, and I'll see if I can get you in. But anyway, so we're overwhelmed, and so we all had, I thought, agreed that we would keep each other informed, and we make sure of all people that Helmsy would know anytime that we had people that we were trying to bring in. And we've had a pretty good system going of all of us communicating quite well. Yeah, and that seems like that applies to everyone on the show except for Adler.
What?
Who has decided not to keep us informed.
No, Rick, he said to hell with it.
Yeah, right. He did.
That's an exact quote.
Yeah, and just sheepishly walked over for some reason to Speedy. I guess he was looking for the person that was least likely to jump him for it.
Sure.
And he goes over.
We
and
are
goes,
workplace best friends.
This is the part I loved. Oh,
That's
by the
true.
way, I may have some people coming in today.
I may.
Now, don't forget, we're 22 minutes into people already here.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
And thought we had
house.
and have a full house and even 2 extras. Yep. And then you think, well, it must be some friend of his, one person.
Yeah.
And then we go, so what are we saying? 4?
I think
4,
maybe 3. I don't know.
I think 4. And oh, by the way, little kids as well. And we're like, you're just throwing this at nobody. Nobody's gotten ready for it. We nobody knew this.
No.
You're throwing this at us, and he says basically he's doing it because they named their kid Adler.
What am I supposed to do? They named their kid after me.
So how long have you known them?
I don't know. I don't know him. No. Yeah.
How old's the kid?
Close friends.
How old's the kid?
I do not know how old the kid is.
You don't know anything.
And you said kids, plural.
Yeah.
I think they have 2. I think I have 1 or 2 kids.
How long have you known this? How long have you known this?
All right.
That's what I'm after, Hams. How long have you known this?
Beep. Let's back it up. So I'm like y'all. I'm getting emails all the time from people asking, please, please, please. I love
Every
the
day.
show.
Every day.
Adler, you're hilarious.
Stuff like that.
Way
Yeah.
funnier than Greg. All this stuff.
Right.
I get those emails all
and
the
usually
time.
some kind of story like, almost like Vicky. Could you please get us in before this person passes away? This is the kind of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they got me with this particular email because they named their kid Adler.
Are you sure about that?
The kid's first name is
Kid's
Adler.
first name is Adler.
Why would they do that?
Did
They named it after me because I'm so cool, Greg.
I guess that's it.
Why does it have to explain this?
I guess that's
Did
it.
they say?
It's self-explanatory.
Pretty much.
Did they say directly to you, our kid's name is Adler, and we named him after you? I'd just like to ask that question.
I read between the lines and a little bit.
You added.
No one has said that directly.
Their kid's name is Adler.
Right. Well, that's factually.
That's my name.
Is it a girl or a boy?
Good question.
That is a good question.
Sounds like you're
I
really
actually don't know
informed.
that. That's a good question.
So y'all are close.
That's a great question. If it's a girl, I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed, frankly.
Why would you be?
Because in my mind, I'm seeing like this little Adler that's gonna grow up to be as as big and strong as I am one day.
You're right. Well, if he's 3, he's almost there.
Yeah.
So you walk right into that one. It's just we're not upset that there's a connection, but we're trying to be organized.
Okay.
We want to be on top of it.
They emailed me
we're moving
so
people
long
around
ago.
now.
They emailed me so long ago, and I forgot.
Okay.
Okay, and
Now,
they
they
emailed
just-
me today, and they're like, "Hey, we're on our way. Thanks for saying we could come." And I was like, "I gotta go talk to some people."
Would you do what the rest of us are doing?
Yeah.
We then immediately email the person back and we copy Helms on it.
Oh.
And we say, hey, we don't know whether this day will work or not. Helmsy knows.
Oh.
And then if he can't accommodate you, we'll find you another day. But he's the one who knows.
Okay.
Yeah, see, that's how it works.
And I got to tell you,
And I
I'm
send it
just
and I
going to be
say,
straight
Helms,
up.
can
I'm
you
just going to
handle
be
it?
straight up with y'all.
Yeah.
We're running out of days.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm already in November.
Oh, wow. So I missed.
November?
I thought
Yes.
October.
Yeah.
It's April.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, aren't you something?
Well, that's good.
Great math.
By the way, he did something I bet Joe Biden
calendar
couldn't
has
do.
really paid off.
Yeah, right.
Getting pretty good.
How about
I'm
this?
just because I know what's about to happen next is we're all going to start getting emails, and I just hate it's not happening. It's just not happening.
It's not. You got to
It's
name your
not.
kid Adler, then I'll let you in.
I mean, listen, I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you what it is. We've only got so many seats. There's only so many days, and we've run out.
We're doing the best we
out.
can.
We've run out.
How about
because
this?
I'm in November. I just had to tell somebody, sorry, we don't do a show on Thanksgiving week.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
How about this? I just had 3 emails. Somebody claimed their kid's name Burgess. See what you've done?
Yeah. Right.
Speedy, see
I
if
have
you
a
can
good
get us
name.
Protective Life Stadium. Maybe we can do it over there.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I've
Babs.
had people say, and I'm going to go back and check in again because I think this was being considered that the big year ender should be like in a concert hall or something.
Oh, for sure.
Because I don't know how technically. I know that can be done, but it's a lot.
Yeah,
it's turkey toss is what it is.
Yeah.
I was noticing one thing with that,
only
that
more
I've,
complicated.
I've picked up on him when he's uncomfortable or he has to tell me or one of us something that he starts to play with his hair a little bit.
I don't play with my hair.
And he got it out of his the ponytail and he started like I got a guy and
Yeah, I have seen him do that.
yeah and
Jealous much, friend?
well, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Is this the Chris
I play with my
Christie thing
go-to.
in reverse? This is the Chris Christie thing going back the other way.
Yeah.
I wasn't like seductively playing with my hair while
Well,
talking to you, Speedy. That's
you
not
said,
what was going on.
I tell you what.
Look, I'm sorry.
I say I've got this guy like.
No, I did notice though that you redid your and I was like, something's
Adler,
coming.
I was
Something's
uncomfortable.
coming.
I was uncomfortable.
You know how you put things
I
like
forgot.
you put things like this to bed. You just own it.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot.
That's it.
I apologize to the team, and it won't happen again.
Yep.
Just take ownership on it.
Wow.
It was on me.
I'm sorry, but I did just get an email from somebody that says my kid's name is literally Rick and Bubba Show. So please let me have tickets. You got it, Steven. You got it, Steven.
And they're not here. So
I think okay. Let me go back to my email. They said
my favorite's going to be when it's not this day.
Yeah.
When he's going to realize that it
after
really
all
isn't
this.
today because he's really on top of it.
Okay, here we go. We're headed that way. It's going to be close to 8:30. Our 4-year oh, there's a 4-year-old. Okay. Our 4-year-old has already mentioned having to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And we're not even 30 minutes down the road.
Oh no.
Where are they coming
So
from?
I think it's going to be a newborn Adler the kid.
So we
and
got
then-
got
and
like
then
an
4-year-old.
infant in here.
So basically a daycare. I've invited a daycare into the studio.
Okay.
Well, the good news is
I'm sorry.
that won't disrupt all these adults that are getting a break from their
Right,
kids.
yeah.
You know,
That's a good thing.
Yeah. My bad, everyone.
What's the family's name?
I don't know if I should say their last name because then you have the kid's first and last name.
Oh, okay. Just Adler.
You know what's odd? It says
Privacy,
that
you know,
the dad.
privacy.
We're gonna say hey to him later, but that's fine.
The dad says his kids call him Thor. I thought that was strange. but you have to know the inside joke on that one.
That's my dad's grandpa name, which is so ridiculous.
We'll be
I don't
back.
know where I get it. I don't know where I get my weirdness from.
Yeah, where did that come from? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One more time.
That's it. No, that's
Wait a
one more.
minute,
All right, am I going with original or am I covering?
I know I need that.
You need it again?
I'm down.
Okay.
They are.
Wow.
We're getting a.
Come on, Rick. Oh, it's on me.
Well, we gotta do it again.
All right, try again.
No, we gotta do it again.
Thank you, Bubba.
They are. We're getting a.
That's a little bit off.
Dang it. Well, we gotta do it again.
You can't grab light in the bottle twice.
Yeah, that's right.
We're getting a.
That was it.
He doesn't know what to do.
Helmsy's having some kind of weird reaction.
Well, this is his weird place he gets.
I've got mixed emotions.
I know. All right,
That's
so
good,
my.
guys. That's good.
And she said it's
I wish y'all
She did.
I wish y'all stop that right
Here's
now.
the original, though, in case people just.
All right, here we go. Y'all ready? Here we go.
They are. We're getting a.
The face that goes with it.
I got it here.
Focus on the
The
face.
loop is what gets Bubba. Look.
I'm about to throw up. They are. We're getting a.
Bubba's down in the ball.
All right, that's enough.
Bubba's down in the ball.
It's unbelievable.
All right, we need to stop.
What an unfortunate
I hurt
situation.
my hand, by the way.
Yeah. You,
I saw it. I saw when you hurt your hand.
Okay, all right.
I knew it hurt too, but you couldn't help it.
Yeah.
You had to stay with it.
I was out of control. Lost everything.
Well, it could have been worse.
I wish y'all had.
No, well, she said attic versus basement.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
In all fairness, though, the mics probably wouldn't pick that one up.
Nah, maybe not.
Well,
Not
I
as
don't
well.
know. What? Attic or basement? Why is that so funny? though?
It just is.
I don't. Why is that funny?
We're just
All right,
immature.
Chad.
No, it's always been funny.
It has,
know.
no
That's a
matter
good
what.
point.
All right, Chad in Tennessee. Back to the game. Back to the game.
I know very respectable people who are laughing very hard right now.
Look, I'm done with this.
Yeah, that's it. Last one.
No more.
No more.
We made the point,
That's it.
and it happened. So that's it. This.
what do you think about
So let's move on.
That's it. There's no more.
Slight difference in the number.
No more.
We're getting a. Excuse me, a slight increase.
I love this. I think it's my favorite part.
Excuse me, Bubba.
Excuse me.
Get the excuse me, Bubba.
Doses that we'll be getting to the state. So that's good
No, let me
news.
go here.
Excuse me, a slight increase.
Yeah, we,
Bubba.
All right.
Look,
That's it.
I want you to get you a look at one bill, Bubba.
I think I'm getting COVID lung here again or something.
All right.
let's stop.
GameStop.
Do y'all want to go back to the GameStop thing?
Please.
fine,
Because there's a
Please,
guy
quick.
on the phone that said he did this,
Yeah.
and that he
Yeah.
made money on it.
Yeah.
You've got somebody says they made money
And
on
that's
it.
they call it pump and
What if this
dump.
was our theme for GameStop? We had to play this.
For short to stock.
Well, I've heard of that technique before.
Yeah.
All right, Rick, we got it. But in order to do this, we have to do that.
A lot of growth, Greg. A lot of growth out of you. A lot of growth out of Greg.
They are. We're getting a.
All right, now go.
All right, so Chad in Tennessee. Hey, Chad, so did you just make a noise?
He did. Gila monster.
All right, go ahead, Chad. Tell us about you. You did this GameStop thing?
Well, I got out way too early. So I bought GameStop about 3 years ago for about $17 a share. I just bought a little bit just to play around with. And it got all the way down to about $3 a share, and I held on to it. and I got a letter from GameStop probably 6 months ago saying they would buy the shares back from me for $4. They were doing some buyback. I said, well, surely I can get more than $4. I'll hold on to it. So I wait a while, I look. It goes up to $36. I'm like, well, heck, I've doubled my money. I'm out. I finally got what I want. And then I wait about 3-4 days later, and I see it's $360. So I got out way too soon.
Oh man, that hurt. Well, who would have thought it? Yeah, you should have stayed in there.
Yeah. And it's totally speculation. I mean, I think people were shorting that stock, and they called them on it. And I mean, I looked at it when it went to 36. I'm like, did Amazon buy it, or what's happened?
AJ out of Coleman, Alabama. AJ's listening to us on the legendary 104.7 WZZK. AJ, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so I heard Adler earlier talking about using Robinhood as a trading app. So Robinhood has actually made it where you cannot trade with AMC or GameStop on it.
Let me ask you something. I want to.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. SimpliSafeBubba.com. There's no safe quite like SimpliSafeBubba.com safe. Let me tell you something. If you are looking for a security system that is comprehensive, top to bottom, you can customize it to the property. Everywhere where you're susceptible, you can put a sensor, indoor, outdoor cameras. They're 24/7 professional monitoring where they can actually see things happening in real time, stop a crime in real time. They can see an emergency happening in real time. It's just incredible. There's nothing on the market quite like it. And you can install it yourself. That saves you money. But if you're like me and you might need a little help, they're there to help you as well. Get 20% off. 20% off if you want real peace of mind. Go to simplysafebubba.com today. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and put them to work for you. You will rest easy knowing that your property and your home is secure. All right, so Bubba, the world of AI. The world of AI. AI.
But I still love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Always and forever.
So AI, good, bad, ugly.
Well,
it's,
Rick, it's all in the people handling it, I guess.
Yep.
We have a case here, and this is one of the things we've talked about, where there was an audio tape of a principal at a high school giving a racist rant, and it got out through the town. People were incited. They wanted him to lose his job. They wanted him prosecuted. The only problem is that the whole recording was AI generated. He never said any of that.
Didn't happen.
Oh, boy.
And, of course, you have this with audio, which you can do AI audio now on websites and apps. I mean, it's not that strange anymore. And then if you take it to a higher level, the deep fake videos, which are incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, you just go, what is going on here? But here's a little bit of that rant, and Adler's going to edit it on the fly.
And it does have some insensitive language, but just so everybody knows, this is fake. This is AI.
Here every day. Between these ungrateful black kids who can't test their way out of a paper bag, or these teachers who don't get it, how hard is it to get these students to meet their grade level expectations? Lawrence and Ravenel should have never been hired. And don't let me get started on DJ. I'm going to drag.
And see, it even sounds like it's been caught on a secret tape recorder. You know, it has that sound to it. The whole thing is fake. It's not edited. The whole thing has been generated, and it's fake.
Here's what I do like about the story is that the person, is it Dazon Darian?
Yes.
The former athletic director was arrested and charged for fabricating as Bubba said, not some of the tape, the entire tape. Wow. So now think about that. The good news is he was arrested. So I guess there are some avenues you can go, that's not me. I didn't do that. How do you prove that?
But think about the damage that could be done by this.
Bubba,
if they could not prove it. I mean, you've got a guy that's going to be tattooed as a racist. He's going to lose his job, possible violence, disrupt the community. It just, I mean, it could be. I mean, it's just incredible the amount of damage could be done with this stuff, and it's not that hard to do anymore.
I know, and so when we get to the point to where we live in a time too where people say, if I don't like you, I can't. I don't want to just disagree with you. I want to destroy you.
Yeah.
I want to take away your ability to live, have a livelihood, whatever.
If I can't get the Justice Department to go after you and destroy you, I'll just make an AI tape.
By the way, on that note, why don't the Democrats just AI Trump? I mean, they can make him do whatever they want him to do and fake it.
They knew it was fake because at the end of the recording, the recording said, "This is MAGA country."
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we have a billboard ad too that is reminding people now down the AI process, you don't need humans anymore. Have you seen this?
That's not good.
Yeah. So this is a billboard. If it says, "Are you still hiring humans?" And call this number, and this is what happens if you call this number. So he's going to...
Hey, this is Bland AI. I'm an AI agent that makes millions of phone calls for businesses and in any voice. What's your name?
My name's Mike. What's your name?
Nice to meet you, Mike. I'm Bland. I guess you're calling since you saw our billboard, right?
Yeah, I am.
Great. Well, I guess I should tell you a bit more about myself. I can be programmed to do sales, customer support, or really any type of phone call. What sounds interesting to you, Mike?
You know, sales sounds pretty interesting, but I'm curious if you could tell me more about yourself.
Well, I'm an AI agent that can handle all sorts of phone calls for businesses. I've got a bit of a stutter, but I try to keep things casual and fun.
Wow. How strange.
Are you still hiring humans?
It's getting good.
How strange.
I wonder if I can get AI to handle all these emails about golden ticket seats.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
According to her, she can handle it.
Yeah, she can handle it. She has a little bit of a stutter.
Adler,
A little bit of a stutter.
What is this next one? It's where it's painting things or animating.
So you
things?
think this
What
is good AI? You literally say good AI on here.
Yeah, this to me is like, okay, this is kind of fun and cutesy. This museum in Dubai, you can take your kid to. Your kid can draw an animal of their choosing. So they draw an animal on this piece of paper, and then at the museum, it kind of scans the picture of the animal, and then after it figures out, okay, this is an animal, this is how I can animate it, it puts it then into the jungle scene that the kid can see their drawing now walking around, and it's all automatic, done by an AI computer kind of thing. So that's kind of just a fun thing that AI can do. But along these lines,
you think this is good?
It's just a fun art thing for
Well,
you.
it could be a good learning experience.
Yeah. But somebody made a great point. We really don't want AI to do art for us.
No.
We want to be able to sit around and do art. We want AI to like do our laundry and wash our dishes and things like that.
Yeah.
Yet so much of this AI stuff that we've seen so far is creating fake videos, fake recordings, and fake paintings and pictures and things like that. It kind of feels like AI is going a little bit in the wrong direction.
Could we sum it up to say we would love for AI to make our lives better, not take our lives from us?
Yes. Free us up to do fun things like art. Do the hard stuff, please.
Right. You know what I hear Adler saying? He's afraid that AI is going to replace drummers.
Oh, you don't think it can?
Already happened. Say hello to the DJ, right?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Am I right, guys?
Am I right, guys?
Everybody knows that.
Yeah. So, the AI stuff, as always, it can be something that can be kind of good, but these things are so easily abused by people. And
computers are just getting so good, so fast. They have so much memory, and now with the internet, they have literally unlimited resources of information.
And there's lots of professions that are scared to death that AI is going to replace them. And we've talked about it. But just like when you call a doctor now to schedule an appointment, a lot of times those schedulers are just working from home, pulling up the calendar and trying to pull you in and pencil you in. AI can do something simple like that. They'll look at the schedule and say, okay, yeah, I can get you in. There's a lot of degrees out there that I'd be scared to death.
You know what?
Going, what in the world?
Back in the day, and I'm just saying, long, long ago. Okay. But if you could have had this excuse, that wasn't me.
I know.
Greg.
AI did it.
Greg could have really used it.
Yeah, that's what his thing all along.
Did you call her? I didn't call her. It must have been some AI thing.
Yeah.
She says I called her. I heard the voice message from AI.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. So yeah, I guess you can go. I guess you can go the other way. Now it's going to get the thing where the whole deal. If something happens, the whole debate now will be: was it done by AI or did I really do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't
because some people are going to claim it when it really is them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You can't trust what you see. You can't trust what you hear.
No.
So what is reality?
I know. All right, phone calls are next. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big phone troll coming up. Patriot Mobile phone troll. So if you want to be on, we get a lot of folks in. 30 seconds a pop. All 10 lines are available. Multiple topics have been thrown out on the table today. So take your pick. We'll chat with you, America. Speedy goes to the phones, and we'll talk to you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's one of these guys that was trading too. I didn't think you could buy and sell in the same day, that it went against these day trading rules.
I don't know.
And I know on Robinhood, because I've got Robinhood, you can't, some of that you can't do anymore. And there are only certain stocks available through Robinhood, by the way.
Now we go to our stock market expert, Eddie Van Adler.
There you go, with a Han Solo shirt on.
Yeah, with his Han Solo shirt on.
Yes.
And go ahead.
So, yes, that's exactly right. They are they're freezing these stocks on certain platforms. I know TD Ameritrade is freezing some of these crazy stocks that are getting majorly hyped up, and I think it's just to stop the volatility of the entire market.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's all I got on that. Okay.
Thank you, buddy.
That wasn't that good.
That was pretty good.
No, it wasn't that good.
Rick, give me financial advice with Han Solo on.
And a ponytail.
That's
fantastic.
Yeah, the earlier thing I said earlier was better.
I love this.
It was, but that was still valid.
Don't know if y'all know this or not, but Adler will be.
That was not as good as the other one. I'll
No,
give
it
you that.
wasn't.
Yeah.
He will actually be a guest host tonight on Jim Cramer's Mad Money.
Yep.
Yes.
Bye, Sal.
But Bubba, back to your thing. Is day trading? I'm with you. I don't know enough about it. Is day trading still going on? Are you allowed to still do it?
Yeah, as far as I know, day trading.
No, he said trading, not drinking.
Day trading. Oh, not day drinking.
I know in Robinhood, they either
in what, Bubba?
Robinhood. They will not let you do that. I don't know if it's at a certain point or whatever, because I've been told in some of mine I couldn't do it.
Yeah. Well,
that's firsthand.
We got people emailing and texting. They're saying, "Hey, I went in there on GameStop and I went in and out quick, and made $9 grand, $10 grand."
I'll try to find out.
And this is gambling, folks.
Yeah.
Whereas what I do when I'm buying a stock,
I can't believe I'm here.
I'm thinking about 10,
long term,
10, 20, and 30 years down the road.
And doing research and knowing what's going on.
Exactly. Knowing the company, the vision of the company, the direction of the markets. Are they making money? Like we just saw with Tesla.
Rick, what's happened here?
The amount of money.
I'm in some alternate
The
universe.
amount of money that Tesla just made, but it seems like a lot of money. But
It's
if you
not.
look at the amount that people have bought into that stock market, in order to make that back, it's going to take them like 100 years to make that, or even more. Like it's.
So what you're saying is the tortoise wins the race. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. Tesla, be careful.
Most every time.
These meme stocks, GameStop, be careful. Bitcoin, be careful. This stuff, it'll burn you. It'll burn you bad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Volatile.
Rick,
It's
from
volatile.
this point forward, I want all our financial expertise to come right
do
there.
too.
Right there.
And he needs to be wearing a bizarre shirt.
If we want to talk the stock market, we always go to Adler. We always go.
Don't
to Adler.
forget that. Such a serious conversation wearing a T-shirt that has Han Solo on it.
Yeah.
Big, too.
Yes.
It's a big picture of him.
Someone texted me and said you have to have a $25,000 minimum in your account to day trade. So that's why I'm not day trading.
So, oh my gosh, what are you doing back on this?
Stock tip.
Stock market.
We didn't mention the stock tip.
So this is just an interesting take. At this point, because of this craziness that's going on the stock market, you've got Donald Trump Jr. tweeting the following.
Yeah.
It took less than a day for big tech, big government, and corporate media to spring into action and begin colluding to protect their hedge fund buddies on Wall Street. This is what a rigged system looks like, folks. That's from Donald Trump Jr. And then AOC on Twitter. Got to admit, it's really funny seeing Wall Streeters with a long history of treating the economy like a casino complain about a message board posters and complaining about a message board treating the market like a casino as well. So you've got AOC and Donald Trump Jr. agreeing about something.
Hey,
How about that?
Now,
This
that's
could
not
be
positive.
the seventh sign right here.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we are, Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make your phone money matter. Switch today to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Activation is free. Here we go. Fire them up. 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer will stop you at 30 seconds. Your time on the program will come to a close. We'll move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. None of that allowed in the phone troll. This is designed to get folks in here quickly and for you out there, the audience, to enjoy tons of content and suggestions and questions and comments. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. It looks like we do have plenty of lines available right now because we do have a 10-line sample here at the old Big Boy Studio, which means more people can get in, and we have a larger sample to choose from. So dial us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you dial now, you will get in. AJ out of Ozark, Alabama, will get us started on the Patriot Mobile phone troll. Trolling.
Keep the phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. AJ, 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, let me first say I'm a Trump supporter. The John Cougar Mellencamp concert that they're showing now, that was he turned it to political for Biden. I actually saw that concert live streamed, and he was talking about his family and his grandfather whenever he stopped the concert. So that is AI generated.
Well, was it AI generated, or the fact that the people there said what y'all say he said he didn't say? I don't know that it was AI generated. It was just a mistake. He never said anything about Biden. The people got upset that he was just, in their opinion, talking too long.
No, he was talking about his grandmother or somebody.
Yeah, and he got mad because people were telling him to shut up and sing.
Yeah.
And it had nothing to do with Biden. And that was actually, people who have said that, they're incorrect.
It was one of those deals like he sits and plays songs and he tells stories and stuff like that. And somebody wanted him to sing more than talk, I guess.
Yeah. And he got up and said, I'll tell you what, I'll just leave it with y'all. But this fake story that he was talking about Biden is incorrect. But I don't think it was AI generated. I think people just told the story that wasn't true.
That part.
We continue. Let's go to Katrina in Florence, Alabama, WLAY. Katrina, go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right. So why is AI art trying to tell me what kind of tattoo I need and what kind of tattoo I can get? And it's all these ads. But then when you get the app, it's just going to be like, hey, you can have 4 for free, but the rest of them you got to pay for. And it don't tell you nothing about that in the ad, when you can just go to an artist and be like, hey, I got an idea, and they can draw it out for you. You ain't even got to pay nothing.
Yeah. So let me be sure. You're unhappy that the 5th tattoo is not free. Is that what I understood?
All right, I didn't understand any of that.
I did get that out of it.
Yeah, I've decided to be very unique.
4 good, but you didn't want to pay for the 5th one. But if I'm not mistaken, the tattoo artist probably charged too, right?
Oh, yeah. I
and
guess
there's probably some fee for the drawing or design, right?
But I don't know. I've decided to be unique and cutting edge, and that means I have 0 ink and no piercings.
Right.
So I'm very unique. So I don't know. I have no idea, but yes, I think it sounds like that AI is now saying we can design your tattoo, but we're not going to give you all of them free. Right?
The first 4 are free. The 5th one, Rick, you got to come out of pocket for it.
Right.
Darn the luck.
Doggone it.
Or Rick, here, I know I don't want to go Dave Ramsey here. Stop at 4.
Well, I will say this, and I've said this to the TAT community, and if any of you in here are part of that, less is more. Less is more.
It doesn't appear so.
Right. Less is more. I think there's going to be some time in your life you'd like to walk around with no shirt on. As opposed to even when you take your shirt off, you still have a shirt. I think Less is more. That's just all I'm saying. We continue. Let's go to Wyatt out of Hazel Green, Alabama. Wyatt, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, monkey grass and grid acre.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Let's get it. Go ahead.
I just wanted to take just a minute. Appreciate everything y'all do, what y'all stand for all the laughs. I hate it's the last year of the Rick and Bubba show, but appreciate all the memories.
Thank you,
brother.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad that you don't want it to end versus thank God it's over.
And as I explained to an emailer early today, as long as you remember the show and talk about it and relive best of moments, the show does continue.
Absolutely. And trust me, 30-plus years of content, there's plenty to go. CDs everywhere. It's all there. Bill, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, I wanted to talk with you about the situation with y'all's restroom. You were telling the golden ticket seat holders if they needed to go or if they could, to hold it. You shouldn't describe it as holding it. Need to wait.
Understood. It was something my parents said to
kind
me
of a
when I was a
joke.
kid. Yeah. But I
We don't
understand.
expect anybody
And
to
at
hold
first, I thought the way you said situation, you were having a little fun at our expense as well.
Yeah.
Because I've been in that too.
Straighten you out. Hey, make a note to yourself.
Note taken.
All right.
We
Don't
continue.
use hold it.
Julie in Birmingham, ZZK. Julie, go ahead.
Hey, I was the one that sang "Living on a Prayer" this morning on the pre-show.
Okay. All right. Well, did you sing it again when we opened the show with it?
Yes, I did, and I sounded a lot better. I'm more of like a group performer than I am a solo act. You know
Aren't
what I
we
mean?
all? Aren't we all?
That's why you want to do a duet.
Yeah.
She wanted to sing with you,
Yeah.
Rick.
Really?
Yes,
That's
she
why I
did.
got nervous.
That's a request you
I
don't
got
hear
nervous
often.
being put on the spot.
Well, you know what?
Rick, I was going to give her a
Oh, my
timeout.
bad.
I noticed you did that real quick.
Yeah, because I had a feeling I was about to have to sing.
I was going to make that request.
Yeah, no,
That
thank
was
you.
coming next.
No, thank you. Frank, Pell City, ZZK. Frankie, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was going to say the string dancers up there a while ago y'all had on that video. I believe I met their parents at the old Grateful Dead show years ago.
Very possible.
That's really good. Frank.
Very possible.
Matt in Alabama. Matt, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. I just had a quick question for everyone to get everyone's opinion. So given how the last 5 years has been going, all this information coming out about the government, how everything's so corrupt and all that, how do you believe what news and what information is put out there now, not knowing if it's even true or not? What do you pick and choose? Because everybody does the pick and choose.
Yeah, honestly, you make a great question, Matt. I honestly don't know anymore. There was a time when I thought, in most cases, what's being said to me, especially on the news, would be mostly true, if not completely true. I just don't feel that way anymore.
Right.
And it's all. And what's happened now is the world of partial truth, where we're giving you the basic part of the story, but then we're building on it, trying to conform it to our ideology or our worldview, as opposed to this is it, and then you take that and deal with it the way you desire. And I remember that we've heard this many times, but my wife, who was a reporter, she said, when I was in journalism school, we were asked to raise our hand if we were Republicans or Democrats. And when we did, the professor said, and that needs to be the last time anyone ever knows that.
Yeah,
you need to just go report the news. That's over. And now news and entertainment have become a hybrid. And when news and entertainment become a hybrid, my viewers and my listeners need to be fed the food that they desire for giant ratings. And so everything is catering to the audience they think they garner.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Yeah.
On both sides. And I think that's sad. What you hear now, and I hear this all the time, I'll see people even making comments on social media about us sometimes, and I'll go, see, they're taking something that's partially true, but then they're developing a narrative that is absolutely false. And people used to care about that. There was a time when people, even if they were going to comment on something. Of course, at one time, the only place you got to comment was down at the hardware store.
Right.
Now you can comment to the whole world and just be reckless. But I can't tell you how you discern anymore. I don't know. You almost have to have been there.
Because it's full tribal warfare.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. And so I think what's happened now is not that we just have bold-faced lying. That's always been around.
Well, there's some of that.
But we're living in a gray area of partial truth, but there's not enough truth for the narrative to be right.
Right.
There's a little bit of truth, but not complete truth.
And sorry about that screaming sound earlier. That was Adler.
Yeah,
baby Adler, not
right.
me, Adler.
No,
so.
I know that. Yeah, it's true.
That's my bad, everybody. I invited a baby to the studio because they named it Adler.
That's good.
I'm sorry.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we started with the national anthem. Hey, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. I'm sorry I was late today. I was in the kitchen, and the police kept calling looking for Greg.
I know.
I tell you what
the deal was.
What the deal
Baby
was.
brother, call me now for something.
Adler said I was scared.
Got out there on the dark road.
It was dark. Highway 77.
All right.
If you just wanted somebody to talk to, you could call us, Greg.
Yeah. Don't call 911 and bother them.
You know, my phone
They got things going on.
My phone did the exact same thing, Greg. I was listening to Def Leppard. Let's go. And, this unpacked another phenomenon. We're learning. 27 years, we're not done learning.
Right.
All right. So I know we've had some issues with the toll free number, but it's but it's very, very rare.
Mm-hmm.
You know, very, very rare. But we did, and we had some, and we've switched and all that. But here's something you don't think about in the world of technology. And I'm not against technology. If it's life-changing, I'm all in, and if it can be reliable. But so Bubba heard it. I walk in, and there's really – I know we've talked about the legend of our office phones, and there is our office phone, if you go in, and I'm the only one that does it, but every now and then, maybe every 2 weeks or so, I'll just look over there and see it stacked up a little bit, and I'll listen to office.
Give it a listen.
I'll listen to office messages. Because, honestly, the message tells you we don't check messages on the office phone, so if it's really important, email us, because I check email every day.
Right. Yep. Right.
And not that it's foolproof. I've overlooked some that I thought, man, I didn't see that. And then I went back and found it, and somebody brought it to my attention. Because I'm looking for titles, because with all the spam mail and all this different stuff, there's no way to open every single email, because a lot of them are meaningless. But I'll look for titles like, hey, we need help, can't find this, hey, need to ask you a question, that kind of stuff. So you can get to us many other more reliable ways than the office phone. The office phone is really a place where calls go to die. So we just don't use them that much. So I walk into the office, which is bright and early. You know, anything that's pre-sunshine is early. And I just hear my office phone just ringing off the hook. I mean, it's ringing. I think, well, that's one. Somebody probably leaving me a message or something. All of a sudden, it rings again. Then it rings again. Bubba's my witness. He could hear it. It just kept ringing on and on and on. And finally, Bubba said, for the love of God, answer with him, see what's going on.
Something's happened.
The police may be looking for Greg.
So,
He called. We're calling him back.
So I answer. I start out as Dickie Nadmeyer, just in case.
Sure. Yeah, I like that.
Hello. And so, and somebody in the yelling bill, trying to call Rick and Bubba show. I said, so what number did you call? It looks like on here 205-824. And I said, no, those are the office phones. Oh. I said, you don't know 866 We Be Big? No, man, thank you. So this happens over and over again. So what I think is happening.
They're trying to dial that number?
No, is they're just simply saying to their phone, call the Rick and Bubba show.
And it's calling the office.
Or they're Googling Rick and Bubba show. So you get the office phone.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So if you tell your phone.
Solve that one.
If you tell the phone to call the Rick and Bubba show, it's going to call the office. So I'm sorry about that. A lot of you might have rung on and on and on, but you were calling the offices. So you need to know 866 We Be Big. That's the studio.
Mm-hmm.
It's different, studio versus office.
Right.
And you wouldn't know that. I'm not being. It's making me realize that.
Yeah, you just clearing the air here.
Right. Yeah. So remember that there's a difference between just the number to the Rick and Bubba show, the company, and the studio line to get on there. Right. Studio line to get on there is 866-WE-BE-BIG.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. So it was funny. It was interesting. I was taking calls in my office, and they were trying to call the show.
That's good.
Anything you want me to tell them? So it was good. It's it felt odd. I was a call screener that couldn't get them on the air. That's a frustrating thing.
Yeah. No way to move it over.
They said, "We put you on hold." Wait a minute. There's no way they can talk to you. Greg, come into my office. Talk to this guy. He said,
Hold on.
He said, "Here's what's happening. You need to listen to Pyromania."
That
drives kicking. Yeah, that album doesn't call 911. Greg, I will tell you that's weird.
It is.
Yep.
It's strange.
I don't know.
I'll tell you what happened to me today and I'm very thankful to have Bubba and Helms in our midst to help us technologically. And Bubba gave us the how you need to upgrade to the operating system 14.4.
Yeah.
On your iPhone because of some bugs. And
maybe that's why mine called 911.
They're worried about bugs. So before we all go to bed last night, which is the best time to do it, I say, hey, everybody, let's all upgrade to 14.4 if you're not there via Bubba's warning. So we did.
the same thing.
Yeah, we did, and so we plug it in. And boy, you talk about an anxiety moment. So I get up today, pick up Sherry's phone. Yep, it's upgraded. Go over to mine, still laying there. I look down, still 14.3. And I'm like, whoa, I started you upgrading when I went to bed. Like, what are you doing? And I thought, oh no, I just made the bugs have already got me. I wasn't in time.
Come on,
and it won't let you go.
So then I just started it over, and then it did. But for some reason, when there was a moment in the process last night, it said we're done. But I got it now, so I did it before we got to work today, so it finally got back up. But I wonder why. I wonder why it stopped and it didn't finish.
I don't know. I got some weird things going on with mine too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
15 minutes past 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Coming to you from the Big Boy Studio on Bleeding Edge of Technology, Sweet Home Alabama, out to the rest of the world, live and archived on various platforms. And we thank you for being with us as we go forward. So a wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat will be taking place this hour. Listeners in the golden ticket seats who desire will spin that wonderful wheel and hopefully win some prizes. If they land on something that we ain't got no more, then they'll pick from things within the studio and out of everyone's individual offices that might be a nice keepsake that we're going to be getting rid of anyway. All right, so that'll happen coming up. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
What in the world?
And thank you for that big build-up.
Yeah, that was pretty good, wasn't it? The final countdown. So, Bubba, we have stories to do before we get to the Wheel of Meat today, and we have one, the art of getting out of a ticket. We talked about on the show so many times.
Oh, my goodness.
So many times.
Stomach attack doesn't work.
This is Giselle, the supermodel, former wife to Tom Brady, and she is caught at a traffic stop, and from what I understand, tries to cry her way out of a ticket.
So
if Giselle can't get out of one, who can, right?
Well, I almost asked a dumb question. I started to ask Bubba, is it a male or female officer? And then I realized if she was female, she wouldn't try this. So it's a male.
Well, in today's world.
Well, Greg, thank you for that. Speaking of spinning the wheel of... Well, let's go to the footage
here from ABC News.
ABC News has been running this. Yeah.
Why are you crying?
This morning, police body camera footage showing supermodel Giselle Bundchen pulled over for a traffic stop after she says paparazzi was following her. Watch as the officer approaches her gray Mercedes SUV.
I'll give you a courtesy today.
Thank you. I was just trying to stay from that guy.
I understand who you are. I know that. I'll give you a courtesy. There's nothing I can do about that.
No, but he's stalking.
Police pulling her over north of Miami Beach. She's then seen breaking down in tears.
Nothing protects me. I can't do nothing. I just want to live my life.
I can't prevent them from doing their job, which is to take pictures.
Bundchen owns 2 homes in the beachside community. Her ex-husband, football legend Tom Brady, also living in the area. Florida authorities opting not to ticket Bundchen. Superstars.
Okay, so she's more upset about the paparazzi not the ticket.
Well, she made it.
Or that's the story she made up.
Yeah. She couldn't afford it. I know.
Well, she was pointing to the guy.
I hope she survived.
Bless her heart, she can't have any life.
She just wants to live her life, Greg.
Yeah.
That's it.
And of course, there's a lot of people who like to have her life, but she wants to live her life.
She wants to struggle through it.
She just wants to struggle through being a supermodel and was married to NFL, the greatest NFL quarterback of all time.
She made more money than he did. And
she made more money than he did, but maybe she can get through it.
Is there somebody in the passenger seat? What did they keep blurring out?
The kids, maybe?
I think it was maybe even her ID they were trying to blur out. He was handing back to her. I don't know what they were blurring out.
I thought maybe somebody else was riding in the other seat.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not
Now,
a
Rick,
public figure, so we're not putting you on there.
Yeah. Who thought that if you had makeup artists to make you look your very best and took 10 million pictures of you laying all over beaches all over the world, people would want to take pictures of you?
I know.
Who would have thought that?
Well, this is that thing that you just said clearly. When your whole living has been look at me, look at me, look at me, stop looking at me.
Yeah, that's a tough gear there.
That's a tough one.
I paid my ticket this week, by the way. The one that we talked about. Yeah,
you didn't cry your way out of it.
I tried every which way I could.
The kids, they tried to cry.
I even showed some skin to the officer. It didn't work.
Didn't work? Oh,
well, you never know. You never know.
I was in Mountain Brook. I thought it would work.
Oh, you're terrible. You're terrible. Should have tried that on the south side. Probably would have worked.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all here.
Yeah.
Come on.
They're following me.
Bill Belichick, speaking of Tom Brady and speaking of the NFL, you know how sometimes, Bubba, there can be too many swings from one degree to another and it'll make your head spin?
Yes.
I think we may have this. Bill Belichick, Mr. Excitement, will now be a weekly guest on Pat McAfee's ESPN show.
You love that one.
Could 2 people on energy be on 2 more ends of the spectrum?
Well,
yes, one extreme to the other.
Yeah.
On the surface, it looks like it is polar opposites.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe, and I don't know, maybe that Belichick, now that he doesn't have to coach and he's, cemented his legacy, that he'll loosen up a little bit. Now, the reason I say that is, I don't know if you saw Nick Saban on the draft coverage.
Great example.
I have never seen him look that happy in my
he's having
entire
time of
life.
his life.
Or his hair that sharp.
I mean, he's usually very businesslike, very limited. He's to the point, whatever. He looked like he was having fun. He was doing good commentary last night. I mean, he knows the deal, But he looked. I thought it was one of his best media presentations I've ever seen.
I think we tend to forget that these people are happy people, and if you talk to the wives and the kids, they're like, "Hey, he's actually pretty joyful and happy when he's around us. Sure. He has to be strictly business." I've seen Bill Belichick in some documentaries open up and do some things that I never thought he would do.
Right. Well, maybe.
So I think I think he will. I think this will be really good.
Do you think he wants to get the record? He's 15 wins short of the all-time record in the NFL. How important is it trying to get a team to finish that? Age is
that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think that he's 72 is the only reason why no one will hire him? Just because he's 72?
Well,
if he was still younger than that and all the wins he's got, certainly somebody would hire him. Especially a team that had nothing to lose.
Well, we had the story that it was actually the Patriots owner that submarined his deal with the Falcons. So I don't know if that's true or not. Who knows? But his age would have to play some into this somehow.
Yeah.
Well, based on this story, his first step into this was at the draft yesterday, doing something with Pat McAfee yesterday on his show. All I see is a still shot.
Now, is he wearing a tank top?
He's not. He's in a suit.
No, I meant Bill Belichick.
That's what I meant. Well,
to match,
Pat. Yeah, McAfee is actually wearing Bruce Springsteen's blue jean jacket. But you look at Belichick; he's in a full suit. How about that?
And when Saban, look at there you go. Okay,
must have been cold.
Y'all want to hear it?
A little bit.
All right, let's see if he's animated. He seems to be smiling already.
McAfee talks with Belichick.
You're a legend as a coach, legend as GM, and I think no matter what you choose to do forever, if you remain in television, which we would all be very lucky, you're going to crush it. If you get back into coaching and GMing, we'll all be pumped to watch it. All we know is tonight was awesome, and thank you.
Is there any chance I could be on your show during the fall?
Yeah, like Mondays?
Yeah, maybe something like that. It's a good day. Because look, I was in Detroit. I got fired twice in Detroit.
Okay.
In 76, after the season, they fired us, right? But then they couldn't get Knox to come, so they rehired us, and then fired us in 77. And so I don't want to get fired here tonight and make it a hat trick.
No, how about you get hired? How about every Monday this fall?
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
Did he want a high five?
I think he did.
That was a good step in the right direction. Let's not pick it apart.
Did he want a high five?
I kind of like him quiet.
I'm wondering if that was a bit or
put a
if they
sweatshirt back on him.
They already knew about it because Saban and Aaron were paid pretty good to be weekly guests on his show.
That was like watching a turtle try to sprint.
Yeah.
Burgess.
He was trying to get some energy. I saw it.
He was.
Turtle trying to
give him time.
A little clunky.
He's got that, that tone.
He's got a long. He's got a long history of being very gray that he's got to break out of. Yeah, I mean that was a big step.
I thought that was a real big step. Gigantic step.
Yep. All right, we come back. The wonderful wheel of canned meat's ready to go. Are the golden ticket seats ready? Here we go. We're going to spin right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available for you again tomorrow. Our guest this week, ESPN's Lauren Sisler, and you'll enjoy hearing that interview, but also learning a very difficult testimony that she talks about as she's trying to use her platform to bring awareness to one of the biggest problems we have in our society, and this is involving addiction, especially to prescription painkillers and drugs, these opioids. So catch that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So, Bubba, I'm playing the OJs for those of you watching on YouTube that don't know that. Money, 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 money. And all this yesterday with Reddick and the using social media to manipulate stocks and blah, 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 blah. GameStop. Here we go. Manipulation, hedge. Do you want to unpack any of this?
Well,
today?
Rick, it's funny. They're calling them the wolves of Reddit.
Yeah. That's funny.
And one of the guys that they say is at the center of this who's actually picking the stocks they want to go after. Mm-hmm. His screen name, Roaring Kitty.
That's funny.
Now, is that not hilarious?
It is, very.
So we talked a little bit about this yesterday because we'd not really seen this kind of thing happen before. And it was not illegal, but it wasn't the norm. And it made for strange conversation. That's him, Rick, by the way.
That's who?
That is Roaring Kitty right there.
Got his sweatbands on.
This is not illegal, but it is not the norm. And it's created quite a ruckus. And it is created shockwaves. So you had people on social media, Reddit, who banded together to make some stock purchases. and basically going against some big hedge fund managers on Wall Street. And hedge fund managers may be one guy or a group of guys that have a whole bunch of accounts they're managing. So they have a lot of money they're moving around and doing this. Well, a lot of times they will make money when the market's going down on a stock. And traditionally, and I'm going to oversimplify this for my purpose.
Please do.
Normally you buy a stock, you hope it goes up, and you sell it and you have a profit. So people were asking me yesterday, I don't understand how you make money when the market goes down. Well, if you have the right account and you have the money in it to do it, you can take a stock, say that's at $10, and you think it's going to go down to $5, right? So you might short that stock, and what it is, you basically buy that stock you sell that stock at the $10 price, and then at some time later you buy it at $5. You cover what you bought before, and you make money because you didn't have to pay as much for it as when you bought it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that margin in there, you make money when a stock goes down, and it's common. That's the way the stock market works. Some people are betting it's going to go up. Some are betting it's going to go down. That's how you have winners and losers. So when these hedge funds do this and they short sell these things, it can really drive these things into the ground. Well, you had this bunch from Reddit get together, and they thought that GameStop was being overdone. I don't know if it actually had the numbers to show that, or they just had a passion for it because they grew up with it. And they were closing stores around the country.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. We thank you for the opportunity to hang out together. Wonderful wheel of canned meat. Release the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Here we go.
Come on, give it a try.
Bubba, it is the wonderful wheel of canned meat. It's been illuminated. There she spins. Here come golden ticket seats. The guests are getting ready to spin. Most of the items on the wheel are no longer available because of the final year of the show. Once something sells out at rickandbubba.com, not reordering as you would if you were going to be going on for years to come. So a lot of these items are gone. If you land on something that we no longer have, over there next to Bubba, a plethora of items taken out of the studio, out of people's offices, various drawers inside people's offices, and we've put some pretty cool items, good collectibles, for you to choose from if you spin a winner. America's favorite house band, there they are, Rock and Roll City, ready to go. Tom is on the bass, Super Tom the engineer, Adler on lead vox, and also the guitar, and Greg on drums. So there we are. Speedy has the wireless mic, which I hope does not make that noise this week, who is ready to go. And our first golden ticket seat guest, Gidget Reed, comes to the wheel, and we must say for Gidget, wow, what a wheel! I need some more out of you, louder. All right, here we go. Let's see if Gidget can spin a win here. Let's see.
I can sing a song if she does.
Here we go, Gidget. Yeah! Rick and Bubba! Rick and Bubba! All right, now this means that you could have picked anything out of the store, but now we don't know what's available and what's not, so you can't. So now you look here and Gidget. There is look at these potential prizes here.
Yeah, that's all kind of stuff.
So take a look and see what you might want to pick out. Anything there catches.
Take the lunchbox.
The Rick and Bubba Classic Lunchbox is a absolute winner. That's a good prize, Gidget. Well done. Greg, how about a go for Gidget? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Gidget wins the Rick and Bubba Lunchbox. Brad Crow steps up to the wonderful wheel. What do we say for Brad? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Brad.
Brad with a big spin.
Good job.
Met Brad up at Gigaparks a couple of weeks ago.
Did you really? Did he have a firm handshake? Because he sure did spin that wheel. Let's see what happens here. It's Henry, the horse, here.
Right out of the gate.
Here he comes. Brad has spun Henry.
He's coming in from the back 40, Rick.
Here he comes.
He's trying to get here. Look at him sprint.
Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
Henry the horse. I got a big announcement.
Okay, all right.
I know there's a guest in the studio right now that named their kid after Adler.
That's correct.
They named their kid Adler. I actually just had a kid, and I named my kid after Adler as well, inadvertently. It's little Simon Birch the horse.
What?
Simon Birch is about a kid that's really, really small. He's like really, really. It's a movie.
Okay.
It's a movie about the small
we
kid.
didn't have the reference.
Henry, you threw that one too high in the barn for us.
We got caught looking, Henry. We got caught looking. There he goes.
That one got in the loft of the barn, didn't it?
That was under the hay. Yeah. Henry has been spun. Brady Crow. Brady will now come to the wheel. What do we say for Brady? Wow, what a wheel! Let's go, Brady. Let it rip. Let it rip, Brady. All right, Brady, let's see where this baby lands for you. Look at here. Oh, bandana. Bandana. We don't have that. So what you can do now is you can walk up here, Brady, and find something there. Some collectibles from Rick and Bubba that you could take with you. Some pretty cool stuff.
Several little big boys.
Yeah, you got some little boy, big boy
James
things.
Spann
Coaster there. Got an autograph.
Big boy.
Something. Oh, a big boy. He took a big boy. There we go.
It doubles as a piggy bank.
So, Greg, how about a go for Brady? Go! Go! Bubba stepping up to the wheel with his Rick and Bubba 30 years and still kicking shirt on, Michael Creech.
Yep.
All right, what do we say for Michael? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip. Got his Bucky hat on.
You combo that, I was going to say, with a Bucky's hat. What a winning combination.
And the Bucky's hat matches the shirt. Isn't that something? Uh-huh. Michael Creech spins. Oh! Spur Master! Spur Master! Hey, I just want to congratulate Creech for picking up my call. I mean, they about to outlaw it over in Mississippi. So you've got the Gary, the Bulldozer Man, the Spur Master, his world-famous turkey call. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is Gary has to send it to you.
Yeah.
So we got to get your information from that. Hey, I mean, maybe you can have something. So we'll see. Greg, how about a go for Michael? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Dominique Kendall makes his way to the wheel. What do we say for Dominique? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip! Dominique spins that wheel with the power of Sevierville, Tennessee. Here he goes. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. All right, Dominique's going with the headless James Spann bobblehead.
Oh, no. That's
just
okay.
when you thought
it's okay.
you broke it.
You just got to push it down.
No, you have to push it down.
It needs a little glue.
Put some
on
Gorilla
it.
Glue on it. It'll work.
Yeah. But those are highly collectible.
Yeah, highly collectible. How about a go for Kendall? Here we go. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Dominique Kendall gets it done. Daniel Gillespie is up. Daniel, what do we say for Daniel? Wow, what a win! Let it rip, Daniel Gillespie. There he goes.
Daniel with a spin of anticipation.
Daniel was a man. He was a real man. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, bandana. Bandana. Well, we don't have that, Daniel. Oh, look there. Oh, got himself. There you go. It's from Central State Bank, Bubba. That's it.
That's it. Good job. Thank you.
Courtesy of Mitch Schroeder.
Yeah. Thank you, Mitch.
All right, we got to come back. We got one more Gillespie left. Tristan is ready to spin. We got everybody in but one. So those of you watching on YouTube, Rock and Roll City will release the Kraken of Rock in the break. Tristan will come back and spin the wheel, see if we can get him a win when the show continues, and then we'll work through the stories we still haven't gotten to. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah, great. That sounds good. Keep that going. I gotta say, I thought Simon Birch was a lot bigger part of everybody's childhood.
I
but,
got it.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, evidently Simon Birch wasn't as big a deal.
Looked at me like,
Who's Simon Birch?
I've heard the name.
I guess it's because I'm a little person. I really related to the kid in the movie a lot, you know. Hey, sad movie.
Right up till his mother gets killed with a foul ball.
Yeah, right. And like he has to rescue the kids, and then I'm not gonna spoil the ending, but it's a really sad movie. 3, 4. Never sounded better. We've never sounded better. We've never sounded better. I'm going to go watch Simon Birch. I'm so excited.
Went in and bought and jacked the price up. I mean, it went from $4 a few months ago to, at one point yesterday, $468.
Good grief.
Well, if you're a Wall Street hedge fund guy and you had been betting that thing was going to go down from $4 to $2, you're in a world of hurt now because you got to go back and cover and buy to replace what you thought was going to be a $4 stock now at $468. Do you see how you could lose a lot of money on that?
Yeah, easy.
So they're not happy about this. And the argument is, well, this is not the norm, but it's not illegal. And some people are saying, look, they're just banding together to be their own hedge fund, and they're betting against you, and you're losing.
How about this? I can't wait to see the movie on this when it comes out.
Wolves of Reddit.
Yeah, well, what was the one we saw too where the guys knew that the housing market was going to crash, and they made out like bandits?
Yeah. So what has happened with this, and why this is somewhat funny, it's made some very strange bedfellows in this. Two people who are absolutely behind what they're doing and love it are Jon Stewart and Rush Limbaugh. Normally as far away on the political scale as you could be. Yeah. And you're seeing that across the board. Now, what happened, the hedge fund people and the market people didn't like this because they didn't see this coming.
Right.
And they cried, and they got the market to shut down some of these people or the companies, Robinhood and some of these other that sell to these little investors like the people that were on Reddit. Well, when they couldn't buy anymore, they had to sell. and it messed them up too. It interfered with the normal buying and selling process. So now they're suing these companies for millions of dollars. I mean, there are going to be thousands of lawsuits against them, Robinhood and some of these others today, because they cut them off just because they thought what they were doing was unfair, or the big guys on Wall Street didn't like it.
Protecting the hedge fund billionaires.
So the market has to protect these people, or they think they do, who are controlling billions of dollars against the Reddit bunch. And it's going to be interesting how it plays out. This is one of those chapters of things, hey, you didn't see coming, but it points out again, as Speedy was talking about, how powerful social media has become, because now what you have is a financial mob.
Yeah.
Not that what they were doing was illegal, but it wasn't the norm, and nobody saw this coming. Now, Roaming Kitty has
Roaring? Is it Roaring?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Roaring Kitty, not Roaming Kitty.
Right.
Well, there's a Roaming Kitty.
I couldn't read my
right.
own handwriting there.
Yeah. Got one in our
there's a
neighborhood.
Roaming Kitty.
I've got one in our neighborhood.
Yes,
Yeah,
that could be trouble a lot of times.
Yeah.
So Roaring Kitty has he said he has picked out about 13 stocks that he thinks that the wolves of Reddit could actually make money on and prevent them from being ravaged by these short-selling hedge funds.
"35 minutes past the hour. Welcome back. We got stories still to cover. We'll try to get your phone calls in, too, toward the end of the program. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show been teaming up for years. Over 1 million people have tried the Relief Factor Quick Start Pack for only $19.95, and 70% of those people saw results that were so good that they went on to continue to use the product. I would be one of those people in the 70. It's all natural, and you can get yours right now by going to relieffactor.com. One way to know is to try that starter kit. You got everything to gain. You got nothing to lose. $19.95 is all you got. That you're going to be getting that. It comes to you. Maybe this will be the answer. The over-the-counter stuff, you can abuse that. It's not designed to be used every day. The opioids and their addictive properties, they've led to the destruction of so many people's lives. So right now, what if there was a all-natural answer to your joint and pain problem dealing with inflammation? All of these all-natural products, these natural ingredients, have been proven to work with the body's inflammatory response, but they're all together in one pack now called Relief Factor. And like I say, over 1 million people have tried it, and 70% of those still using it. Get yours now by going to 1-800-4RELIEF or by visiting relieffactor.com. We also have the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Tristan Gillespie is the only remaining golden ticket seat person that desired to spin the wheel that did not get a chance to because of the bottom of the hour hard break. Tristan will now go to the wheel. He will be our final spin of the week. And what do we say to Tristan? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, son. Let it rip. Let it rip. Just a little finesse. A little finesse with it. He used a little finesse. Let's take a look here.
Kind of spun and backed up.
Yeah, he did. Let's see. That's been a big one today. Big one today. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. There's only 2 of those on the wheel, but boy, it came up big today. Tristan goes with what? He's reaching over. He's picking up. It looks like one of these that keeps the drink cold or hot. This was given to us, I believe, by the National Guard. Maybe?
No, that was a
Operation
charge.
Healing Forces.
Yeah, one of our
that was a charity charge
That's
thing,
right. Yeah.
taking care of those that have served us that are struggling with the PTSD and from their service. So there you go, Tristan. That's yours. How about a go for Tristan? Can we get that there? Go! 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 Congratulations to our winners, and thank you, Henry the Horse, and also Rock and Roll City for giving us the rock. So we have some things that we still have not gotten to today, Bubba. One of them is, from the world that will garner downloads and views, and of course that is anything involving UFOs. So apparently we have a possible UFO over New York City. if you've been to the city, looking up is not even required for you to see UFOs. You just look around.
No, I would be careful looking up.
Just look around.
Be careful where you step.
All right, so we have a passenger flying out of LaGuardia. You're not going to be able to get to LaGuardia from here. No way. We'll never get you there. But anyway, so LaGuardia, flying out, a passenger thinks they see a UFO. Is that correct? Is that what we have here, Adler?
That's what we have, Rick.
Yeah, let me know what you guys think. I don't think this is a UFO, but what do y'all? What do y'all maybe think? It goes quick, right there, boom.
Oh, clearly.
So she was shooting out the window, as people do. And there it is. That's one of my favorite views.
Where's it again?
Real time. Right here. Here it is, real time, right? Whoop.
Boy, that was fast.
This looks like a...
It almost looks like a bug in the airplane.
Can you frame by frame it out?
Yes. I think they do here, but maybe not. All right, let me start it over. Here we go. Right. They pause it. Right
try it again.
All right, I'm going to slow it way down here, all the way down.
Try it again.
All right, here we go. All right, so thank you, Michelle Reyes, for filming out of your airplane window here.
She's just trying to look at the city and let everybody know she was there.
And there it is.
The first picture looked like a fly. I thought.
It did.
It looked like it had a head on it. Go to the very first frame.
Right there.
It looks kind of like a fly to me.
Yeah.
Like in the airplane.
Uh-huh.
This view, there you go. That's a little bit better.
Probably some idiots brought their dog on the plane. A bunch of flies with it.
Or Iron Man. It's like an Iron Man type situation.
Oh, you went there.
Yeah. Does that look like a fly in the cockpit of the airplane to y'all? Or I guess it wouldn't be the cockpit, not the cockpit.
No, buddy.
How can they see where the pilots are?
The cabin.
Yeah, the cabin's right.
Yeah, sorry, the cabin.
I know you shook, but
it wouldn't be a fly
nervous.
outside the plane at that height, would it? Unless it was stuck on the wing when they took off.
I'm thinking fly
no way it's
inside.
outside.
Fly inside.
Yeah, it's got to be inside there, buddy.
Okay. We just wanted to
Or
make
it could
sure.
be Ant-Man.
Or it's a man, yeah. With the power of flight.
Yeah. Bubba, speaking of impressive sights, have you seen the new Chicago Lakefront Stadium for the Bears?
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Video 7. This is a computer rendering. I guess AI at work again. But anyway, here is the new look at what Chicago's Lakefront Stadium will be looking like. But it almost feels like if there's a fan base that can't have a nice stadium, it feels like it should be the Bears. Don't you agree? All right, so there. Well, wow.
Hello.
That is going to be nice.
Well, is it close enough to the road to get a good shot off? Do you know for the drive-bys?
You're awful.
Oh,
wow. That's awful.
Gracious.
The Bears.
I tell you what's going to be nice at the Bears.
So they're going to keep that Soldier Field thing there? Is that it? Because that looks like part of the old Soldier Field.
Right. Yeah. It looks like they're going to add on to it, keep part of it, and revamp part of it.
Okay.
So wow, that stadium.
So they're not in the old Soldier Field now. There's already a new stadium.
Yes, renovated.
Or did they renovate the old one?
They renovated. Greg says they renovated.
Hey, tell him he can come off the drums.
Did you hear from the drums?
Yeah, I did.
No, they renovated the old one to upgrade it. Now they're going to a whole new
the
stadium.
original Soldier.
Yeah. The Bears.
And it looks like they'll build this where maybe a parking lot was and keep the iconic entrance to the old Soldier Field, but not the field itself.
This is Adler Planetarium right here, by the way. And they named that after me too. So a lot of people don't know that.
It's all right, buddy.
Yeah, we're good.
This is where you're going to try to overcompensate. I wouldn't do that. Just stay where you are.
Yeah, and tell Greg he can come off the drums. We're done.
I don't know why he's still here.
Is Rock and Roll City going to play again in this coming break too?
What do y'all
Probably
doing?
not this coming break.
Probably not.
But maybe right now. 3, 4.
Rock and Roll City.
Wow, we sound good.
Rock and Roll City. Population 3.
Yeah.
I love that. 3, 4. I don't know if we might do it right now. 3, 4. We'll come back. Final phone calls of the week. At 866 We Be Big. You'll be the one to take us to the end of today's show. Any headlines that we might have missed, we'll cover those too. Don't forget a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. a NASA flare this weekend. Also, somebody in the golden ticket seats gets a $50 gift card coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so, and you saw some of that with American Airlines and some of these others. So it's kind of interesting to watch unfold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pure capitalism. You got social media involved. You've got hedge fund, Wall Street. I mean, it's really kind of interesting to watch.
Well, it's another example, and I'm not saying there's any way to avoid it. So I'm saying I'm just speaking to the fact. You know, every time you develop something, there's only so many scenarios you can think of immediately. Mm-hmm. There's things in the future that you just can't forecast and think of.
Yeah.
No.
And social media is a kraken that is loose, and even the people who started it, I think they're being honest, saying here's what we thought was going to happen, and this was our intention.
Right.
And wow, it's kind of gotten out of hand. Our monster is roaming the streets, and with all the good it can do, it can also, just like everything.
Yeah.
Rick,
if it can do a lot of things powerfully, it can do good things, it can do bad things.
It's enabled large numbers of people to react very quickly to a situation, which we never had before. It was a slower curve, and now they can react immediately.
Remember when you thought the only way to do that was an email blast?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Stock expert, Eddie Van Adler. He's our financial expert here. By the way, getting more texts from people. This interesting scenario. Just had a person already tell me that they are loving watching the hedge fund sharks get a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, yeah.
They said, look, you ever work for a company that they got in there and devalued? He goes, I love watching them get a little taste of their own medicine. So you're right. This is making strange bedfellows.
Mm-hmm.
So, Adler, tell us what's going on out there, buddy.
Guys, we've got AOC, Ted Cruz, Rush Limbaugh, Dave Portnoy, all agreeing about something. What is going on?
This may be a sign of the end of time.
Yeah, we were looking for them.
Yes. And guys, I know we joke about me being the stock expert. I'm drinking out of a Spider-Man mug right now.
Yeah, you are.
And I haven't had a haircut in 3-4 years.
Yeah.
So take everything I'm saying with a little bit of a grain of salt.
Don't sell yourself short.
Oh, a short joke.
No.
Short sale.
I know you're used to short.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Maybe hypersensitive.
That's not where I was going.
Guys,
I am sensitive.
We brought you in as a market expert.
Now, this one didn't end well.
Nobody's looking down at you.
Yeah.
But this is more shocking when Len Dykstra was a market expert. You remember for a while there, he was at the top of the game. He ended up in prison. I mean, it didn't turn out well, but it was just
that
shocking.
was for something else. Wasn't it drugs?
Yeah, but I think he made a bunch of money and got, Len's got his demons. But my point is, at one point, he was considered a stock market expert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of course, it didn't turn out well.
I don't know
but
who
I'm
that
saying
is.
it's just a shade former baseball player.
He was the original Mad Money. I mean, he was like wound up about it.
But anyway, so this is
he played for the Phillies.
Yeah.
I know who that is.
Right.
And I've heard of him before.
And the Mets. Played for the Mets, too.
All right, so what's your look at all this? Help people to understand.
Guys, again, I have the least amount of money of anyone in this room, so don't listen to my financial advice at all. It just so happens that I listen to Dave Ramsey all the time, and I've done a lot of reading up on this whole crazy retail stock investor thing that's going on now. If I have any financial advice for anybody out there right now, is to max out your Roth IRA. Just that's what you need to do every month. Every year, max out legally and do it as early as you can. If you start maxing out a Roth IRA at the age of, say, 2021, by the time you're 60 years old, you're going to have several $1 million in the bank. And because of the way that a Roth IRA works, you're going to be able to take that out. You're not taxed on the growth. Just do that, and you'll be great. Now,
what can you take money out for? Out of a Roth?
Out of a Roth without being penalized, you mean?
Yep.
What is it, home loan or something? I don't know.
Education, isn't it?
I truly don't know. I don't know.
A lot of things. It gives some exemptions.
Don't touch it. If you can avoid it, don't touch it. That's it. And as early as you possibly can, just because of the way a compound interest works, those last 10 years, if you get a 10-year head start, those last 10 years, you're going to quadruple the amount of money you have in your retirement fund. And just by putting in the same amount. So, yeah, that's a big deal, right?
This is funny to y'all as it is to me.
Those of you that have just joined us, I just had somebody text me, does Dave Ramsey have a cold? No, this is not Ramsey.
Does Dave Ramsey have a cold?
This is actually Adler.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. We got about 11 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls coming in now. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, Helmsy is ready to take your phone call and get you lined up ready to go. And we'll chat with you as we wrap up the final segment of the hour. And for a lot of you, it'll be the final segment of the week. If you miss any of the Rick and Bubba show, don't forget to go to any of our archive options, either the YouTube channel or the Rick and Bubba Daily Podcast Archive. So call now. Helms will get you set up, ready to go. Golden ticket seats. Golden ticket seats today. Bubba, let's say hello again to Michael Creech, Keith Reed, Gidget Reed, Gene Gillespie, Tristan Gillespie, Daniel Gillespie, and Rye Gillespie, Brady and Brad Crow, and Dominic Kendall. All here today in the golden ticket seats. Bubba, I need a number between 1 and 11.
1 and 11. What about lucky number 7?
Lucky number 7, Gidget Reed. Gidget Reed.
Oh, wow.
Gidget, just pick yourself up a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Thomas E. Dudney. So lunch, it looks like, is on Gidget today. So let me.
Rick, do you realize I ain't got my headphones, so I don't know if I can hear myself. But Gidget actually sang at my wedding 35 years ago.
You know what? I didn't remember her singing at the wedding.
Her and the great Stephen Waits.
I remembered her, but I did not remember her singing at the wedding.
Yeah, her and Stephen.
I knew Stephen sang. I did not, because you can't forget that. But
what'd she sing? What'd y'all sing?
I don't remember, but it was good.
Do you remember what it was?
It was really good.
What was that thing? I'll keep on loving.
That's it. That was
I'll keep on loving.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah. That's the one right there. All right. Well, good to see all of you again, and thanks for being in our golden ticket seats. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget all the things that are going on this weekend at New Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out. Also, if you want to see different members of the show or people tied to the show, you can go see Greg and Speedy tomorrow in Birmingham. Shops at the Grand River. During the Spring Palooza. Yeah, that's 1 to 3. Greg and Speedy, gripping and grinning. If you want to see my wife, Sherry, she's speaking at a women's conference tomorrow in Prattville, Alabama. That will be at Camellia Baptist Church. That starts tomorrow morning. So it's at 11:30, so you can be there to see her and the others that are participating in that. Find that at burgessministries.com under events. And then Rich Wingo and I leave later today for Omaha, Nebraska. The Be Disciples Men's Conference going on at Westside Baptist Church. They're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Rich and I speak tomorrow. A little concerned about my turnaround time in Atlanta. I should have looked at that. Only 39 minutes.
Cutting it a little close.
They'll almost literally be loading my next plane when I land. I wonder when they put that together, don't they think that through? I mean, 39 minutes.
You think with all the computers now, they can schedule that.
That's not a lot of time when you're going from...
You can get on that tram. You'll be the color-coded map. You'll be there in no time.
Well, this is where I hope Wingo, he's gotten a little older, he doesn't hold me back.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have to be moving. We continue with phone calls. Let's go to Tim in Tuscaloosa. Hey, Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. If you want to join us, call us now. Go ahead, Tim.
Good morning, guys. I have a question for you.
Okay.
If Trump is on trial for election interference, shouldn't all those organizations that stifles the Hunter laptop story be on trial for election interference?
Well, that's... there's a lot of apples and oranges in there.
I see what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, if we're going, there's all kinds of allegations of election interference in so many different ways.
I would say the biggest interference is him being put on trial during the middle of an election.
Yeah, I
think that's much more disruptive than what he is accused of doing.
Which is kind of what everybody's talking about right now, isn't it?
Y'all, it's changed. This, and you think, no, well, it won't keep like, yeah, it will.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
It'll go back the other way.
Ken and Tallahassee. Ken, go ahead.
I just wanted to take a minute since I had the opportunity to call in to just thank you guys so much for what y'all do. And, I don't always get to catch you live. Sometimes I have to go back, listen to you via podcast, but I also wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to Bubba. Recently, I reached out to him concerning ham radio, I'm kind of getting into it and wanting to learn and things like that, and I really appreciate him taking the time to respond to me.
Yeah, man, no problem.
And that's all I was going to say, and I really appreciate what y'all guys do, and I look forward to what each of you do in the future endeavors.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. The key to getting a response on email is putting the right topic in that header. And if ham radio's in that header,
watch out.
Well, I just headed him to the people that can answer his questions.
Oh, look, is that
spread the love.
No, buddy.
I know you were the face of tennis. Are you the face of ham now?
No, there's so many ham people out there.
I ain't the face of anything.
The face of ham.
Doug.
I'm just the big face.
Doug in Tuscaloosa. Doug, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. So I've got thoughts on how to fix the NIL and transfer portal deal.
Okay.
I think we should leave the transfer unlimited because kids need to get in a better situation sometimes. But
like
they need to put a cap, a 1-year cap on their NIL money. So once they transfer, they can't sign for any more money for 1 year. And I think that will regulate keeping people from switching back and forth, seniors from switching, and kind of control the situation.
Well, I understand you're wanting to slow down this process of just running from one team to another. I mean, college football has turned into AAU basketball now.
Yes.
You just run to whatever team you want to play on. There's several things I think are being talked about. One of them is going to be a penalty or a payback clause in these contracts if you change schools.
Yeah.
So, you'll either have to sit on the money or be prepared to pay it back, or you could be sued, I guess, if you were in breach of contract. So something has to be done. I mean, it's turned into, playtime where you pick teams, and it's just the coaches can't build a team. They're not loyal to the teams. The players are not loyal to them. Well, we've got to slow this down just a little bit. I thought a long time ago they should have stopped coaches from leaving before the season was totally over. I mean, after everything was done, then all coaches can do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
But it's just harem scarum now.
Yeah, I know it feels odd for a fan, and I understand, like you said, both sides of it, to go, I'm the only person loyal to my team.
Yeah.
The coaches aren't, the players aren't, and boy, these tickets cost a lot of money.
And some of the fans, other than just liking the team, have no connection, which you don't have to. They play, and you can be for whoever you want to. Right. But it's those are the people who are loyal above everybody,
Yeah. And then if you decide you want to be a bandwagon fan, what do they call you? Well, you know what? You're a fair weather fan.
Oh yeah, which really makes more sense.
But
think about it.
You see the point. Well, so wait a minute. I can't be a fair weather fan, but you can be a fair weather player or coach.
Right, and actually hurt the team.
Right. We continue. Bobby Prattville, a question for Greg. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, Greg, they need to do a mashup between 1,000-Pound Sisters and the Skinwalker Ranch, and get Travis out there to find out what's going on underneath there, and they can call it the Skinwalker Ranch.
All right, I can't even.
That's good.
Come on, man.
I think he had
well
a
done.
Come on.
Well done.
Come on.
Call TLC.
Shouldn't you be putting something on Twitter that Speedy reads? Sheila in Homewood.
Right here.
Go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Okay, this is for Greg. I know how much he loves RFK's voice.
Yeah.
When the Kennedys endorsed Biden, he needs to listen to his sister speak.
Oh, we
because
did.
She kind of sounds the same.
No, we did.
Are you serious?
No, we played it. You weren't here that day? Or were you maybe doing phones?
Was
Yeah, Greg may not have been
hear
here.
it.
Yeah, we played it, and she has the same exact problem. No, straight up.
Is it to that?
It's the same. It's the same.
Exactly the same. Yeah.
Good night.
It's the same, Greg.
Ron, you're doing pretty well, by the way. Ron and Opelika, go ahead.
I do, dude.
Ron? Sorry. Ronaldo?
Hey, Ronnie.
Rusty? he's not
Billy!
Billy! So no, yeah, Greg, we were playing it, and this was that thing where his family, they're divided, they're not voting for him.
That's right. I do remember that.
Yeah, and
but I don't remember her voice being that way.
What?
Uh-uh.
Have you lost your mind?
Yes.
Were you in there on the phones or something? That's very possible. I can see
think I
Adler.
blocked
I can
it.
see Adler looking at it right now. No, because we started saying, "Does she talk just like him?" And we're like, "Yeah, she does." And then you said earlier, Adler, that this
I forgot
that this challenge is genetic. You can get it.
It is?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah.
He said that earlier.
Well,
Yeah, I found it.
I've never
It-
heard any other Kennedys having it.
It can be genetic, but it also can come from like illnesses, a injury, or something like that. Here
Make
she
fun of
is
that.
for
Greg,
Greg.
listen to
Kennedy family.
Where's your headset?
Live on your screen ahead of the president's
Go, lady, go talk. Here we go.
to endorse me there on the stage.
Sorry, it's a commentary on the
I
endorsement.
remember the other brother back there looking goofy.
You don't remember what she sounded like, Greg? You of all people usually take notes like that. You remember those things like an elephant. Usually.
Yeah, sadly, if we played back the segment, I think you had a great line. You know?
Oh, you're going that far.
I think you even threw something out there.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it, but I don't remember her sounding like that. I don't know what happened. I blocked it.
I'd put that down on your list.
It's okay, Greg. It's all right, buddy.
He's just thinking shops at Grand River.
If you leave us, have a great weekend, and we'll catch you, Lord willing, on Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.